Roulette. This is a monthly event with over $1,500 in prizes, and I'm joined by Ari Locks. How's it going, Ari?
Pretty good, pretty good. This is an event I look forward to taking a look at every month, playing in if I get a chance. But today I am taking as much of a look as I can. This is going to be really exciting. I always love these fresh format events.
Oh yeah, this is my favorite Magic event on Twitch, to be honest. Just getting to see all of our favorite cards from different sets put into decks we would have never thought of in a million years.
Yeah, you kind of get this nice mix of nostalgia of like seeing, oh, I remember these three cards together, but
Oh yeah,
then like
oh yeah,
also these other eight cards that I would have never imagined putting with them.
yeah. Anything super interesting you've seen that you are excited to watch play out?
Yeah, so I guess real fast, the breakdown of the baseline of the format that I was looking at was that the mana for this month is really bad.
Yes.
M14 and Champions of Kamigawa are historically sets not known for their two-color fixing.
hmm
But some people are pulling off some multicolor brews. The one that interests me the most was I saw that there's a Godo deck that has an infinite combo with Godo. I looked at it at first and I was like, huh, this has to be infinite somehow.
Yeah,
And then
same.
I realized that there's an entire extra ability on Godo. So the combo is Godo Bandit Warlord, which is 5 in a red for a 3/3 legendary samurai orc, I believe, or human maybe. And when it enters the battlefield, you search your deck for an equipment and put it into play. And then beginning of or whenever Godo attacks for the first time each turn, you untap all your samurai and get another combat step. And then there's an equipment from Dominario. One of the other sets included. So we got Champions and Dominario. It's Helm with the Host. It's a 4-mana equipment with equip cost of 5. And at the beginning of your combat step, it makes a copy of the equipped creature that isn't a legend. And so what ends up happening is you get to basically every new Godo attacks for the first time and then untaps Godo so that you just have infinite combat steps. Every combat step that Godo generates makes a new Godo.
Am I doing
I
this
believe
right,
the
Pascal?
Helm moves itself each time. I have to remember the exact text on that one, but
Helm does stay equipped to the same
stay
creature,
equipped. Okay.
but if it's making a new Godo every combat, it doesn't have to be moved, so it is infinite.
Right. And you don't. It's
Spicy.
the key is you don't have to attack with the initial Godo because the Helm triggers each combat and makes a haste token, and then your other Godo is just like hanging out, making a new Godo each combat.
He's chilling, making more Godos.
Yeah.
Well, that's really spicy, and I'm excited to see that, especially because we get War of Invention, so we have a lot of ways to tutor. There's a lot of 7 to 8 ways to get that Helm out into play too.
Yeah. Yeah, or if it's stuck in your hand, you could just cast it. Or I think Whir also supports the backup combo in that deck, which involves Godoing for a Batter Skull, and then bouncing the Batter Skull with Paradox Engine in play, and just untapping a bunch of mana rocks.
Fairly powerful card, some would say.
Yeah, Paradox Engine is. I don't think anyone has ever done anything fair with that card. Maybe fun, but not necessarily fair.
I think when they printed it, they knew there's no way.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got a lot of cool decks coming out here.
Yeah.
I think we're almost ready to drive into coverage. I also saw a couple. I'm excited as a control player to see Divining Top with Hero of Dominaria in the same deck. That's got to be pretty strong.
Yeah, you don't have the traditional like fetch land top setup, which is probably good for the format, honestly.
Yeah,
but top is just a pretty powerful card. Teferi is also exceptionally powerful. There's some people using top to trigger Revolt for Fatal Push and Hidden Stockpile. So that's a pretty good interaction.
Very good.
I think our first match, though, we're going to be jumping in on one of the many, the other exploit of bad mana is just playing a monocolor deck. So I believe this is last month's champion, Alex Pelosi, who's going to be playing a mono-white aggro deck. There's a lot of
3-0.
Yep, currently 3-0. There's a lot of interesting options for the white aggro decks. There's a few there was one with Hex Parasite that lets you remove counters from History of Benalia, so it keeps looping, making night tokens. There was one with Traxos and just a bunch of legends. But this, his list is pretty stock. These are the white creatures up the curve that you would be interested in playing with some interaction. Brave the Elements and Heart of Kira and some of the notable additions. Heart of Kieran plus a Johnny Collar of the Pride, also a pretty great interaction.
Seems like a good turn 3.
Yeah.
And looks like they're pretty ready for heavy removal and control as well. I really like a lot of people don't do this, but just 2 Mutavault in the side because that card can be pretty annoying in the right cases.
Yeah, and it looks like pairing with those Mutavaults are Karn, Scion of Urza, and
Mhm.
Batter Skulls. So not
Yep.
only are you boarding in so Mutavault against control with these resilient threats, but you could also necessarily like if you're playing against like a mono red deck, you can board into additional Mutavaults to support some higher drop way to battle back.
Yeah,
I
I really
assume
like that.
that yeah, we're going to be starting the match real quick here.
Yeah, and we're
Um,
gonna be able to see what we're talking about
yep,
right now.
and
Just pull up feature 9 here.
yep, absolutely. Uh, just kind of skimming through the other three O's, we got a good mix in the top tier of this metagame. We got some green black snake, some mono black, some blue white fairy decks. So we'll get to see a lot of stuff going on here.
We love a good Teferi deck.
Yep.
Ooh,
This
all right.
this round's match, let me sort through melee here real fast, is playing against Andrew Jabs with a deck that has been labeled as Albzon Ramp Combo.
I was
Uh,
looking at that earlier. I like that deck.
yeah,
I
so
do. I do.
So to break this down, we've got some land on the opposing side against the White Weenie deck. It's leaning on Murmuring Boss to fix mana, Llanowar Elves, Elvish Mystic, Sakura Tribe Elder, Kodama's Reach into Karn Liberated, Walking Ballista, and Batterskull and Archangel Athune. So you can give your Batterskull light, or your Batterskull can go on your Walking Ballista, give it lifelink, and then with Archangel Athune, you gain life, deal damage, go infinite that way.
Hmm.
And then Karn Liberated is just always a great plan.
Big mana, big cards.
Yep. So opening hands here on the white side. This hand is kind of interesting in the matchup.
Mhm.
Mental misstep against all those Llanowar elves is certainly something you have to think about, even with just a Samaru and a Johnny.
Mhm. It's true.
But
It's open deck list. Yeah.
yeah, with open deck lists, I guess one thing to note is that the Obs on Ramp combo deck can only kill creatures with Walking Ballista and Karn.
Yeah.
There's no other way. So it's not like this Isamaru is vulnerable to any kind of removal or anything.
Yeah. You're kind of free, and it's. I mean, I would have kept this to be honest, knowing what my opponent's doing with a misstep on the draw and a 1-drop,
Yeah.
and curved into a dismember as well.
Yeah, that Dismember not looking so good right now, but I could see it being pretty important as we get to the 5-drop stage of the game.
Oh, absolutely. To prevent yourself from dying on the spot.
Yeah. Archangel Athune basically being lethal on the spot in the way of the combo, and also just being lethal on the spot by being a lifelinking flyer against a mono white aggro deck.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, all removal for so this one hound has got a lot of weight on its back right now.
Yep. Or the let me just remember what the ultimate is on this Johnny. Might be able to take that one up all the way.
Mhm. I believe it's a bunch of cats.
Cats equal to your life total.
Yeah, I've ulted this as Johnny a couple times.
Yeah, I don't recall if I have ever done that. My opponents usually died to the double strike flying, but
True, true. Played this in White Weenie back in the day, but I was already winning if I got to the alt. But it always feels good.
yeah, I think I played it in the green white deck, so it was a little bit more of like Advent of the Worm tokens being double strike flyers, which ends up being a little
Yeah,
quicker.
those are also pretty strong.
Yeah, so just kind of predicting through what's going on here. So there's a forest fetched up for the Obdon side of this. Shalai, a potential 4-drop, but other than that, just a bunch of ramp spells that could be happening this turn. Looks like Kodama's Reach, so land
Mhm.
drop assured, and Murmuring Bosk entering the battlefield tap. Basically, just acting as a Sandstep Citadel. There's a single tree folk in the entire deck list, and that's a sideboard Chameleon Colossus.
Yep. All right. Well, the hound's gonna get in, and they're gonna be at 6 mana. So Luckily, they have no other board states, so an Archangel or anything is not going to be a death sentence here with the
Yeah.
dismembers in hand.
Yeah, I'm trying to just think through the math on what ends up being lethal. I think that this hound still needs like 3 more attack steps, right? Because it hits for
Mhm.
4, down to 13, uh, and you're still not in double strike range. So
Yeah, it's getting there though.
certainly is. And this Ajani is certainly getting to ultimate, which again, there's no sweeper in this
No,
Abzan deck.
there's no answer.
So
Yeah,
yeah, a bunch of cats might just do it.
this one hound might actually go to town here and completely take because you.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, so that's a Karn, which
okay,
is
that's a problem.
well, no matter what it targets, it's going to take 3 damage on the way back, right?
Mhm.
Because if it killed the Hound, the Mutavault would be a 3/3, and it looks like it's killing a Johnny because that ultimate is just there's no other way to handle it from this board state.
Yep. All right, still very strong position here. I think we would really hate to see another Karn though. I think that's probably what they're not hoping for. But the single Mutavault is actually going to be very good here.
Yeah, I think that was a very important draw that Dauntless Bodyguard to protect against another Karn. It just needed that third power somewhere, right? Because if the Samaru gets exiled,
Mm-hmm. Dauntless says indestructible, right? And Karn is an exile
correct,
effect.
correct.
Uh, but having just a second creature is a big deal here because the
Yeah,
Isamaru is eventually going to die.
yeah, and interestingly, this might be a spot where you aim Karn up. I guess it depends on what else is sitting in Andrew's hand.
Mhm.
Yep. So exiling, if you aimed Karn up, you could potentially set up a scenario where in a turn you have blockers protecting it. But it looks like Andrew just electing for the vindicate effect of gain 3 life, exile the Asamaru, give myself a little bit more time to potentially win the game with like
Mhm.
a batter skull that starts recurring through any removal or whatever. So
Well, let's hope it's not a third Karn, but I kind of smell it. Oh,
Crow
it's
from the
Crow
Ashes.
kicked. Okay.
Yeah, notably putting the lands in untapped for a follow up of another 5 drop, which is
Another
just
grow. Okay. All the
yep,
mana in the world, one card in hand.
not
Let's see. Oh, okay. Wow.
mental
So
misstep on turn 9 coming up clutch, keeping
it's
that Dauntless Bodyguard in the combat step.
somehow relevant.
And I
Uh,
I think this second dismember might have been a really again another crucial draw enough to lock it up because
mhm.
right now even a top deck batter skull here if it dies gets recurred and recast 2 dismembers is enough to power through it, which might be just what we're seeing. So it's
Yep.
now on Andrew to top deck yet another play.
Yeah. Very white weenie winning with only really 2 creatures in play. Uh,
Yeah,
but
dealing a lot
heavy
of damage to
removal.
itself.
Yeah, they're at 10. They have not been attacked once.
I think maybe the draw that was required there was Walking Ballista is what
I
Andrew's
think so.
hoping for.
I believe so too.
And that would be for that's a
A
lot.
lot. Enough.
Yeah, it would survive a dismember. Let's just put it that way.
Right. Hot draw step here.
Yeah, any creature to go with the recast batter skull is
Something.
probably enough.
Yeah. It has to be another creature. Okay, so Batterskull, sure. And this is one of the problems with the big ramp decks we can see though is playing 8 Llanowar
Ooh,
Elf and
okay.
oh okay now we have a game
Yep. I'm
that oh wow, and they've really flooded. They've only drawn, what is that, one spell this whole
yeah.
game, is that correct? They've drawn
Uh,
an extra they've drawn 2 dismembers, they've drawn 2 spells.
uh, 2 dismembers in the bodyguard, but yeah, that's it. It's hate to see it as the aggro deck, but that is the cost of the light number of mutavaults that are in this mono white deck, which is it's relevant. Like that was a defining aspect of the format is determining whether you wanted to and that
Yeah.
looks like a wrap. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
That's good. Those are
Uh,
3 hot rips. Those were
yeah,
those were, and, and that's the thing with these ramp decks, they could have just drawn 3 Llanowar Elves in a row, it's if
yeah,
you get your payoff or not, and that's the risk you take, but if you hit it, I mean, it can't
yeah.
be stopped.
With Godama's Reach and Grow from the Ashes as your ramp spells, you are doing a decent amount of deck thinning, but there's still those 12 mana creatures
Very
that
true.
aren't going anywhere. Yeah, the out of the sideboard here, it looks like there might be a bit of removal switch up. Um, Missteps coming out. Gutshot can deal damage to the face.
Yep.
Thopter Arrest takes care of Batterskull cleanly without recursion. Looks like just some trimming. Brave the Elements, obviously not great. You're not trying to bash, you'd rather kill a blocker or whatever. And it looks like just some trimming of arbitrary legendary permanents.
Yeah, and, how do you feel about taking Misstep out since it only hits Elf?
I think that it's just a clean upgrade to Gutshot here because you can
Yep.
Gutshot an Elf, you can Gutshot a Sakura Tribelder to just like push through some extra damage, or you
Yeah.
can just Gutshot to face. So like
Yep.
Gutshot's not much better, but it's just enough better that you make that swap.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that completely.
And the Mutavaults from the sideboard aren't coming in since the curve is staying pretty lean. You're trying to go under this deck that doesn't have the most sweepers.
Yep, and you're trying to hopefully cast Banalish on 3, which Mutavault is not gonna help you. It's not gonna do you any favor.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's kind of a core tension of the format is that Goblin Chain Whirler, Banalish Marshal, those are legal in the format, and then Mutavault is the other incentive to be monocolor. So it's which one of these are you actually going for? Um, and then looking at the sideboard on the Obzon side, it looks like they're probably I don't you could probably pick up some dismembers. I would have to see in action how much life that actually costs that deck, whether it probably just wants it as 3 mana kill spell or 2 mana pay 2 life kill thing. There could just be some defensive spell skites. I don't think Beast Within's coming in. And I think the question, let me look at these lists, is whether Night of Soul's Betrayal comes in. Because there's kind of some tension on the Obzon side with all these Llanowar Elves and Sakura Tribe Elders. And it looks like that doesn't really clear anything on the white side. Nothing too important. Just the
Yeah,
bodyguard and Polar still in Legionnaires. So it's probably better off just with that hanging out still on the sideboard. So it might just be dismembers, like marginal changes on both sides, and you know, run it back, see the same race that you saw game one.
yeah. If I was the opponent, I'd be happy if they brought in Night of Souls Betrayal. It's just not gonna hit enough.
Yeah. The one argument for Night of Soul's Betrayal might just be that it mitigates the sizing on some other stuff, and just assume that you get to this point of like taking a
Yeah.
damage off Night of Grace and having a big life linker. That was an interesting mulligan. I thought that looked like a reasonable first hand,
Mhm.
but I might have been short a threat just looking at it. Whereas this looks like it's just pretty quick beatdowns. Night of Grace notably worse than it looks in this matchup because there's no black
Yeah, it doesn't really.
creatures
It's
or
just a 2/2
permanents.
for 2.
Yep.
This matchup.
Yep.
All right.
So it looks like Elvish Mystic is going to go unanswered as of now, and the real ramp starting. Oh,
Okay,
that ended
that's a
fast.
hot draw.
That was really important.
That was
Yeah,
actually probably because being at mana parity on the draw in the ramp deck is just going to be huge.
yeah. Especially when the ramp in that ramp deck, a lot of it just goes from like there's 8 Llanowar Elves and then 8 3 mana ramp spells, and only
Yep.
Sakura Tribe Elder in the middle. So you might just kind of get stuck without a play on
It's
two.
very good for messing up the curve.
Yep.
All right, defensive spell skite, like you mentioned.
Yep.
I don't hate that at
Oh.
all, actually, especially with members.
This isn't going to go well, is it? So we appear to have a missed interaction here.
Yep.
So Ajani is a planeswalker from a few years ago, where the template.
Yeah, they're going to show the game log.
Oops. Yeah. So it can target any creature, including your opponents. Which Spellskite will just take that, and that's
Yep.
not great. It's not horrible. I think the Spellskite's still going to stay on defense. Your Johnny is ticking up. We talked about how threatening that ultimate is. We talked about how Night Assault Betrayal is the only way to beat that ultimate cleanly. So maybe this ends up okay given the Thopter arrest in hand. Like you have to arrest that spell site anyways. So
Yeah, they can't wait to play that Thopter. Their
actually,
mouse.
maybe this ended up going well here. Oh,
Well,
yeah, because so imagine you have. Yeah, I think this ended up not in the worst situation because that 2 damage on that spell site is 2 damage. I guess it would be 3 damage if you had arrested the arrested and attacked the porcelain legionnaire. So it's a question of whether 1 damage is better. Okay, that's a really clutch draw.
yep.
Dismember to be able to make a creature and a removal
Very
spell on this turn. And the question is, and you still have the Thopter Arrest back for a 5-drop next turn.
Down to 9 already. The Absent deck, though, it's not going to kill you via it. When you're dead, you're going to be dead. So you might as well go to 1 if you can get the game.
Yeah, you could get something stolen with like a mid-sized ballista, but this white weenie deck's creatures are so small that I think if you have a mid-sized ballista, the game's just going to be wrapped up by everything dying anyways.
Absolutely. All right, another Skite.
Okay.
And they have the full 4 spell Skite, I believe.
Oh no, those are actually both of them, and there's none in the main deck.
It's 2. I figured I might have been looking at a different deck list, but if you're kind of all in on the combo, 4 spell Skite seems pretty strong.
Yeah, the combo is kind of interesting here. I think it's mainly just like a mid-range breaker, because I don't think you're going to assemble it against any of the Teferi Hero of Dominaria decks in the format.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so this is an interesting debate here. So if you minus the Ajani, you have lethal in 2, so because it's a 4 double strikes twice. But the problem is that Elvish Mystic on the way back takes the counter off the Ajani, puts it only at 2, so that's not lethal. This is still a damage short of lethal. Looks like this is a ballista for 3.
So a Banalish Marshal here would be lethal.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of a tough situation.
Except for the ballista.
Yeah. Well, if you use the ballista on that, and then the white weenie deck has any blocker, the Ajani is at ultimate, which I guess, we've been talking about how this ultimate's unanswerable, but like, look at these life totals. Like, it's not, 9 cats is not immediately lethal. Like 9 cats, I think loses to a Batterskull.
Yep, it does. So they could just push for that ultimate though here. Well, obviously they've not drawn super well. A Dismember is okay to protect the Ajani, and that's kind of that's all you got, right?
I see. The problem is if you dismember the elf and then ultimate, that's just 5/1/1s. Is that even enough? That doesn't even. That probably isn't enough.
You've been only drawing lands.
That's true.
You'll take any creature at this point.
Ooh, there's that Mutavault. We're 5 cats. We're taking 5 cats.
Sure.
Taking the early buyout instead of leaning on that Mutavault to block and defend it for another turn and keep our Planeswalker.
I mean, I think I'm okay with that because this game just gets worse the longer they have time to draw any sort of threat that you just literally can never deal with.
Yeah, that's very true.
Point. And you're getting to the point your life total is pretty low that you're down to you're down to your last dismember if you draw it, right? Like you can't your gut shots, you can never pay the colored mana, so you're kind of hoping to just go all in here.
This is 5 is a very interesting life total. If you sit here and count the lands, so if this Llanowar Elf didn't block. Oh, are the cats 2/2s? Disregard. Never mind.
Yeah, the cats are 2/2s, but there plenty of damage. I mean, you had to take that option anyway. I think that's why they sold out.
Yeah,
I think they could have blocked with Mutavault if the cats were 1/1s, but
I'm confusing that with the I want to say like M19 Ajani that made an emblem that made 1/1 cats.
Yeah, you get 3 1/1 cats at your end step, and then this one is 2/2 cats. So actually, significantly better in that regard, but it doesn't keep generating them.
Yeah, so the 2/2 cats make the math on that different, but they were sitting at 10 mana exactly before that Llanowar Elf died, which would have been a walking ballista for 5 counters exactly lethal. So it
Yep.
looks like we're going back to the sideboard on the draw and just considering options. Another mental misstep potentially to stop fast draws. A Johnny maybe being a little less useful given that
Yep.
Spellskite. Oops.
We got the classic. This card did win me the game, but I know it's not really where I'm supposed to be, which is the sign of a good Magic player. You can see that, even if this card won me the game, I know it's just not right where I really want to be. I have a better option. I can do something better.
Yeah, it looks like that was just a swap to History of Benalia to dodge Spellskite, given that there were so many. I guess worth noting, Brave the Elements also didn't look, against Spellskite, Brave the Elements just not the best. And
No, and it looks like they went down to just two Ajani. I
Mhm.
like that. And then bringing in a Benalia.
Yeah,
Because you go ahead.
yeah, no, I'm just thinking about ways to activate Heart of Kieran given this. Not a card we've seen drawn this game or this
Yeah,
match. So
they have not had a Heart of Cure, and they're running the full four. They've had a Johnny both times, but they have not had a Heart. So I'm interested to see how that affects the matchup and how it sways.
yeah, Heart seems exceptional against this
Oh,
this
absolutely.
deck. Skimming through the
And
deck
one thing
list.
we didn't see from the Abzan Ram combos we can see on our screen here is they never had a Shalai, which could cause kind of a problem, meaning you need two removal spells instead of one.
Yeah, and I guess notably, the Shalai and Spellskite is not a combo, so I'm wondering if both of those are still in the deck after sideboarding. Because the Spellskite with Hexproof cannot be the target of most things your opponent does.
Yeah. Yeah. Most things being, well, yeah, almost all of them. Especially in this format with what we have access to.
So,
Let's see what we got for our opening hand here.
ooh, not great in a lot of metrics, but it does have, like, this
Got
might be a good enough pseudo 5. So that's the question.
I would probably I mean, I would keep it.
Ugh.
I
Well,
probably would have kept that, but I like a good risky keep.
yeah, it's the risk is like lower. You have like almost 20 white sources to draw for the
Yeah.
perfect curve. This
I
six, yeah, that 6 was clearly going nowhere. This five's fine.
yeah, it's got a curve, it's got creatures. Did they shipped a creature instead of a land.
I
Do
think
you
that's
agree?
yeah, I think I like that. I think it's kind of an admission that Knight of Grace isn't going to be winning any games anytime soon. So you may as well just keep your 3 lands and hope to draw 3 drop rather than, draw a History of Benalia or an Ajani on time and just get stuck.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Elf again into Sakura Tribe Elder. And another, this mono white deck is very land light, but it seems to always hit the drops, which
Yeah,
is the death of any white weenie strategy. If you have three lands in your hand, two on the field, and
yeah.
two creatures.
Yeah, it's hard for this white deck to really leverage like random beaters in the same way. Like it's really leaning on Heart of Kieran to deal those chunks of damage in those spots. And actually, it is we're saying light on lands. It has 23, which is a little heavy. Oh no, this is bad.
Yep, this is not. That is a kind of a death sentence right now with no dismember lining up.
Yeah, we'll see how bad it gets from. Oh no.
Okay. Yep.
Okay,
You can go
we're
ahead.
done.
Yeah, you can go
Oh,
ahead.
I would like to make the point that it's even worse than it looks because that first Archangel swing triggers both Archangels
Yep.
and makes them immune to Dismember, and then we're done.
It's over. Yep. Uh, all
Yeah,
right. We're going to try to find some more coverage for you. That was an interesting game. It kind of lined up the way White Weenie can seem to line up, which is if you draw too many lands, there's nothing you can do. You need a little bit of removal to push through that last bit of damage. And if you don't get it and your opponent gets any sort of lifelink or a big creature, it's generally just over on the spot.
Yeah, I think that was going to be a bit of a struggle from 5 cards, regardless, because you need we were talking keeping those 3 lands in that hand. You need
Mhm.
creatures, like specific threats. You need answers to stop their ramp up the curve. I don't really know. I don't really know how that was going to piece together correctly.
Yeah, I
Uh,
would have probably kept that 7 to be honest, because of the high payoff potential of drawing a land.
I think so too. I think that like the way I would view it at least is like imagine one of those Heart of Hurons wasn't in that hand. Like, would that be a
Mhm.
good 6? And the answer is yeah. Like that'd be a really
Absolutely,
good 6. So I London Mulligan makes things a little fuzzy, but
sure.
yeah,
But, 20 hindsight's 2020. They didn't know 2 moles were gonna be even worse.
yeah. And anything that's was interesting out of the Obzon side, like with how things shaped up, or anything that you liked about that deck from there?
I like the combo, but it doesn't it really doesn't appear to need it against any of these aggro strategies in the format because it turns out lifelinking creatures and cards and recurable threats are really good and regardless of
Yeah.
what you're playing against.
Yep.
All right,
We're,
perfect. We're gonna jump on into Dominic Harvey here.
yep. Yep. And we're going to be jumping right in here to a feature of looks to be a green black. Pull up the opponent, but I believe green black constrictor versus a blue white deck that has been doing pretty well. There's a copy of this at 3-0 as well as Dominic Harvey at 2-1.
Now,
And
is
it's
that a
a
Teferi emblem I see?
oh yeah, this game might not be going very far. We might be seeing some like self Vendilion clicks and some cleanup. But yeah, this is a blue white Legends deck. Urza's Ruinous Blast being one of the premier sweepers of the format, and then using Baral, Vendilion Click, Teferi, and Karn to enable that because those are just all good cards, and then just a stack of counter magic. Um, let's see. So,
Beast with it.
oh, okay. That's going to kill the actual Teferi and slow down the emblem a little bit.
Yeah, I know we're jumping in the middle here, but if the Teferi with the Teferi emblems in play, it's unwinnable. But if it's just one thing per draw step and you're kind of loaded up right now on stuff, it's potentially okay. Well, never mind. They drew another Teferi.
Yeah,
Oh,
I I would have had to sit here for a minute and do some Bitter Blossom math to see who wins that. I guess you just clear the Bitter Blossom, so that's
yeah.
Teferi. Yeah, that
That's. I think that's gonna seal it.
yeah, Teferi is probably the most individually powerful card in this format, if I'd have to guess.
I think I would have probably in a vacuum by itself. I think I'd probably have to just agree with that.
Really?
As far as I mean, Teferi in this format, it's always been a good card. Like, what else do we have by itself that can kind of compete with that power level?
Yeah, I like it's like Teferi, Walking Ballista.
But
There's something else that's been like I think you could argue for like Kiki Jiki being extremely powerful or Gifts Ungiven. But yeah,
sure,
yeah,
it's for
it's
sure. Um, now, did our stream freeze or we have a bit of a technical issue here?
yeah,
We can kind of guess how this game's gonna go, though. You tap in some mana, about to play a Teferi with his emblem out.
yeah,
It never goes well for the other
yeah,
player because it's going great for them.
yep. Do you I don't just pulling up the deck list. Uh, any specific interactions in this Legends deck kind of interesting to you? The or choices that have been like single card choices. So we're seeing
Yeah,
like
let me pull up the list here as well.
so it looks like Dominic is playing Karn's Temporal Sundering, electing for Disallow and Syncopate instead of any mix with Essence Scatter and Negate. Um,
Yeah, that could be a meta call. I mean, Disallow is a pretty decent card in this format. And I guess maybe if you're playing Essence Scatter, you're just worried about it being dead in some matchups. But it looks like a lot of the meta ended up being pretty creature heavy or removal heavy to deal with that, and maybe a little less combo.
Yeah, essence like choosing disallow over essence scatter may also. So there's this idea of being able to play brawl on turn 3 with a counter up due to the cost reduction. Whereas it's like with this mana, even with 11 islands, it might be kind of difficult to set up the brawl disallow line.
Yeah.
So you have there's 27 lands in the deck, and 11 of them don't produce blue mana. There's Mutavaults and Plains and Aganjo Castles.
Yep. 4 Mutavault too with 4 disallow is it's spicy as far as mana goes because you're forced to run the 4 Meandering River, which is always tapped. You have one castle, one Menomino. I haven't pronounced this card name since I played Modern Merfolk. I have
uh,
one next to me though. Uh,
yes.
it's
Yeah.
Minimo. Is it Minimo?
School at Water's Edge.
Yeah,
Yep.
wow. That's a throwback.
Yeah.
You remember we used to only run this card because it wouldn't get locked out by choke.
Yeah.
That
The
was the
most
only reason you played it.
most common recent use of it. Uh,
All right, we're gonna jump back to standings here. Looks like we're having a little problem. So let's
yeah.
go see what we've got here standings wise in round 3.
Yeah.
Round 4. Sorry, we're in round 4.
Yeah. So pre-round, we have 8 players sitting at 3-0. There's
Hmm.
Brian Paris playing a mono black control deck. This is like we're talking like Phyrexian Obliterator, Gifted Etherborn,
Yep.
Karn, Scion, Aversa, and Liberated, Duress, Distress. Like, imagine you just built a mono, like someone says like mono black, like pile of mono black cards. There's Corrupt in this deck, for example. Like these are the cards you expect.
Oh yeah.
Um, Want to fire off some quick thoughts on this deck, given what we've seen elsewhere in the
Yeah,
metagame?
I actually really like this deck, especially we had a lot of snake decks and a good bit of aggro and a little bit of combo like the Godo decks, and we saw the Abzan deck. So, and all those combo decks they're relying on creatures, right? So, Mono Black seems like a really safe call, and you also get 4 Bitter Blossom against like the control type decks, right? And that card's just kind of a pain in your side.
Yeah,
So
and
pretty good.
that 7 main deck discard is going to come. There's 4 duress, 3 distress. That's going to come in pretty clutch over the course of this event. So
Yep.
I think the main concern for Brian is opposing Chameleon Colossus and not dying to those. So we'll see. There's some decks with 4 of those and some decks with less than 4. So we'll see how well the mono black deck can dodge that.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. It looks like they had one Eldest Reborn to maybe try to hedge against that.
Yeah, a walking ballista that'll probably be forced to chump block it. It looks like the main play is a sideboard Life's Finale. That's
Yeah, 3 of
four.
those.
Yep, 4 black sorcery from New Phyrexia. Destroy all creatures, and then you search your opponent's deck for up to 3 creature cards and put them into their graveyard. So if
It's
you hit a Chameleon Colossus with it, you'll never have to worry about a Chameleon Colossus ever again.
we like this card because you kill it once and it's dead. It's dead for the rest of the game. You go get all the copies out. So
Yeah.
it's quite nice, especially dealing with Chameleon Colossus.
Yep. Uh, Jumping down, we'll start with the monocolor deck. So we talked about Alex Pulaski's mono white deck, and then there's a mono green deck played by Jacob Nagro at 3-0, which is very similar to the Dominaria standard mono green deck with Lanor L, Steel Leaf Champion, Rishkar, gained Chameleon Colossus, and had Hardikiran. Oh, and it looks like we have a match back potentially.
Yeah,
Looks
we'll
like
see here. Looks like we are back and into game. Cannot tell, but we're back.
yep,
Perfect. But
cool.
yeah, we did see in that green deck the old Colonian Tusker, 3/3 for 2 green,
Yep.
classic.
Yeah, less Mutavaults there again. So it looks like this game, the black green deck stumbling a bit on mana, not the greatest outcome for it. And Blade Splicer coming in just as more bodies, and it looks like it's providing pretty sufficient beatdowns here.
It's actually got quite this is quite you always know you're in a bad position if the control deck is somehow the beat down on turn 4 or 5.
Yeah, yeah, and oh, double mutavault, just full beatdown, and then, and then
Yeah,
Urza's Ruinous Blast in case anything goes wrong in the medium
you got
term.
it. You got an "Oh crap" button just in case something happens, but this is not looking too
Yeah,
hot.
I'm just trying to think through blocks here, and I think it might be the kind of thing where you are uh, putting a walking ballista under a 3/3, putting a walking ballista under another 3/3, or putting under a mutavault, and then putting. Oh no, the mutavault has first strike because of Blade Splicer.
Oh, that is actually I can honestly say in all these years I've never seen that interaction.
I think this is the second time I've had it. I don't know if I want to say come up, but I've been told that happens before. Like it's not the first time I've heard about this.
Yeah.
That said, not a very common one. Mutavault
And
having all creature types does some funny
that's
stuff.
the best part of set roulette is you get to see stuff like this. This
Exactly.
is you're not going to see this anywhere else. This is one of the big appeals of the format here.
Let me see if I can pull up. So these winding constrictor decks, you may be familiar with them from Standard or Pioneer. But one thing to note that we were kind of mentioning in the pre-show was that there's not a lot of options for like mass pump effects. So people are
Yeah.
literally playing Ridge Scale Tusker. If you've been playing Kaladesh Remastered Limited on Arena recently, you may recognize this as a card that just immediately kills you whenever it resolves. It's 3 green for a 5/5 that puts a +1/+1 counter on all your other creatures, but there's not like a Nisa Voices Zendikar or anything like that. So the
Yeah.
Winding Constrictor interactions are a little limited. But so these random 1/1s aren't gonna like randomly grow larger. So it might just be figuring out the best way to use blocks here. Um, though it looks like we may have frozen again
Yeah.
on that.
Some technical
Unfortunate.
issues here. Yeah, we're
Yeah,
going to go ahead and just go back to standings here.
yeah. Resolve that technical issue there and presume that the blue white deck is in a good spot to win that game. So we've got a mono white, a mono black, and a mono green towards the top of the standings. Two color decks. We have two of these Golgari Winding Constrictor decks that are pretty similar with Fabian Thiel and Alec Levy. Fabian's been playing, I believe, a bunch of these set roulettes. You want to talk through the two differences of those?
Yeah, which
Uh,
ones did you want to cover? I was still looking at the mono green deck, but it's pretty
yeah,
it's pretty
yeah. It's
dry.
very mono green. I'm going to drop these in the chat right here for us. So we got two different snake decks at 3-0. In addition, this one that we just all lose at 2-1. Yep.
Now, do you feel that this was just maybe an issue of people wanting to force winding constrictor? Or do you think that there's obviously some game here, but is it winding constrictor doing the work, or is it the green black kind of beat down plan?
So I think that a lot of the cards surrounding Winding Constrictor are really powerful, like Glint Sleeve Siphoner and Walking Ballista. And I thought, well, looking at these mana bases, I don't see it, but I thought one of the reasons to play Winding Constrictor was the pairing of Murmuring Bosk and Woodland Cemetery. So notably, like the dual land cycle that actually exists in the format are the enemy color check lands from
Mm,
Dominaria, so Woodland Cemetery. But then there like wasn't really another enemy color land except for Murmuring Bosk, which incidentally is a forest for your
yeah,
Woodland Cemeteries.
which
So
is
that's like a
great.
pretty big upside. But it looks like there's just not a lot of Bosks because it's basically a tap land in these decks.
Most of the time, yeah, because I mean they have two Chameleon Colossus, right? It's a tree folk,
Yeah,
but it's kind of like it might come up, but it's probably not
yeah.
going to.
Yeah, I don't know how good these decks are when they don't draw Constrictor. We'll have to see as we see more
Yeah,
rounds.
that's I think what I was worried about is with that asking that question is that are they independently powerful enough to push through without a constrictor? And you've got like discount Bob over here with the glint sleeve siphoner. um,
Yeah, I So I think the thing that might be good for them is that the aggro decks we're seeing at the top tables are mono green and mono white, not really mono red or mono black. And if you played Pioneer a year ago, back when Once Upon a Time was still legal, you
Oh
actually
yeah.
saw this exact thing play out of mono green versus Constrictor. And what ended up happening was that because the Constrictor deck was just like a little more interactive and had like a little more scaling up, it was ahead in the mirrors because a lot of it came down to like play draw of like someone just getting ahead and doing their thing, but like it was just a little bit better at breaking serve and ended up being like significantly ahead in the matchup. So I think that the winding constrictor decks may be positioned to prey upon the like mono white and mono green decks if those filter to the top of the standings. Um,
I I believe that's correct, and we're actually seeing quite a bit of mono green and mono white here, listed
yeah.
under deck list. So we have
So
to filter through a little bit, but they are there.
it may also be a desire to play Walking Ballista against Heritage Druid decks.
All right. So it looks like we've got all our matches done. We're going to take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back. We're going to be jumping right into round five here. Me and Philippe going to be covering. So we watched last round the Obzon ramp combo at the start of Andrew Jabs take out Mono White, and now that deck we're going to be taking a look at the Jack Kiefer playing the Azorius Urza's Ruinous Blast Legends / Planeswalkers deck that we got a brief glimpse at when Dominic Harvey was playing a slightly different list of that. So we'll be seeing head to head which of these two mid range decks ends up coming out ahead. Do you have any guesses on that, Philippe?
Yeah, I feel that the lack of interaction on the stack from the mono white deck is going to be different in this matchup because there's a lot of counter magic coming from the blue white deck. I don't know how much the Obzon deck is going to be able to assemble his combo pieces if necessary. And since most of his deck is either just ramp or 5-drops, he just might meet a lot of counter magic and Teferi might steal that game.
Yeah, this is a pretty traditional problem, right? You know, this blue-white deck has 3 Disallow, 4 Syncopate, 2 Negate, and an Essence Scatter. So like 10 counter spells main deck, and it's going to be firing off against, this Obzon ramp deck, which has maybe, Archangels, Karns, Ballistas, Batterskull, 16-ish threats, but like that lineup might get dicey. I think this might come down to whether Andrew can get out from underneath Syncopate fast enough to matter.
That is one thing, and if we look at the Obzon deck list's removal suit, he only has access to 2 Beasts within to be able to directly interact with Teferi. So besides being able to attack with it with Archangel Athune or trying to Ballista it down, I think that that's going to be the card that's just going to stick all the time. And with Jack's Vendilion Cliques being able to see the hand to disrupt any Karn Liberateds or other shenanigans that are going to happen, Teferi will be probably very easy to ultimate.
Yeah, I really, as long as you have an answer for a Karn on the way back down, because Karn does in fact eat Teferi as the larger planeswalker in that fight.
That is true. Hopefully, one of the reasons why Teferi untaps lands that end a turn, it's going to be able to keep things like Disallow up.
Yeah, that's always a tough sell to say your 7-drop is going to beat their Teferi on the way back after they've drawn 2 cards and untapped all their lands.
That's what Obzon's hoping for, at least.
Yeah. Anything else from the sideboards on either side you think might play a role in the full match? Just I'm looking at like silences on the Obzon side potentially as a way to force through interaction, or I guess there's not a ton on the Azorius side.
There's a 4th Karn in the sideboard, I guess, if you're just trying to like push through hammers.
Yeah. It is notable that this is not a good matchup for Urza's Ruinous Blast on the Azorius side. The two would they can bounce a Battle Skull in response, cash out their Ballista. Karn and Shalai don't die to it, so that card's probably not going to be that big of a deal over the course of the match.
Yeah, the fact that the only additional counter spells coming out of the sideboard is a negate is probably there to cover for the Battle Skulls and the cards having trying to be threatening. Maybe Laurel is something we're going to see as an aggressive threat that blue-white might try to stick in order to close out the game.
Yeah, that is really a shields down card given the mana disparity here. The other thing we might actually see is I'm looking at these 23 lands in the blue-white deck, and I could see that being a choke point of the matchup, is just getting so far out mana because you're slightly land light.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Syncopates without the help of Baral is going to be very hard to actually hit something if the Abzan deck's just able to out-mana them at least 2-1 from all the ramp spells that they have access to.
Yep. So it looks like the Azorius deck is on the draw here. No Llanowar Elf on turn 1 from the Abzan deck, and a Meandering River from the Azorius deck with a counter-heavy hand that drew right into the Teferi it needed.
Do you feel that a card like Llanowar Elf is something of a liability against the multiple Urza's Ruinous Blast the blue-white deck has access to?
I don't think so, because I think it's easy enough. Like, the Llanowar Elf cashes you out into Kadama's Reaches and things like that early, like Kickered Growth from the Ashes. And I think that by the time the blue-white deck is looking at Urza's Ruinous Blast, it's trying to, it's tapping out to do that, and that's just such a risk when the Abzan deck is getting close to those, 5 and 7 mana killer spells. Right here, what's the blue-white deck supposed to do? Burn a negate on that?
I don't think that is the correct line. The fact that you have a certain amount of threats that your opponent is trying to resolve, you should probably be trying to save your counter magic for those, because your opponent's not getting ahead on the board in any way. All you need to be doing is filtering to hit land drops and be sure to, when you drop Teferi on either turn 5 or turn 6, you have a counterspell backup.
That was a crucial couple of disallowed draws there to keep any potential threats off the battlefield. Big props to that Meandering River sliding in one of the various auxiliary beginner deck releases into the format, not actually in the set Dominaria.
No, it was actually from one of the starter decks that were in Dominaria to showcase Teferi. Those mana bases normally don't have rares, so instead they have tap lands that are very cheap.
Yep. Looks like the Abzan deck is not really going anywhere threat-based yet, and Jack debating whether to cash out on this Syncopate to keep this 1-1 off the table and prevent the mediocre beats from making this any worse. But I think that, that Syncopate might nab something on a double spell turn later, and it might, if you draw Baral, all these X1s are just kind of out of the equation. So just kind of saving it just in case,
Not only that, it's if you do draw Baral, and it does give you access to additional mana with the Syncopate, you get also you get to loot spells even if you don't counter them.
Oh, really?
I think so. I mean, I think it's every time you're casting a counter spell, not when you counter a spell. I would actually have to reread that.
That's not a line that comes up very often. This Shalai almost surely has to eat a disallow, because with this such mana, you can just pump mana into the Shalai, but there's no 5-drop follow-up left in hand for the Abzan player. And it looks like this Baral is just going to be the defensive spell to take things home. I believe the Abzan player is Hellbent, which
that is correct.
Given the stack of counter magic, is going to be tough to come out from, because Teferi is getting active next turn, and that just might be it.
Teferi being able to untap the 2 lands, the 2 islands with the Baral discount on the disallow lets you have cancel up, counter magic up.
Yep. One other minor thing that Syncopate does is it limits the size of a walking ballista in the future, which might be important if you have a Teferi ticking up.
Yes. And
we do see just that. And from here, it's really the Azorius player's game to lose. They're just trying to, not use the wrong counterspell on the wrong card. Save the disallow for a creature. Syncopate whatever you can if you're allowed to. Though it looks like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12-ish mana on the Obzon side. Yeah.
Yep. The 2 untapping lands on our turn actually puts 2 counterspells up due to Baral. It gives them access to disallow and negate in the same turn.
Yeah. Though I think that the Obzon player is likely just to, whatever spell they draw is just getting thrown right onto the stack, because it's not getting better if you wait against Teferi.
No.
And it actually, given these mana counts, it looks like Archangel Athune is off the table as a relevant threat, because they're between Teferi mana, all these lands and everything. Urza's Ruinous Blast leaves up a counterspell.
Being in top deck mode against Teferi is never where you want to be.
Yeah, I think this is a great example of the classic Teferi dead airtime. Also, the fact that just Baral makes this worse every time the Obzon player does draw a spell to cast. This is just not.
Yeah, he's going to be able to cycle out these Urza's Ruinous Blast that currently have no permanence to destroy. Well, here's a new one. I really feel that's meaning and negate.
I actually kind of like just not even caring about it and saving your negates for like back-to-back top decks, because pretty soon you can just run an Urza's Ruinous Blast into it and just kind of, cycle it, like take a turn of tempo away. And I don't know if those Urza's Ruinous Blasts are doing anything else. Whereas
they're being cycled away through the Baral text.
That's fair. Yeah, I guess your opponent has too many we're saving the Vanilla Click for draw step. This is just real tough. That's got to be the best use of it.
That's the hard lock.
Yeah, and pretty soon those Syncopates are going to go back live as Teferi Emblem eats more lands. We don't even need to untap anything. Yeah, this is brutal.
This is going to be 3 more minutes of watching Jack tick up Teferi and attack for a couple.
I think you might just ultimate Teferi on this. I don't think that the way we're keeping the Teferi around. I guess we have so many things. We're not
pressured or anything.
That's fair. I was mostly just gonna say that Obzon deck has no way to beat a Teferi emblem. So if you just make the emblem, you just don't have to counter a Karn, and then you can just sit there with all these counters in hand and only counter ballistas for the rest of the game.
Oh, come on. Syncopate this ballista.
Yeah, that's...
Tap 1 mana to syncopate ballista. He's got a mana up for it, though.
Yeah. Oh, we have a land in hand to loot with.
We have multiple Urza's Ruinous Blasts to loot with.
Yeah, your opponent controlling permanence is not really a concern. We didn't even loot. Okay, that is just a show of disrespect.
Still had all these.
Oh gosh, yeah. This is, I think, because the creatures are attacking. Jack is getting kind of put through the motions. Yeah, we don't need to counter that. That's just gonna that's gonna die.
Definitely resolving.
Yeah,
I think we're drawing more cards on our turn with the land.
Yeah, and I think these Teferis. Oh, I don't. Okay, I was gonna say that those Teferi. You could syncopate something. I was gonna say you could aim those Teferis triggers at lands and just blast away the Angel and be at the point where you're just hitting their only relevant permanents, I guess. But this is,
Why would you spend cards when you can just draw more cards to kill their permanents?
Yeah, this is, I don't really know what the technically correct thing to do from the booth is to fill Teferi time, but I'm glad that I have not had to regularly deal with this.
I feel like Jack is trying to go for the flawless victory and trying to have his opponent not have any permanents or cards in hand when he kills them.
Oh, yeah. I believe that they implemented a meta feature to mute someone's chat when they don't control permanents. No, they didn't. We do see the minor Teferi errata coming into play. Jack was not forced to untap tapped opponent's lands in the end step here.
I would have made him do it. I mean,
yeah, I do respect the that level of BM there. Oh yeah, there we go. Right
there. You go.
Love it. Love it.
Why didn't we just like dismember our old Vendilion clique to like play another one to look at their hand? What I would do here is I would let that resolve. He would uptick it. I would disallow the activated ability, and then on my turn, draw a card and exile his card.
I think that at this point, really, the issue is so what's actually occurring on a tactical level is that in theory there could be a like game 3 state where Teferi decking, like the Teferi loop decking or preventing a decking comes up, and in that spot the clock may be a relevant factor.
Sure,
but I think
it is a tournament. Really... You are playing to all your edges, and that is one of them.
Yeah, I think that's just like a really narrow out, to be fair. Jack's list has brawls, Mendelian clicks. Jack's going to be sideboarding out removal for more threats, so I can't imagine getting into the like no threat spot quite at that level.
I would really like to see a second top in his deck, just to like have the mode of Teferi Emblem top into top and just exile all your permanents for 1 mana. That would have been really cool.
I do like that. The other thing with top that I don't think I saw across this the deck list, I might have missed it, is I had the question of how, like, so if you have top and top, like 2 tops is probably some kind of infinite with paradox engines.
Yeah, it just gives you infinite mana and just lets you play Ballista.
Right, but if you have a third top, do you like go full infinite and draw your deck in some way? Like, I haven't thought through it well enough to know that. I think you might just stop, actually, because there's no way to untap your top in response to the activation. What brought this up was that someone in this tournament, I believe, has Deceiver Exarch and Sensei Divani top. And they're able to cash in their Deceiver Exarch's untap trigger. So you tap top in response, untap it with the Exarch, and then tap it again, you get 2 cards out of it.
You would need some sort of instant that has, let's say, like a buyback mode for you to do that. I know you can do with Batterskull by like replaying Batterskull and tapping and untapping mana rocks that you have with Paradox Engine, but I don't know if you can do it at instant speed.
So we're into game 2. I kind of like this hand again on the draw.
It's fairly solid.
Yeah,
you have a couple tap lands. You're not really casting a relevant threat into negate until like turn 4 at least. So
yeah, I think it's like on the lower end of good hands, but like the fact that you just have like having lands lined up already in your land-like control deck just has to be a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, you're already playing only 23 lands. Why would you be shipping back your 5-land hand on the draw against the control deck? Well, against the mid-range deck that isn't really threatening you.
Yeah, when you have 2 clean answers already, yeah, that's really easy. Let's think.
And even if you just happen to flood out for some reason, your lands just draw more cards.
Ooh, nice brawl here, because there was some question about sequencing lands and when you wanted to land your untapped lands with this hand. But I think that the question now becomes on turn 3 when you play your second untapped land. Oh, that is an aggressive Ballista that we're just going to be pumping mana into. So there's a Urza's Ruinous Blast. So again,
there's the answer, let's say.
Yeah. So when are we trying to play this brawl, and when are we trying to land everything else? So it looks like we need to have Urza's Ruinous Blast on turn 4 off the brawl. We need to play 1 tapped land between now and then. So the question is whether you play the tapped land on turn right here, or you play the tapped land on turn 3 and play the brawl right here, which it looks like is the play that Jack is taking. Which I think that right now this is probably, I don't really know which one is the best. So we can't block this because then the Ballista ticks up. I guess if you were willing to trade for brawl for Ballista.
The Ballista's always on 2?
Yeah.
No, it was on 1.
Well, it was threatening 2 with the 4th land there. I think that the block.
But there's no way that like you wouldn't trade Ballista. Why would you trade Ballista and Lineral for Baral?
That's a good question. I was thinking that block was kind of free.
Yeah, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I think that this may just be Jack defaulting to believing that Baral is just too important to lose, or just
because
that
if he loses Baral, and for some reason there's another Ballista that comes down, you can't actually cast Urza's Ruinous Blast because you don't have a legendary permanent.
Yeah, I guess the Ballista could also tick up. Maybe it was trying to eat this additional turn of Ballista mana, or it could just literally be a good context, which is like, this is an unknown format. You haven't played these matchups a lot, so you may as well actually, like, if your opponent offers a trade like that, assume that your opponent is playing well and making a decision that they want you to make that trade and then not take it.
Yeah, whereas like in this scenario, like if you block it, they get to pump it, they trade then 2 Ballista counters for and a Llanowar for your Baral, and that's much worse for you. Whereas the turn before, they were actually trading the whole Ballista.
Well, I think so. This turn, what happened is you actually traded 2 turns of mana, is what the difference was. And it's also possible. Ooh, so it looks like on the Obzon side, we didn't think about getting blasted, and that is going to be a clean trade of battlefields, which, given the missed land drop last turn on the Obzon side, probably favors the Azorius deck by a lot.
You would have taken down the Ballista and tried to kill the Baral, or
I think that I don't quite know. I think that it's easy to say from our side, looking at the Azorius hand and thinking about Urza's Ruinous Blast, that we would have, or that I would have, but I don't know in the abstract if I, like, from the Obzon side, if I would have there.
I mean, you're trading your Ballista, which is your current mana sink, and the only thing you have going because you're missing land drops, for your opponent's random 2-drop that they can have a second copy in their hand. And if your Ballista is no longer in play, then your opponent doesn't really need to Ruinous Blast you because all you're doing is attacking 2 Llanowar Elves.
That's true.
Unless you're playing a 5-drop.
Yeah, I was going to say, those 2 Llanowar Elves do represent a 5-drop cast. And, like, as we're seeing right now, I honestly may have just, because we have the backup Vendilion Click, just cast this in combat to block the Llanowar Elf and try to go after the mana there. Especially because there's no counterspell that would handle, like, a Ballista. So it looks like a hand of Archangel, Beast Within, and Batterskull. I think the 2 reasonable options are nothing or the Archangel, because, again, there's the negate lined up. If it's nothing, which it looks like Jack has elected to do, you're opting to try and find an out for this Archangel on the stack, even though there's no white mana. Oh,
see, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say you take the Beast Within or nothing because you have this Teferi here that you're trying to protect from, but you have the negate for it, and then you are forcing your opponent to find another Beast Within to deal with it. And if you just take the first one, you still have the negate to remove the possibility of him top decking one.
That's true. The Teferi wasn't in hand at the time of the choice, which I think brings up an interesting question of how you were supposed to order the opt and the Vendilion Click, and whether you wanted to know what your hand looked like before you clicked, or the other way around. Oh, that's a tough exchange there. Letting the Syncopate catch anything, as we said, was kind of the end of this matchup, I think. And I think that this Karn is probably going to enter the battlefield and just make a 1/1 to hold off this Llanowar Elf. That leaves up a bunch of counter spells. This looks pretty.
It's also ironic that the ramp deck is missing land drops versus the 23 land control deck.
Yeah, I think so. The ramp deck, let me look at this list, also a 23 land deck, and I think if it doesn't resolve Kodama's Reach, is pretty vulnerable to missing those land drops.
Kodama's Reach is their divination?
Basically, yeah. And I think you might, Cultivate isn't standard right now, so you may see some of that coming around in that format eventually too. But, I always love the Kodama's Reach Cultivate line, way it plays out, because it's like a little bit more tempered on the ramp side. Like, it's not like this super, like, play turn 4 Titan every game kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, like, you do end up with this actual, like, hitting land drops card advantage thing. Yep, another Vendilion Click reveals nothing relevant to take, just more 5-drops that'll get countered.
There's
like
5 ways to say no.
Yeah, this Karn is picking up Dismember to clear out the Llanowar Elf, setting the Obzon deck even further back from producing anything relevant.
1 mana Stone Rain, drawing 3 cards a turn, having 5 counters in hand, a flying attacker. Not exactly sure how you're supposed to lose this game.
I don't know either. There's literally enough counter spells to counter everything until the Vendilion Click wins the game.
And Karn can even start making guys if you want to grow your clock.
Looks like that's what's happening. Yeah, like I said, I thought that was going to happen that first turn, just to have something in the way of the Llanowar Elf. But it looks like this is not going to go anywhere good. Shout out to Iganjo Castle here, just doing some good work in this deck, and those Champions of Kamigawa, like effectively free includes. Yeah. Some of the other interesting uses of those were the mono green deck has an Okina to pump Heart of Kirin. I don't know, and Rishkar, I believe, are the two legends. I don't know. Minamo would obviously be great in these decks. I remember, I don't know if there's anything that Shinka was giving first strike. I remember looking at one of these decks, and the only thing that was a legend that gave first strike was the Ragavan token on Karizev. But
I saw someone give first strike to a Godo.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that.
Because the Godo had a Batter Skull on it.
Yep.
And was getting team blocked.
Okay.
And his opponent's just like, yeah, I'm just going to activate my land. And the other one just automatically conceded, like, yeah, I'm not beating a first striking, life linking, vigilance Godo.
Yeah, and it looks like that's a clean 5-0 for Jack Kiefer on the Azorius deck. I'm going to check the standings real fast and see Dominic Harvey playing a more land-heavy version of that, seeing if Dom's match is still ongoing or not. Okay, so we're going to hop into the other 4-0 match, actually, and that's going to be a Black-Green Constrictor mirror match.
Here we can see the Walking Ballista trying to fend off the army of zoo creatures, if you'd like, beasts, elephants, and snakes.
So it looks like the actual problem here is that this ballista has damage on it from a previous ballista, so it couldn't do like the block and kill something else to absorb damage.
But why not just draw another one then?
Exactly. So both players on no cards. So it looks like this ballista is kind of priced into, like I said, block elephant, shoot down constrictor. Memorial to Folly gives at least another chance to recur something and chump this Rampager. Let's dive into these lists. This is Fabian Thiel and Alec Levy. And I think those lists are fairly similar.
Yes. By not, they don't have a very big difference.
Yeah, it's, there's only so many cards that say +1/+1 counter.
Yeah.
So, yep, the clear block is occurring right here. No spell drawn on the attacking side, but no spell drawn on the blocking side means that this Memorial is going to go right into chump block mode.
Yep, you probably can get the ballista back.
Hold up, is that a Rampager in graveyard here? And that land was actually exactly the right amount to recast it. So that was actually that might have been a draw a land or draw a spell being okay moment.
Yeah.
So sitting here at 1 life and 1 elephant on each side. Looking at the deck list, I want to see if 3 Memorials versus... So, yeah, Memorial to Folly or a Ballista is a clean kill on the other side, on Fabian's side, I believe. Oh, Fatal Push also does it. Okay, that's a wrap. And we are moving to game
3, I believe, because they were already boarded.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Lifecraft vs. Bestiary was not a main deck card.
Yeah. Nope, and you can see the traditional board out in the Constrictor mirror of Glint Sleeve Siphoner not getting Walking Ballista. Get that right on out.
Yep.
So, looks like, let's see here. I'm just pulling up Alex's list. Looks like the Tuskers are coming out just on the assumption that the game's going to be decided earlier than that, potentially.
Seeing as how he's on the play.
Yeah,
He just lost that game.
Yeah. Well, so I think that in these mirrors, Tusker is kind of like if you have creatures and are casting a 5-drop, like probably your opponent shouldn't have creatures. Yeah, so you probably don't need that. Whereas all these card advantage spells like Karn and Bestiary are more important.
I think if you're going to load up on removal spells, things like Scavenging Ooze are the ones that are going to carry the weight of attacking.
Yeah, and this is a pretty great hand here. You know, we have Constrictor into an Engine and Ballista if that doesn't, get killed.
Scavenging Ooze is another way to mitigate opposing Memorials of Folly.
That's very true. I know in pre-coverage we were talking about, not sure what Ooze was covering in this format, but that's a really good one.
Yeah. I believe the other reason it was there was for Revelark.
Yeah. Which 2-drop are you leading on? Are you exposing the Constrictor, or are you just leading on an Ooze here?
I think I'd go for this Constrictor, seeing as how if the Constrictor dies and I draw a land, I can just Ooze and eat the Constrictor on the same turn.
Yeah, I think this got made a lot easier by the tapped black land as opposed to like a basic swamp. Because if your opponent's representing Dismember or Fatal Push, you might not want to give them the best thing to kill on the spot.
Now that you've just top decked Rishkar and you're just hoping to get a third land to be able to go 2 into 3, that's probably correct.
Yeah. Yeah, the full 6-power Rishkar is kind of really hard to overcome. It's like a Ballista for 1 based on the Moto tick down tapping. And we will see if that land shows up or not.
Or if it comes into play tapped.
Oh, yes. Just a push.
I feel that's good enough as the turn is.
Yeah.
Your opponent does not have access to green mana based on how their lands have been played out. So if they had green mana, they would probably done so to either play their own Winding Constrictor, since a 1-mana Ballista in face of a Winding Constrictor is probably not the best blocker.
So they might actually have green mana. If they have Memorial, Swamp, Woodland Cemetery, they would want to sequence exactly this way.
True.
So Snake attacking, exposing an Ooze. You can't play a Ballista into that Ballista because you end up with the like Ballista counter ping thing where like a 2/2 Ballista can't shoot down a 1/1 Ballista without getting shot back.
Yeah.
So probably trying to set up like Fatal Push plus grow the Ooze to a 4/4 there. You can get a peek at the sideboarding. No Harvesters coming in, which I don't know. You might want one, but it's not like a key card in the matchup.
It was much better in Standard, where you could actually just dump all the counters of a Gear Hulk on it, something that we don't have access in this format.
That's true. We only have the budget Gear Hulk. So there's a Harvester on the other side.
And he did have the green mana in the Woodland Cemetery that you pointed out, and that's why he chose to sequence the way his lands the way that he did.
Yep. So it looks like we're seeing that Fatal Push, grow the Ooze play probably coming up. And the activate of the Harvester in response means that this combat's going nowhere, but it's currently on the Harvester side of things to build back up and see if they can overcome the disparity on the Winding Constrictor.
Yeah.
It looks like...
Because since Rishkar's probably going to be coming down next turn and pumping just everyone up to maximum value, you're going to have access to a lot more mana than you did. Your Walking Ballistas are going to be better than your opponents, and you have a whole bunch of card advantage if this game goes along out of Karn and the Bestiary.
Yeah, and looking at this from the Constrictor side of things, there is this kind of sense that your opponent probably doesn't have a kill spell, or they would have not played the Ballista onto, because there isn't like there's not like a Hero's Downfall sized kill spell that would be stuck in their hand on that turn. It's just all Fatal Pushes and Dismembers.
Yes.
So you're probably in the clear for this big turn next turn. I see a DC Sports 8 in the chat sad that this mirror match showed up as opposed to seeing the Constrictor decks pair off against the rest of the format. I'm interested to see how the winner of this match does against Urza's Ruinous Blast in the next round.
Yes.
Scavenging ooze when your opponent has already started using their ooze is a little.
No.
Yeah.
Double scavenging ooze against what you said.
I believe you call those grizzly bears. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
This is so we get to Rishkar. Where did these counters go?
They probably go on the Constrictor and the Rishkar himself. Since the ooze already has counters himself, he can already tap for mana as well. I don't think you need the ooze to be like a 6/6 to like if your opponent's trading their 2 oozes for your ooze and your Constrictor's getting through anyway, that's fine. I would have preferred just to have the counters on the Rishkar. So he opted in that way as well.
Yeah, it looks like so. I think that that harvester makes attacking with a 4/4 ooze really bad. And the question was whether you wanted to attack this turn or just make a ballista. And then this just gives you the maximum amount of mana to pump into the ballista in the future, just to like really the way you clean this game up is killing all of your opponent's stuff. And that looks like where this is going pretty quickly. So again, looking through chat because they're a little bit behind us. I think the issue with Harvester coming out of the sideboard in this matchup is that it's fine here, well behind, because it lets you kind of present a blocker against. We're literally seeing the entire Ethersphere Harvester story play out. We've been unable to get through it as an attacker, which is great. But if you're not killing your opponent's relevant stuff, then Harvesters doesn't really matter because they're just going to go bigger than a 3/5.
Here, like you said, the fact that you can crew the Harvester and like double block the ooze had he chosen to attack with it is one of the reasons why the Harvester would be good in that scenario. But like since you're putting it on defense, you're probably not making a lot of headway to try to come back into the sport state. But this Colonial Hydra is probably going to get there very, very well.
Yeah, well, I think that Colonial Hydra is going to die. The question is, so this is 8 mana. I'm trying to think through. You can make a 5/5 Ballista and just gun it down. That's probably the best play, right?
It's the easiest play.
Yeah, there's also like a minor argument for like making. I guess keeping more ballistas on the battlefield versus not is probably better. Maybe not actually, because the ballista can die whenever you want it to. The other option was to ballista, leave up 2 mana, shoot the Hydra, and then while your opponent's tapped out, make your ooze bigger by 2 and not let them grow their oozes. But the fact that their oozes are only growing by 1 is like, you'll deal with that. It's not an issue.
You're going to be able to outsize them with your own ballistas, and
that's just going to go up really fast. And just having the 1/1 ballista and the option to produce mana, or I guess we know the Tuskers are no longer in the deck. So one interesting thing here is I think that it may have been slightly better to use the tapped ballista and keep a 2/2 up untapped, but it probably doesn't matter a ton.
I don't think you're blocking with it in any regard.
Yeah. And at this point, it looks like the plan is just push mana into ballistas until your opponent elects to concede the game. Oh, also,
or their life total becomes 0.
You know what? I kind of, I think that no, it doesn't matter. Yeah, this doesn't matter. So I was going to say that if we had exiled the Hydra, I think we could have stopped that, but it doesn't really matter because with Rishkar and all these ballistas, every ballista add is 2 counters, and you're just producing a Hydra's worth of damage every turn anyways.
Yeah. I mean, you're paying 4 mana to get 2 counters, and you can just tap your guys to do so, and you can do it while blocking if necessary. But your objective is to try to like get it dead before it starts attacking you, so it doesn't grow to an 8/8.
Yeah, just not even getting our creatures involved in combat. Math is too hard. Just put counters on ballista, and your opponent will lose the game eventually.
Yeah, it's the easiest equation. 4 equals 2.
Yeah. Eating the fatal push for, I believe, no reason, but it's better than not taking game actions.
And there's no way this game is going to clock.
No. Constrictor matchups are not known for being the slowest. Yeah, so we'll just get the clean kill on this, effectively spending 8 mana on each side, but when someone has a Rishkar and this many creatures that are making mana, it's a little different than when you say 8 mana in any other way.
One player is spending more mana to do things that cost less cards, whereas the other one is paying less mana to do something with more cards. In a card advantage engine, it sounds like a winning proposition. On board state, not as much.
Little tip for Magic Online players. I believe that's a spot where you could use the Control M hotkey to tap all your creatures for mana. I could be wrong on that, though. It activates, I believe, the first mana ability on the card if you do that.
Not something I've tried.
Yeah, it's not something I ever think of, but I know it exists. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be the cleanup turn where nothing survives. We get to make the same play, put as many counters on these ballistas as those scavenging oozes have power and toughness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then get to attack with 2 creatures for 8 damage, or I guess 2 creatures for 8, or I guess the Harvester will accrue and will just be the ooze coming in, and the Harvester won't be able to block it, and you can tap it to push, tap the other creature to push 6 damage in there.
Or you can just add more creatures to the battlefield in the Leaf Siphoner.
Yeah, it looks like the player's realizing that Hydra Exile was missed, but I think that forcing your opponent to recur the Hydra may have been better anyways, as we were saying. Yeah, this is these Constrictor mirrors, like we were saying, they tend to end in 2 ways. Someone either kills you end up in these low resource battles, or you end up in these battles where someone kills everything the other person plays, and it doesn't even look like a game.
There's also the games where my guys are bigger than yours, and you can't block profitably.
Yeah. Any game where someone has a Constrictor going and the other person doesn't tends to look like this. There's that one turn sweat where you're maybe they don't have a +1/+1 counter effect, and then 80% of the time they just do, and all your hopes get crushed. Karn and Lifecrafter's Bestiary still in hand because using our onboard effects is just better card advantage than using our actual card advantage engines.
Yes. Board advantage.
Yeah, that's 6/6 ooze. This should be over in about a turn. I'm going to flip back to some match results and see how everything else is going. Two, 3, 4. Looks like there's about 4 matches remaining, things winding down. That includes this one. And I think, fortunately for anyone waiting at home, I think only one of those matches includes the card Teferi, so they might be over pretty quickly.
As will this one.
Yes.
Playing for the stream. 6 mana probably for a Ballista.
Yep, that can trade for those other Ballistas, and
we can call that a moral victory.
I think so. The Scavenging Ooze then becomes, is that lethal off the 1, 2, 3? Not lethal off the oozes, right? So that
Ballista gets to go face at least.
This other Ballista?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So for 1, right? Because of the whole Ballista back and forth interaction.
No, because there's already a damage on it from the previous Ballista.
The damage. Oh, right. The damage is still on the stack and not showing up.
He shouldn't be targeting the Ballista. He should have been targeting face.
I think that you want to target it with that first ballista to induce removal of the blocker.
No, the
So,
first one is fine. I'm talking about the second
yeah,
one. Both shots should have gone phased.
yeah, yep. Which I think they did because we went from 18 to 16,
Yeah,
and I think that this land it's
but
8.
they thought
Yeah,
about like hitting the ballista again, and they're like,
yeah,
wait, no, I can just go face with it.
yeah. This is this already 16 on board? Yeah, this is more than over.
I mean, you're just tapping green mana for the scavenge juice to gain +2/+2 from all the
Yeah,
ballistas that just died.
yeah. We see the
And you have access
GGs
to
called in
4 of
chat.
those.
Yeah, and this was, if you count up the damage, it was already lethal, but we're just, showing it. Or no, it wasn't. You need one more on the ooze. There we go. That's good. Okay, back to us in the booth. Let's see. Interesting stuff. One of the other ongoing matches is, let's see, we've got a Teferi Fog deck playing against a mono white aggro deck that features Hex Parasite and History of Benalia. Quite a great combo, but not so good against Fog.
It's not a good against Fog.
Yeah, this is. I'm looking through some of these lists. There were multiple Fog decks with. I guess this one does not have gifts. There was one that used the classic Kamigawa block combo of Soulless Revival, Hanakami, Ethereal Haze. So Hanakami is a green 1/1 that you can pay 1 green and sack it to return an arcane spell from your graveyard to your hand.
Yep.
Return Ethereal Haze, which is just one white mana for an arcane fog. And then Soulless Revival lets you splice onto arcane, so you can pay 1 and a black as you're playing the Ethereal Haze to add the Soulless Revival's return target creature from your graveyard to your hand effect, and that's just a fog loop. So there's a lot of decks that Scavenging Ooze is key out of the mono green decks to break that up, but I don't think the mono white decks can stop that usually. Yep. And so we're going to jump right into that White Weenie versus Fog pairing, and this looks like a question of whether Teferi can close things out or not. A silence fired off here means that there's no chance for a sweeper or anything, but a fog on the other turn or on the next turn would always beat the silence. You could just respond.
It'd be fun for once to see the aggro deck actually beat the controller of the mid-range deck.
Yeah.
From the game we've seen so far, the 2/2s have really been getting it having the fatal pushes pushed to them.
That is a big implication, because that Teferi tucking that night implies that there was no fog in hand for the 4-color control player, and that the 7 life they had would not be sufficient to survive through the History of Benalia's ultimate there.
Yes.
And now this Heart of Kiran will survive through something like a Life's Finale and potentially threaten lethal on the next turn with a creature.
It's going to have to be a fairly large creature, since crewing that is going to be a lot harder, since the creatures have a lot less base power. So the Heart of Kiran is still lethal if it gets crewed, but it will need a 3-power creature, which actually just goes to 2 from that Soul's Betrayal. And the Batter Skull is kind of forcing the issue here of it has to get top decked.
Yep. So a 3-power creature or an Ajani does it.
And the 3-power creature cannot beat Porcelain Legionnaire, since it dies to the Knights of Soul's Betrayal. That's good enough, because they have a black permanent in play, not only from the Knights of Soul's Betrayal, but from the black Germ token, to be able to crew the Heart of Kiran for lethal in air.
And it looks like, so it doesn't look like they have Fatal Push in their deck list. So they would have had to draw Fog or a Dismember. Oh, there's
Doomblade.
And that probably was the draw for the turn, given the silence, the silence Teferi interaction the previous turn. Yeah. So that was an unfortunate break there on the White Weenie side of things. And it looks like this Batter Skull might be in position to clean things up, but there's still a little bit of a chance to draw out of it.
That was not the first strike creature that you wanted. You wanted actually a second Knight of Grace to be able to hold off through first strike the Batter Skull with the double block.
Yeah, or even just like a History of Benalia to threaten a big lethal in a couple turns with all of your knights. Things aren't getting worse, at least. That's about all I can say. We see this four-color mana base stitched together via submerged boneyard and meandering river and check lands. Just hoping it all lines up pretty well and see what happens there. Another Heart of Kirin threatens to keep life parity, though the White Weenie side's life total is ticking down pretty fast.
If only we had access to the card 8.5 Tails.
Ooh, yes. Make the Batterskull fall off of the Germ token. That would be nice.
That actually doesn't work because you can only make your thing's protection from white, but you can make any
Oh,
permanent or spell white.
correct.
This interaction only functions when your opponent has the card Sword of War and Peace attached to their card, since you're making the sword itself be white, and since it's granting pro white to the creature, it falls off.
Yep. So from 12 life, let's pull up Jamie Miller's deck list and think about what we can draw. There's Invoke the Divine, if that came in. Banish Priest does things for a turn, but that's about it. A Johnny would be great. But
A Johnny would let you grow Heart of Kirin out of the Batterskull range.
Yeah, it looks like we're just done here. We're forced into chump block range, and we don't really know if we're going to be coming back from that. It's possible that Johnny came out in that matchup anyways because it's not an individual threat. If you're afraid of like losing your removal spells, and it looks like White Weenie has fallen to the 4-color no red control deck. Very interesting spread of cards. Very much stitched together via Kadama's Reach and Sakura Tribe Elder.
Which is essentially what the multicolor decks have to be doing in this format, since they don't have access to anything else in their mana base except for check lands, unless they're willing to add tap lands to their mana base. And when you start putting all those in your mana base, it's going to be really hard to stay on curve.
Yeah, interesting note, this 4-color control deck has 9 basics, 12 cards that fetch, or 11 cards that fetch basics. So it's expecting to run out at some point.
Yeah. Renegade Map, Sakura Tribe Elder, and Kadama's Reach will do that if you're going to play that many non-basic lands.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the. I just don't think that I was going to say there's Renegade Maps and no Fatal Pushes, but I just don't think the mana stitches together right to work that out, and they're just opting for the more powerful Doomblade effect or Dismember because it's literally colorless. And it sounds like we're going to go to break, and the next round should be coming up somewhat soon. There's not that many unfinished matches, and we will be back. I believe I'll be stepping out, and Philippe and Sidetrack will be firing off the next round.
Yep.
Mythic Society.
Waste that oil promo. It's a real.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are in the Mythic Society constructed set roulette, 1,500 prizes and tournaments here. And yeah, what do you think so far of the decks? I know you got some matches you're excited to see.
Yeah, this round's match is something I've been wanting to have on camera. The Chameleon Colossus infested mono green aggro deck against all this black removal out of the mono black control deck. How is it going to line up? Is the Changeling going to take it home, or is everything going to die and the mono and the swamps just going to go to victory?
Yeah, we'll see. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at standings here and see what we've got. We've actually had 2 5-0s as well.
Yes, Jack Kiefer on blue-white control. The Teferis have the 5-0 after 5 rounds. And the Snake is the other undefeated list. +1/+1 counters, Rishkar, and Walking Ballista still getting it done.
Yeah, and we've got a Jack Kiefer here, a staple of the set roulette.
When I get to look at his deck lists, I'm generally very pleased at what I see.
Yes, it is pleasing to me, blue-white player.
I mean, I can't say Teferi is the worst card is in his deck, but it's also not the most surprising thing that he's come to one of these events with.
Well,
But
if you're gonna run it on the 4, at least it feels like
that is true. But it seems to be like one of the decks he's had the most success with in recent roulettes.
True. Yes, true. He's had some couple U-white lists actually. If there's a couple things, there's certain things in life, death, taxes, and Magic players forcing control.
Or counter spells, whatever you
counterspells. Yeah, exactly. Counterspells. And that's some form of forcing control will happen if there's a counter spell in the format and a card advantage engine. They'll be playing.
Some people just refuse to attack, and they're aware of their pleasure is just making your opponent suffer the most amount of time.
Yeah, and for Ruinous Blast is probably putting in a mad work in this format. I mean, we do have quite a few legendaries with the Kamigawa block.
The only other option you had as Wrath in white was Planner Cleansing, but that kills your Teferi, and I don't think you want that happening.
No, I think you want to keep the Teferi around as long as you can. So actually, we're going to jump into a match here. Let's see what we've got going on. And we've got Jacob here, and he is on the mono green list. So let's see what his deck list is titled Smoosh. So let's see what we've got going on here. He's also
going to smoosh his opponents in the red zone.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of maybe not too much of an anti-control package. He's got really just a sign of Urza in the side.
Lovecrafter's Bestiary is one of the ways he can pull out with card advantage.
That's what I was saying. This is not a bad card to really pull out head against control. You just need to keep that card advantage going, keep the threats coming.
It's not like the swamp deck's killing your artifact.
Yeah, and he also has 4 Wear Away and the classic Torpor Orb. I used to play a lot of Torpor Orb, and obviously that's the respect for the combo decks and Kiki Jiki and
Godo Helm
things.
The Wearaways is probably his best answer to Batterskull. Not always capable of killing the Batterskull if your opponent has mana up to buy it back, but that means it's not in play to gain the life and block the creatures, and that's kind of what he's doing.
Great card. Well, let's jump in the match here and see what we got. He played the Greenbelt Rampager on turn 2 with the Elf plus 2 Forest, so 4 power on board on turn 2.
Yes, and here we have the Mutagenic Growth, saving it from the turn 1 Dismember.
Very clean answer right there.
Having 4 toughness creatures in Heart of Kirin and Greenbelt Rampager was made Mutagenic Growth in these tap-out situations really good against Dismember, seeing as how it was probably the most played removal spell in the format.
Yeah, and that ended up costing double Dismembers here, so pretty much an okay trade. Trade of resources here, but He's down to 2 cards, and one's a removal spell, and this mono black deck is all removal, so we'll see what happens.
That's not a removal spell.
It's not. Maybe it's not all removal. It's all removal and a smattering of creatures.
But that is also a 2-power creature that isn't lining up very well against the Tusker. If he feels that he needs to put his Siphon in front of the Llanowar Elf, then so be it.
Yeah.
Depending on what the rest of his hand looks like, I don't know how much attacking this Glintleaf Siphon is gonna do, unless he really needs that card to have more action or hit land drops.
Now, did they miss a land drop, or is this turn? That was their turn 3, so no missed land drops. Really thinking on this Dismember here, kind of in the tank. And I don't see a reason to do it now. You can see what you're going to draw because it's only going to cost you 1 mana regardless. And I think with this curve that he has, it'll always he'll be able to double spell.
There was a very big chance that the Llanowar Elf was going to trade with that Glintleaf Siphon. That's probably where we chose to keep back the Dismember, maybe for like a future Batterskull or maybe other things that might get in the way.
Exactly, and I think I agree with just holding it. You just want to see.
Dreadshade is definitely a creature that gets in the way of the Rampager. With that 1 black mana up, it does grow to a 4/4, and you have to spend that Dismember.
And now I think all you're wanting to do is draw creatures on creatures here, especially we saw the curve of the deck kind of topping out at 3. So you just want to draw your 1 creature per turn and really hope they don't have Aetherborn or Obliterator.
It seems like they have all that stuff.
Half and half. They had the Dreadshade, which can always pump and trade well, and the other issue being the Gifted Aetherborn.
Electing to have the Tusker unblocked. Hopefully this Scavenging Ooze will be able to maybe outgrow the Dreadshade. Having to leave up a lot of mana to be able to trade with, it's going to be fairly hard, where the mono green deck no longer has anything to do with its mana. Therefore, the Scavenger is going to probably go chomping on that graveyard.
Yep, and it's out of hand, no cards left, so the Scooz is going to town. And I mean, this could be a problem, right? Like if they just don't draw a removal spell for this Ooze, you can only trade for so long.
Not only that, it's if you keep drawing lands on the bottom black side, you have to keep having a bunch of mana up to be able to keep at parity on the size of the Ooze. But there's so many creatures on both sides that have gone to the graveyard that they're being able to remove them with the Ooze, not only gaining the life, but growing the Ooze itself is really hampering the mana from the mono black side until a removal spell is drawn. The fact that both players are almost hellbent is a lot asking from the top of the deck.
Interesting. Now, do you think since they're at 3, do you not attack with both and kind of force the situation?
Well, apparently they elected not to block and go to another game instead.
Yeah,
they felt like it was a losing situation.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It wouldn't hurt to go 1 more turn, but personal preference, I suppose.
Chat says apparently he misclicked and just died.
Okay, that makes much more sense.
The I can't click was written in the chat.
No problem. No, we've all done that online. I know.
Too much F6ing, too much F whatever's your controls are.
Play Magic online, and liars and people that have misclicked. It's going to happen to you all the time. Not so much, but it's one of the things.
At least that's one of the board states where you're like, it wasn't super close. I wasn't ahead. Yeah. I didn't throw away a game that I couldn't win, or that I was winning. But
exactly. So there's that.
Yeah, if you just top stacks into the land, the game's probably over anyway. So
yeah, let's see what kind of sideboard's going on here. Kind of bringing in a smattering of different things.
We can see the Life Drifter's Bestiary coming in as a card advantage engine.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it versus control, but against mono removal spells, I think it's also kind of strong.
Yeah, even if the mono black list is a little more mid range this time around, they're still going to play those Doom Blades and Fatal Pushes and Dismembers and how many numbers. And as being the green deck, you need to be able to draw more threats than they have removal spells. And seeing as how the Bestiary is an artifact, the black deck's not removing that. We see here a very big gap in the killing of the Llanowar on turn 1. If that had not died, you would have been the green player would have been able to either have a Rishkar or a Steel Leaf champion on turn 2, but instead we have to settle for the Heart of Kirin. And if we do not draw a third land, it's not being active very soon.
All right,
Which fortunately we did. So
right into it.
We have the half value Rishkar here.
Hey, half value turns on that heart though, and
it's good enough. Unfortunately, we cannot stack it in a way to turn on the heart and put the counter on it because that's not how magic works. But getting in for 4 damage is good enough here.
That's fine. We'll take a flying vigilance 4/5.
This 4/4 flying creature is also a way to block this intimidate creature that gets blocked by artifacts but not by green creatures. It's going to be a lot harder though if ever Lashwright gets equipped to it.
Yep, that might be tough. So we could have a potential race situation here. What do you think? Scoos plus elf, dismember plus elf, scoos plus dismember. Actually, quite a few lines here. Dismember.
I actually think what I would do is play the ooze, keep up the mana, tap the Rishkar to crew the Heart of Kirin, and keep up dismember for the what's its name? The Lifebane zombie. Sorry.
Yeah, Lifebane. A cyborg card in the old mono black deck. At some point, I believe. Mono black devotion back in the day.
Yeah, the reason why I would have chosen to actually crew with the Rishkar instead of the other 2 creatures is instead of playing the Llanowar off, it would have been able to keep the dismember up. But now, if you're tapping the Rishkar, you have no way of blocking the
Lifebane?
Yeah, no, I was going to say the Lashwright, but it's something you can do if you choose to block and dismember.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can still dismember now, but it's not as appealing. But you're going to save yourself 1 life, and you're going to dismember anyways. So
the other thing was by keeping a mana up instead of playing the Llanowar Elf, you could have been able to tap that mana to grow the Scavenging Ooze to crew the Heart of Kirin.
Yep, and you could take a little bit of pressure off your life total here by getting a free eat.
Yeah. The green deck has elected to just fire off the Dismember on the Lashwright. But seeing as how they can equip it to the Lifebane zombie, it's continuing to be Intimidate. It probably will be very hard to race from this scenario.
Yes.
Because now the Heart of Kirin can no longer block it effectively. This Command Colossus is a good draw, but it's not going to be enough against the Lifebane zombie coming in.
And the current power toughness of that Lifebane is a 6, I believe.
It's 5 plus 3, so it's 8.
Oh, it's a
because it gets +1/+1 for each swap you have, and it's a 3/1 starter.
So they can't dismember it. Is basically where we're at, which is kind of a problem if you're at 10 and it's an 8. And
well, unfortunately, we're 1 point short of lethal.
Wait, 3. Let's see, 4.
We have 6 swamps, so it's +6, +3 to start. It's 9. We're at 10. We do not die.
Can they save? Can they attack here? I mean, how do you have 2 spells left, 6 mana. How do you get out of this?
As the black deck actually Unless you have a way to deal with the Colossus, you can't.
Yeah. So coming up a little bit short, and they were pretty ramp. They were pretty with their life total, kind of just using those dismembers, trying to make sure they realize that's a race situation. So
Yeah.
it was pretty good on them for that. Let's see if we get some more coverage coming back up here. Let's probably cut back to the booth real quick.
That Chameleon Colossus did a lot to change the math on the
very,
crack
very
time.
much so, because 2 removal spells get you out of that situation. Suddenly, a removal spell doesn't get you out of that situation.
No, because if they have one for the heart, then they're fine with the blocker on the ground, and if they have one for the heart, then means all they need to do is have another land drop the next turn, and that's exactly.
Yeah, let's go see let's see what some other people are up to here. In just a minute. We've got quite a few options.
That match actually went by pretty quickly compared to the other games that we've been looking at for the other rounds.
Yeah, and well, it was funny because Chameleon Colossus did do some work there, but it kind of was just like I had more creatures than you had removal, and that's kind of what that matchup ends up being. Even the Lifebane zombie in the last ride, that just wasn't enough to raise the aggressive green deck.
No, that's the big difference between the mid-rangey versions versus the controlling versions. Since the mid-range versions have a bunch of creatures that are looking to attack and block, the green creatures are bigger, therefore they have less removal spells in their deck, and they generally have less sweepers or edict effects that actually deal with the Chameleon Colossus. It didn't shine as much in that matchup because it didn't need to, but a lot of the heavy lifting came from Heart of Kirin.
Yeah, exactly. That heart was putting in a lot of pressure. We can see why it's being put in even, the sideboards of some decks as well. It's just an annoyance to kind of deal with.
If your deck doesn't have access to something like Doomblade or Fatal Push, it has you're going to have a really hard time dealing with it. The fact that the blue-white deck can only kill it with Teferi down tip, because Urza's Marine Blast isn't touching it, nor is Seal Away, is a big way for the aggressive decks to get through in the air and be able to somehow burn their opponents out with this flying 2-drop.
Wait, now Seal Away does answer it, right?
No, because the Seal Away exiles creatures that are tapped, and it has Vigilance, so it actually doesn't.
Oh, that's right. It has Vigilance.
It does have Vigilance.
I was thinking Seal Away read just attacking.
No, just attacking is things like Blessed Alliance, that's sacrificing target attacker, or Celestial Flare, I believe it's called.
Yeah, Flare. And I think Gideon's Intervention as well, but that's not in the format.
Actually, Gideon's Reproaches, and Gideon's Reproach
let's see what match we can come up after
but
this.
Gideon's Intervention is the 4-mana enchantment that you just name a card and just don't do damage.
Gideon's Sacrifice is the one I was thinking of. Gideon's Sacrifice is the one you make an attacking or a blocking creature. All right, let's go feature 7 here. We got some Abzan ramp coming up for you. Yeah, so we got some snakes versus some ramp. And 2 winding constrictors on the field already.
Here we see the snake getting out of hand with the walking ballista, and we see an interaction that a lot of people should be aware of. The germ token is black, and the Chameleon Colossus is protection from black, so that is not a block that is plausible.
Yeah, looking a little grim here.
The life totals do make it so that if you're able to equip the Battle Skull to the Archangel, you would be fine. But this ballista is probably just going to go to town on the Angel before that can happen.
Yep, ballista is a pretty good magic card.
It was definitely one of the best build around, one of the top build arounds that you wanted going into this format. Not only did it block something like a Chameleon Colossus if you were a black deck, but there were so many different ways of actually producing mana that Walking Ballista was generally the greatest mana sink that you had. So you didn't actually need to draw multiple cards. You just need to have a Ballista in play to every turn keep ticking up and shooting stuff.
Exactly. I mean, that's why it's been a staple in many formats for a long time.
A lot of what we've seen so far from the non-blue decks is things like Batterskull and Walking Ballista being their mana sinks. So card advantage wasn't necessarily something that was that you were hard pressed for. You were just looking for ways to spend your mana.
Exactly. Repeatable mana sinks, always good. But it looks like the Batterskulls are kind of holding down the fort here, but probably not for too long.
At some point, you're going to see that Chameleon Colossus get mana dumped into it and just 16 you upside the head.
Yeah. That might be it. It might be a small problem. Looks like in the chat they say they might have to drop, which is unfortunate. I would actually like to see how this game plays out.
Well, this game probably won't last more than 2 or 3 turns if the Chameleon Colossus starts coming in.
Plus, they also have the Karn Scion of drawing you lands. I can think of maybe 2 times out of the 500 that I played that card that I ticked it up and I actually got something that wasn't a land.
Well, that's because you were taking it up. You should have been taking it down.
Yeah, well, when I take it down in the artifact decks, it's great. But when I try to make a colorless card advantage engine, it's just to make sure I hit my land drops, apparently. But it's still a good
mana
card.
is king when you have the Ballista.
Yeah, exactly. It is. It's a pretty good card for pretty good planeswalker for 4 mana. And it looks like I'm not sure if chat can see their chat, but I think they're gonna have to drop here, which is unfortunate. Yeah, we're gonna see it. Well, let's cut back to the booth and see what else we can find. Sure, we got more coverage. We got Teferi decks. There's some people still playing games.
But we've already shown that we know how Teferi works now. It puts a strain on us as coverage to like fill this air of watching Teferi untap lands and draw cards.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we've got. Let's see if we've got anything else going on here. Feature 5, nice. We've got mono white versus a mono black Bitter Blossom deck. This is a interesting matchup with this Obliterator just sitting there looking at the other side.
The classic monocolored matchup.
You love to see it. This feels very. It always when I see 2 monocolored decks, it always makes me feel happy. Just kind of remembering kitchen table magic and playing with your friends and just picking a color and kind of running with it.
Yep.
At least that's what we used to do.
Here we see multiple first striking creatures holding off Obliterator. Normally that doesn't seem like something that happens since you'd be losing a lot of permanence. But the fact that the Bitter Blossom deck life total is ticking down doesn't make me feel that they're going to win the race.
It is, 2 Bitter Blossoms. They're currently at 25. They can attack for 4. They can attack for 6 next turn, and then they're dead.
Yes.
How do you get out of this? There is no out.
You try to top deck Batterskull.
Yeah, that's your out.
That's your out. That did not happen.
Fast. I would have liked to see how they got to that point.
Yeah, fortunately. Maybe we'll get to next round.
Yeah, we'll just cut in the booth. Let's see how many matches we have left here.
One of the things that I found interesting when building decks was I never really wanted to be playing a card like Phyrexian Obliterator in my mono black decks just because I felt that everyone had access to Dismember. And I haven't seen the Obliterator decks doing the best they could because of that reason.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cut to Jack Kiefer here and see what we got going on with the blue white.
Let's see if he can keep the ball rolling and keep the record unblemished.
Yeah, it's been doing very well here. And it looks like now we have a Teferi in hand, disallow, and a syncopate.
Hopefully, we can probably get an Urza's Runus Blast to wipe the table, because otherwise, maybe that Walking Ballista is going to start growing, and we're just going to die since we're at 8.
That might be faster than we think.
Rishkar is a way of doing that.
Yep. There it is. I
And
believe they
that was
might
the match.
have an Urza's Ruinous Blast. Yeah, we are just running through these matches. We're
just getting in, getting it done, so we can see another round.
It's also a perfect time to talk about. I know we both have our gear on. Talk about the Mythic Store. You know, if people are looking to buy singles, Mana Trader subscriptions, swag, the Mythic Store has got you covered on all levels. Anything you need Magic related, they've got it. And one of the things
these events gets you the store credit to buy these things.
Exactly. You can get these in the tournament. Not to mention, when you play in these tournaments, when you're a sub, if you have a higher sub tier, your payout actually goes and scales with that. So if you're a tier 3 sub and you enter one of these, you can have a huge chance to get a big payout for the store. And, you know, all these are hosted on Moto. You can get Mana Traders through the Mythic Society. So you can kind of, you know, like we used to do in paper, you can just go infinite. You can kind of just keep that rolling, keep the sub going, rent the cards, place in the tournament into the money, and keep it going.
Free magic.
It's free magic.
It's all we want to do, right?
Exactly. And I also like to say that, you know, if you want one of these tank tops, you can use code Sidetrack for 10% off as well. So if you're looking to dress like me, and I know you are, you know, go ahead and use that. And let's see, we've got 3 pairings left. So if we're out of coverage, we have a little bit of coverage left, which is perfect. We got Jamie Miller on mono white.
Here we actually see the interaction between History of Benalia and Hex Parasite being able to churn out 2/2s and keep the Saga in play as long as he wants to keep it in play, at the cost of 2 life points every time he activates it, since it's a mono white deck and has no other way to activate it, the black ability from the Hex Parasite, except through Phyrexian mana.
But that might not be too much of an issue here. 2/2 Vigilances seem to be probably maybe lining up quite well, especially when they're about to 3/3s.
Yeah, and last time I checked, something you can do with this interaction is you can put the 3rd trigger on the stack from the 3rd token and then respond to it by removing a counter, so that when it resolves, you actually get the pump effect, but it's still on level 2. Therefore, you don't have to put it in the graveyard.
That's actually a very strong interaction.
I believe when I was preparing for this format, I actually looked up that interaction to see what would happen, and it came out positive.
Yeah, that's actually great. It's a threat generator against the deck that's not really going to. It looks like, at least now, pressure life total too much. And
you see here Jamie pointing out, like, look at my Bitter Blossom. They make 2/2 Vigilances. Yours costs a life and makes 1/1 flyers. His costs 2, to be fair.
It does cost 2, but it is making 2/2s, about to be 3/3s. And we're going to see pay X here and remove the counter from the
opposing Bitter Blossom, Onya's Black Guard, Prowl engine, if you will. So he's like, no, I'm going to be the only one on the play, on the battlefield with 2/2s until he gets the Benelish Marshal in play, and then becomes 3/3s, and then he goes to town on his opponent's life total with this crusade of creatures.
Yeah, this might be a tough situation here. This Benelish comes down, they have no answer. But again, 4 cards in hand for the opponent, so big chance that could happen. It looks like they're trying to set up the just get in with the Banalish, do the trick you talked about with the Benalia, play their land, and then that's the hand.
Hopefully, nothing gets hit by Doomblade or Cast Down or Dismember or
And that's
whatever
a big,
piece of removal you'd want.
and you kind of think though maybe if they had a removal spell, they might have already used it on the Hex Parasite because this 2/2 engine producer is not really what you want to let your opponent have happen.
Yep. We're going to see here if he wants if he rather have the 2/2 or if he rather have the pump. Apparently, he just wants to keep the 2/2s.
I can kind of agree with that if you think your opponent doesn't have an answer to this Banalish. I don't hate it, as they say.
You're probably just going to let it go off the turn that you need. You actually need the overrun style effect, or in this instance, the inspiration.
Yeah, the inspiration. Exactly.
Because I believe it's inspired charge that for 4 mana gives you +2/+1.
Yep.
Now we can play the Marshal, keep up the Dismember, have an activation of the Hex Parasite. Here we even have the Agandra Castle protecting the Isamaru from double blocking damage, if that ever is a thing.
Possibly, but I think we're just going to see pre-combat Banalish swing in, see what happens.
Normally when you're keeping up mana as the black deck, you got a removal spell.
Well, at least we have this Dauntless on the field as well.
What is it protecting?
But oh yeah, that's right. I think it's I think it's on the Hound, unfortunately.
Here we see the predicted Doomblade style effect hitting the creature anthem in Banalish Marshal. Ironically enough, this cast down could never hit the Isamaru. It's one of the reasons I felt that Doomblade was generally a better card, but with the amount of black decks that we've been seeing, I can understand why some people chose to go with Cast Down.
Yeah, it does make sense. I mean, you have that whole, each one has its downside, when it comes to removal. So
why not mix and match?
Yeah, I think mixing and matching is probably the strongest option here, especially because of with the block that is in here full of legends. You could just run into the random legend, a Batterskull, what have you. So I definitely agree with mixing it up a little bit.
And here, I'm not exactly sure what the Bitter Blossom player is able to pull to get the race back in their favor if the life totals are going to look like this, and the Benalia is always able to hit its anthem effect if need be. There's even a Dismember in the pocket for
and they're probably saving that Dismember for, I believe the list has Obliterator in it, or am I wrong? Is this? I would have to double check.
I believe this is the Rogues deck, and I'm not sure that they chose to run the Obliterator.
Yeah, we had a couple different builds running around as far as mono black goes. So it could be wondering what they're saving it for. What is the Dismember doing that wouldn't help with killing the Blackguard to make them produce 1/1s?
Well, so it's the classic. You're a control player and you have counter spells in your hand. It feels a lot better winning the game with not having used your counter spells than having to do so and being naked, if you will.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's just if they weren't producing two, I guess it's only 1 mana, so you can fire it off at any time you really want if you want to switch the beat down.
The fact that the mono black deck looks hampered a bit on mana is probably clogging a lot of their hand, and they probably actually have the cards that we've been talking about. chilling out, but unable to deploy them due to the lack of swamps.
Yeah, you hate to see it. They said in the chat, they said, sorry, trying to figure out which bad play to make. Well, Magic is full of decisions, and, even if you make the wrong one, you got to make one at some point.
But I guess when you're constricted for options due to mana issues,
It's less forgiving if you can only make one play if it's not the play you should have been making.
yeah.
You think we're going to see end-step Hex Parasite on the rogue, one of the rogues?
No, I think it's they might do it on their own, Benalia, just to continue trying out the 2/2s.
Looks like we're going to get the upkeep on the Benalia instead. Possibly. Just a little bit, just the Moto interface, taking a minute.
Yeah, paying for extra mana, you got to tap on your life total.
Yeah. Float,
Make sure
tap your life total, hit OK. Being very careful to not mess up Benalia.
Yeah. See, that's one of the reasons why I would have preferred to do the Benalia and step. Like, you're going to be doing anyway. Whereas removing counters from your opponent's creatures is something you can do mid combat. And since you can do that, well, why not just leave the mana up to do so? Like, make the play that you're going to make, where the one that you don't have to make, just wait till later.
Yeah, exactly. Just for the misclick protection, I guess, as we call it. Just for the misclick protection. Which is a valid argument.
On Moto, it is.
Yeah, it's a very valid argument.
If you happen to misclick in real life, then that's a different that's a different problem.
Very different, yeah. So we got 4, 5. We have six lands total for the aggro player, 3 for the mono black player. Mono black players probably has 2 spells a turn they can cast if they just had one more land. Maybe they'll top deck it, kind of get somewhere. And I think in the attacker step, they're going to remove a counter from. So they're thinking about something. Okay, interesting. Is this just pushing in damage because your opponent's at 7 and they have bad trades up to everything but the parasite?
I guess so. I mean, the fact that you don't necessarily need to continue activating parasite, since you're essentially having 2 bitter blossoms in play in the form of you can make it a 2/2 vigilance and you take 2 damage, where they make a 2/2 flyer and don't take 1 damage because of their Una's Blackguard. Maybe we're done doing that. So
getting a little low in the total, yeah. And you can still swing in for 4. And maybe you're happy to trade the parasite here. Maybe take a dismember on the Unas before their upkeep to prevent that 2/2 because you lost your Hex Parasite now.
I mean, at this point, I don't think your opponent can win the game if they just try to kill you with Bitter Blossom, because they don't have enough life to do it with. But you could probably just draw a couple blanks and they're not going to kill you.
Yeah, I believe that might be the issue, and they were...
Because they get 1 attack step, and it's this turn and next turn with the token that they actually made, because they're going to make a token next turn. They're not going to get attacked with it because they're going to die on upkeep.
Exactly. I'm not quite sure.
We've also seen this Una's Blackguard stay back for a while, and it didn't feel like it should have been blocking anything just because it was a 1/1. I didn't necessarily do the math on if it's lethal if he attacks or not, But generally, if you're not attacking and not blocking with a creature, there's a mistake somewhere. And once again, you see the Igandra Castle Isamaru interaction possibly come up. Of course, you're going to be blocking a knight instead, but keeping the Isamaru in play is something that could have been done.
Have these black decks? I'd have to double check all the lists. Are they just on the plan of I'm going to beat you down with Bitter Blossom before I die, or do they only really have Batterskull for the life gain to prevent this? Because we've seen this a couple times.
Some lists have access to Gifted Aetherborn, which also has lifelink.
Yes, I think that if you're going to play for Bitter Blossom and you want to also be good against aggro, it wouldn't kill you to play a couple incidentals like Gifted Aetherborn and Batterskull. We've seen some of those. Maybe it's just we're tuning in at the wrong time where they've just not drawn those cards.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Because we've all been killed by a Bitter Blossom on our upkeep at some point.
Especially when you choose to play two of them.
Yep.
Back in the days, we could champion said Bitter Blossom with Mistbind Click, but not something that's.
Oh wow, that brings it back. Wow,
yep.
I haven't thought about that interaction in a long time.
It hasn't been good in a long time.
Yeah.
We see here the Dismember being key on the blocker for the Isamaru to push to the final damage for lethal on this turn.
Very nice, and I
Giving
believe
the
that
match
was
to White Weevil
of the round.
We finally see this round aggro putting it to control. We're putting it to the black decks in general. Mono white coming up victorious, mono green coming up victorious, and even the snake deck taking down Jack and his Teferis as the lone undefeated 6-0.
Yeah, the snake deck is performing, to say the least. I'd like to watch it from the start and see what we've got going on. Really like a lot of these deck lists. Pretty cool to see these things that we love to play with back in the day and, kind of mix it up and see what kind of decks. This is easily my favorite thing on Magic Twitch is just set roulette, watching stuff, seeing all these cards we love, mixing it up with new ones, older ones even that were never in the same sets or blocks. And it's just super enjoyable,
You get to actually do two things in this format that doesn't actually happen in modern day Magic. The first one is brew your own deck. It's with all the information that we have access to through Twitter and articles and whatever site you get your information from and Facebook and all that stuff. The formats get solved so much faster than they used to that you don't have the pleasure of like going through a set or multiple sets and being like, hey, I'd like to build a deck around this card or that card, or maybe this tribe is going to work. Like we saw the rogue tribal deck try to be a thing. And the second thing is interactions that maybe only come up in formats like Commander, let's say, because of the nature of set roulette being in a whole bunch of sets that I've never seen standard together, or things that are just not good enough for modern, coming together. And the Godo Helm of the Host is, I know, a Commander all-star type of combo, if you will, that we've actually been able to put together in this format specifically.
Exactly.
Or the good old Splinter Twin that we're doing with Kiki Jiki and Deceiver Exarch this time around.
Got a Splinter Twin situation, as they say.
Yeah.
How did we feel about Brandon's mono red deck? Just Lava Spikes, Shrine of Burning Rage, Pirate Young P, Chain Whirler.
Go ahead. When I was going through the spoiler for this format, if you will, mono red wasn't something that I felt I was able to put together correctly, because I was lacking one drops. The only thing I had access to was Gitu Fire, Lava Runner. The two drops were like Kari Zev and Young Pyromancer, which are essentially completely opposite in how they interact, since one really wants spells, the other one just wants a curve. And Goblin Chain Whirler interacting once again, not favorably with the card Mutable, which was the other reason to be an aggressive deck. Really felt like I was lacking in the curve department. And as much as Shrine of Burning Rage gets people dead and Lava Spike also does it, I felt you had a hard time interacting with the board state besides anything like Gut Shot, which isn't something you want to be like throwing at the face necessarily. Sure, you had access to Shock, but you didn't have let's say Lightning Strike or formatted damage spells. If you're trying to like go up against these batter skulls that everyone can play, or even a card like a Friction Obliterator that you can't kill, I felt that the only thing that the red deck was good at was beating something like a Bitter Blossom.
Mm-hmm. Well, they are 4-2, and we have to see what they played against, but it looks like they actually did beat quite a few different things. They beat a deck. The mono red deck with Young P tokens beat a deck that has Knight of Souls Betrayal in the main. So that's a little bit impressive.
Well, Shrine of Burning Rage can't die from the black deck. So if you just have it on turn 2 and just run the cards that you have in your hand into it, at some point it's going to have 20 counters on it, and you can just like let her rip.
That's got to be it. That something like that happened.
Or multiple shrines or whatever scenario. I know Flame of Keld has a good way of turning Gut Shot into Lightning Bolt and Lava Spike into Lava Axe. So that's another thing.
Yeah, a lot of burn spells, and I mean, I think one of their best draws is having Gitu Lava Runner with a Wizard's Lightning. I mean, that's an actual factual bolt at that point.
Yep. Unfortunately, Parents is not a wizard; it's a shaman. But
so close.
You play the burn spells you got, right?
Yeah, you got the old Sandy Dog special.
I know Volt Charge was something that's also legal in the format that you could have things proliferate onto. Not only the shrine is something you can proliferate onto, but your Flame of Keld if you want to like get it off faster.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, I think we're gonna go ahead and take a quick break and bring you the next round.
See you again.
Mythic Society.
Playset Moil promo. It's a real
right, welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Society set roulette. $1,500 in prizes. I'm joined by Ari Lax. How's it going? You excited for this round?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. We're in the last round of the Swiss, just barely over that 7 round mark on players today. At I think 65 people showing up for round one. So we're going to be seeing a lot of people scrapping for those last slots in top eight and seeing how some tiebreakers fall out.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, kind of going through the standings, 1 and 2, and I believe the only matches that these two people have lost was when they played each other. Are Alec Levy and Fabian Thiel playing Golgari Winding Constrictor, a deck that's done pretty well. So there's the 6-0 and then a 5-1. And then also in that similar decks doing great category, we have 2 people playing Azorius Legends, which is Urza's Ruinous Blast, Teferi Hero of Dominaria deck. We got Jack Kiefer in 3rd place and Dominic Harvey in 5th place at 5-1. Rounding out the 5-1s, we have another pair of players with the same deck. We got Ty Thomason and Jacob Nagro playing Mono Green Aggro, which they have lovingly titled Captain Beefheart and Smush on.
I saw that. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I love figuring out ways to get a little flavorful with those deck names. Brings back the feel of filling in that field on like a paper deck list where they ask you about it.
Oh, yeah. We loved to do that back in the day.
Yeah.
Back when we had time to play paper or could.
Yeah. So these are, 8 Llanowar Elves, Steel Leaf Champion, Chameleon Colossus, creatures that cost green mana and some dismembers. And then the 7th player at 5-1 is Simon Nielsen playing Mono Black. It looks like kind of like aggro mid-range, somewhere on that line. Glint Sleeve Siphoner, Dreadshade, Lash Writhe, the much maligned, much loved Gifted Etherborn, Phyrexian Obliterator, and some removal spells. This is a list notably heavy on equipment. And then we can start diving into the high tiebreaker 4-2s who have a chance to sneak on in. We've got Brian Paris, another mono black control deck, another mono black control deck in Michael Smith. Brian, both with a bunch of Karns. Brian Harris with a little less Karn and a little more creatures. I believe Andrew Jabs had to unfortunately drop with Obzon ramp combo. Had a real life obligation pull him away. Adam Washburn Moses, this is another copy of the Simon Nielsen style mono black creatures and beats deck. And that's going to be our feature. The Adam Washburn Moses match. And we'll get to see some Lash Ride, Ether Sphere Harvester, Etherborn Lifelink Pump combo. So, yeah, just a real classic.
It looks like our pairings are up. So let's see if we can hop into a match here in a minute and just finish off those 4-2s. We have there's a lot of 4-2s.
Yeah, I think based on how this looks, it's going to be
13 4-2s.
So the top 8, somewhere between I want to say 3 to 5 of the top 8 will be people coming in at 5-2. So there's a good chance for, like I said, a lot of those highbreaker 4-2s to sneak in.
Yeah, someone's gonna try to sneak in here.
The 3 people I think are pretty safe for top 8. Well, Alec Levy is obviously going to top 8. It would take a lot for Fabian Thiel or Jack Kiefer to not top 8, but it's very possible. And from there on out, you could lose and be on the right on that 8th line or just below it, and we're just gonna have to see.
Yeah, it's gonna be tight for sure.
Yeah, skimming. The 4-2 bracket has a lot of mix of a lot of the same decks we've been talking about. Mono white, a couple 4-color control decks. Just really just we're seeing a lot of the same trends of monocolor decks versus Teferi, and with some very black constrictor in there. That's really what this week is
coming versus the world.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we got some coverage here. We'll go ahead and pop into our feature match.
Yeah. Just to pop through Adam's list real fast. 4 Dreadshade, 4 Gifted Etherborn, 4 Glint-Sleeve Siphoner, 2 Phyrexian Obliterator, 2 Walking Ballista, 3 Dismember, 3 Fatal Push, 4 Ethersphere Harvester, 4 Lashwrithe, 4 Bitter Blossom, and Eldest Reborn, and 25 Swamps.
25 swamp.
Yeah,
As Richard Garfield intended, just a clean one color, baby.
Yeah, you're not allowed to put Mutavaults into your Dreadshade Spawn Ride deck at all.
Might not work out so well.
And on the other side, it's the bigger mono black deck. So 4 Karn Sign of Urza, 3 Karn Liberated, and Walking Ballista, Yahenni's Expertise, 4 Doomblade. That's not going to work out the best.
You might want to put a little cast down in there, maybe.
And let's look at this hand. We've got Lashwrithe, which is probably one of the more important cards in this removal-heavy matchup, just a way to make any creature a big threat. But nothing really coming out of the gates, so that's a mulligan. And it looks like the aggressive players on the draw. Double Glint Sleeve Siphoner is a great hand to potentially recoup some card advantage if you can catch them with a Doomblade hand. Oh, triple. Yeah, that's probably at least one of those is on tapping. Though with the fast keep of 7 on the other side, I doubt there's that many Doomblades hanging out.
Yeah, now, mirror. If you don't have a Doomblade in your opener, you're happy because you don't even want to draw it at this point.
Notably, no fatal pushes from the control side. Just like I said, dismembers those Doomblades, 1 Life's Finale, a bunch of Pristine Talisman, a card that's routinely great in kind of low impact formats. So the question here is what you deploy and whether you want to play around Yahenni's Expertise or not.
Yeah, great question. What would your play be here?
I think that given the fact that we actually have things to pump the removal into, I kind of want to throw out the Harvester. You can also do some, you can play Lashwrithe plus Harvester here. And it looks like we're, just going through the deck list to see what's up. Eldest Reborn could be on, okay. So dismember off of the Pristine Talisman to just only 3 life for that.
Not bad.
Cabal Stronghold, notably not the best in multiples. Currently not really ramping mana, but with Talisman, does that really matter?
Yeah, it's could be good if the game goes long though, but try not to get to that point.
Karn plussing, revealing Karn and Dismember, and now kind of stuck with an awkward choice here. We can't really pressure small Karn with the Dismember up, but we also can't really give them the big Karn because I don't know how we're going to beat the big Karn. I think, honestly, you may have, this is kind of tough. Maybe the play would have been to try and run the Lashwrithe on a Harvester play and kill the little Karn and then try to beat the big Karn heads up somehow. Because this way, our opponent can just choose both. They don't have a choice. But this double Siphoner play does deploy a lot and force the game into the Yahenni's Expertise or bust mode.
Yeah, and if they do have it, though, it's going to be a little bit rough from here on.
Yeah. Ooh, another Pristine Talisman kind of means that the damage route might be getting cut off pretty quickly.
Yeah, these Talismans are about to do a little bit of work here. And I believe they put the Karn in their hand, so...
Yep. So it looks like both Siphoners are cashing cards.
So that means they've got another swamp in hand. They can produce enough mana next turn, plus the rocks. So they're good regardless. Maybe even a double spell with a cheap removal.
Yep. I think the question here is whether you want to expose Lashwrithe to a Karn minus or not. Or whether you want to save Lashwrithe so you can play it and put it on a creature and potentially kill a Karn that pluses. But it looks like the answer is just Lashwrithe coming in to animate the Ethersphere Harvester and just get the maximum amount of damage this turn. Mm-hmm. Try to race out these Pristine Talismans.
Try to be efficient with the mana. Try to use all your mana.
Ooh, everything coming at that Karn Sign of Urza. Not messing around with a removal spell.
Nope, don't even bother. They're just all in on it. Which, I mean, it can generate threats, card advantage. Kind of need to get rid of it.
I guess Ethersphere Harvester is something that can get Doombladed, so that was kind of bound to happen.
Well, that's probably the best use they're going to get out of that Doomblade all game.
Yeah. The one thing I kind of want to note here is that it looks like a dismember might be getting fired at one of these siphoners. It's kind of interesting that this didn't happen until now, because
Yeah.
if you just like letting your opponent untap with a siphoner, oh, double dismember, yeah, two cards just showed up for
Okay.
free. Adam's hand there because of that, so it's kind of interesting.
Well,
Of course,
so now this is exposed. The Wraith is exposed to the, or the Wraith is exposed to the Karn now, and
yeah,
it's gonna be
double
a problem.
Karn. Yeah, double Karn is going to be a big problem. Notably, no haste creatures among that batch that we talked about, and no Hero's Downfall style effect to kill a Planeswalker. So it's kind of just the one Eldest Reborn or bust.
I want their luck. This Karn is all gas. They're just ticking it up. Spell, 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 spell. Where's the land? Where's the land that Karn always pulls?
Honestly, I think earlier I might have just given them a spell over the land because the way it looked like the game was going to be going, I don't know if I could beat lands.
Very, very true. Very true.
Either through Harvest or Concede game.
We're just going to go play a spell, concede game because you can't win.
Yeah, just completing their moto quest, got to count the number of energy they receive in a given day. So moving to sideboard, there's going to be more discard on the aggressive side. Let's see here. We've got Duress, great. Eldest Reborn, probably pretty good against all these Karns.
Oh, yeah.
Let's look at the Michael Smith side and see if there's any creatures we're worried about. It doesn't really look like it. There's a Demon Lord Bells and Lock and some Bitter Blossoms, but nothing you want spot removal.
Oh, they're running a Bells and Whistles in this deck? That is spicy.
Yeah, I think the Eldest Reborn will probably cover all of that. So probably all of those are just coming in with the Duresses and Distresses.
And now they only have one Eldest Reborn, though, but it is kind of at a premium against this deck.
Two more on the sideboard, right?
Oh, nice. Okay, I missed. Yeah. I could not see that on the moto screen.
Yep. Michael's sideboard, probably another Karn, Demon Lord, Bells and Lock. Just getting these Doomblades out of the deck for removal that matters, like Life's Finale. I'm just looking to see two options are Bitter Blossom we might see, and we might see Night of Soul's Betrayal. Night of Soul's Betrayal would handle Siphoners and just downsize the 2-power things, and Bitter Blossom basically blocks everything except for Obliterator. So Duress taking Bitter Blossom on this side. Bitter Blossom probably just something you need to fight over in this matchup in general. And
oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and there's that Gifted Aetherborn doing its best to aggro. Looks like Obliterator didn't make the cut. It's not going to be taking damage, and it dies to Dismember, so that's very fair. The classic Phyrexian Obliterator problem.
Yeah, yep. That has always been the problem with that card.
Maybe it'll get reprinted.
Just loves in theory.
Maybe it'll exist one day in a format where you can't play Dismember, but so far, not going great.
Today is not that day.
Yeah. Walking Ballistic getting run out just to apply maximal pressure. Duress taking Lash Rive, which leaves everything still very exposed to Yahenni's expertise.
And we don't really like to see 3 lands in a row.
No. At least the Ballistic can pump. We got some high APM going on here.
I was wondering about that. APM's so high, they're trying to tap their opponent's lands too.
Yeah, maybe a StarCraft 2 Zerg player got to keep proccing your, was it the Queen or whatever that pumps in that game? So Dismember taking out the Lifelinker over the Ballista. Wonder what the plan is for this Ballista.
That kind of just implies another land. I mean, another removal at some point.
Ooh, Karn.
All right, there we go. There's the land. There it is.
Yeah. You can't just give your opponent another Karn and repeat the cycle. Ooh, even more lands. This is tough.
This is rough. This is rough as far as you're at that problem that we kind of got into with Magic as a late, where you are forced to just keep attacking the Planeswalkers, right? Because you have to, because they're card advantage engines, and then you don't make any headway on the life total. And then by the time that player has like stabilized, well, you've done no damage to them.
Yeah, Karn was kind of like right before this. Well, I think your opponent's going to get this distress with your hand of nothing. Um, yeah, Karn was kind of like just on the like other side of this, where it had a bunch of loyalty, but it doesn't really do a lot. So you might be able to ignore it. And oh, there's an Eldest Reborn, which is basically a Planeswalker, right?
Yeah, I mean you're gonna get 3 abilities and a creature back, and it's
Yeah, it's
gonna be good.
that last one is really close to a real ultimate. So
On
Karn drops.
it is. It's close. This almost I don't want to call it, but this looks unwinnable. Well, now I'll call it.
Yeah, that other land. Though I will say those Jumpstart, those are the Phyrexian lands from Jumpstart, are pretty stylish.
Yeah, yeah, they look real good on Arena too.
Yeah, this Karn surviving. This Cabal Stronghold is actual Karn, not like oh. I
Yeah,
think
liberated. Yeah,
yeah, it looks like. Thought that would have been enough for actual Karn, but maybe I
I
miscounted, or
think
where that Karn ended up. It looks like it ended up in exile.
I think the real issue is they have almost a full grip right now, and it's probably removal.
Yeah,
So you're just like one. If you draw, like the problem is you're drawing one threat a turn and not drawing extra cards, and you just can't win this game in that matter.
yeah. There's no Phyrexian arena style effect on the smaller mono black side, which is kind of once you get into any kind of grindy matchup, going to be the defining factor. Yep.
Absolutely. And we got the Brothers Karn.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, this is just the classic of someone. These 7-mana planeswalkers, no one ever beats them if they untap with them.
Very almost never, unless you have a ridiculous board state.
Yeah, it's you almost see people more likely to beat Ugin than Karn in this situation.
Honestly,
Yeah.
but I think this game is pretty much locked up. 2 Karns, 6 cards, a lot of mana.
I think if this is depending on what this gets spent on. Oh, a great blocker. I think that without a blocker, if those other 6 cards in that hand were nothing, you could draw a removal spell.
Yeah.
And okay, we're done. That's
Pick
good.
up the phone and call it. It's over.
Yep. And it looks like Michael Smith advancing in that match. Michael Smith actually in very good position to top 8, was 9th in the standings, only 2 spots behind the last 5-1 with over a 60% opponent match win percentage. So he's definitely sweating this one out.
Yeah. Now you just wait. See what your breakers. Looks like let's see if we can find some more coverage here.
Yep. Gonna take a quick look at the other matches to see if anyone else finished that fast. It looks like we have a match result in the relevant bracket, the 5-1s. Ty Thomason, one of the mono green players, with a 2-1 victory over Dominic Harvey's blue-white Legends. Dom falls to 5-2 with 51% tiebreakers. So we'll see on that. He could be anywhere between 7th and like 12th. So who knows?
Okay. All right, we got Jamie Miller coming up with the never-ending story, aka Falcor Tribal. Great deck name. Great deck name. Really doesn't have much to do with mono white, but
Yeah, and it looks like he is paired against a black green snakes player. I'm going to pull up exactly who that is. It looks like he's playing against Stuart Fleischer. So 2 players at 5-2. Currently sitting in 13th and 15th place in the mid to low 50% tiebreak. So in that same sweated out bracket as Dom.
Yep.
And it looks like
what we don't like to see here is triple Isumaru, but I guess you're willing to throw 1 or 2 of them away.
Well, yeah, we have the duplicate legend hand, second heart, 3 Asamaru, so full house. Uh, First Asamaru can't even attack due to this Ether Sphere Harvester, but as long as this Banalish Marshal survives for a bit, we might be okay.
Yeah, and also we have another Heart of Kieran, so it's basically 3 cards in your hand that, you're like, "Well, if they get rid of one of them, at least I have another one, but I wish it was another card."
Yeah, and so that heart surviving that combat step is really telling and really good because you could
Yeah.
see the opponent going like Ballista, ping the heart. Ballista has died, so you can fatal push the Marshal, and then the ping from the heart and the Harvester that you could have crewed with the Ballista before pinging would have cleaned it all up. So the implication here is there actually isn't a removal spell.
Yeah, which is great news.
Yes. Great news if you're Jamie. And it looks like, based on the log, that Jamie won game 1. I see an electric sweater has conceded the game. So,
It's a good moto name.
Yeah. It looks like an interesting choice of Lightcrafter's Bestiary, which implies that Electric Sweater, Stuart Fleischer, thought this matchup would end up a little grindier than a traditional mono-white matchup, which, looking at this deck list, can make some sense. There's a lot of cards that die to Walking Ballista in this deck. We'll just put it that way. And the game could end up grinding on those larger threats and finding answers to them.
Absolutely.
And it's probably better to have Bestiary than Chameleon Colossus doesn't seem like it's ideal here. It's just a creature with power and toughness. And it looks like the sideboard here isn't the strongest for this matchup anyways. Not a lot of spot removal. So, okay, I can see where that was coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got an adjustment here as well for the draw. Not bad.
So with this Ajani, what are your options? You can play it and just plus the heart. You can also play the Ajani, minus it on the Asamaru, crew the heart with the Marshal, and attack with both, which forces a block with the Harvester. Jamie's just going through all this math.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, you can't minus on the Marshal and get it into combat because the Harvester as a 3/5 still deals with that double striking flyer 3/3.
Yep.
You could, I guess it doesn't. Yeah, and leaving the Ajani on the battlefield forces some action against it because adding counters does something. I kind of like just the pushing play, and it also trades off an Asamaru for a relevant piece of cardboard when you know you're going to follow up with another one.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I definitely like that line a lot. Because you got 2 in your hand, they're just sitting there.
Yeah. Looking at this deck list, though, from the Snake side, I think Jamie might be thinking about whether a Naturalize is going to show up. But
very, very relevant, especially in a game 2.
Yeah, when your opponent knows that, you could have History and Heart of Kieran as targets, there's not a clear answer either way. So you definitely have to think about whether it's going to show up.
And just still thinking on that right now. Gonna crew anyways.
Yeah.
Gotta force maybe one of those. It's one of those things where you want to kind of force it, right? You have another one in your hand and you have an Isamaru, and you could play both of them next turn. Anyways, and keep picking up your Ajani.
I think the issue is that if you tick down the Ajani and make the aggressive play and get naturalized, your opponent might just tank the Asamaru hit for 6 and then really clean stuff up.
Yeah,
or they can just I guess they trade with the Harvester and take no damage and everything gets really bad. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, a little more conservative line here, but it was exactly played out perfect like that.
Yeah, and Ajani on 5 is much safer here.
Very much so.
And that Bestiary, you do have to win the game before it scries into something relevant or starts drawing a bunch of cards. So Jamie is actually under, honestly, more pressure than
that scry is huge here. Actually, filtering is always good, and you can really get your answers. But they're probably hoping to get a relevant spell. They might be thinking, okay, I have a creature on top and I can pay a green to draw a card, but like what do I really need right now? Do I want the random card or do I want to bottom this creature potentially? Maybe something like that, because they only have one card in hand, right? And they've been kind of low on removal.
Yeah, that's true. And it could be something like the creature being a greenbelt rampager, and they have to go through all these iterations of, well, I can pay or pay energy to my harvester first. But it looks like the creature was a scavenging ooze, so that might be the issue. Is that you have the bestiary and you're tying up your green mana on the
Yeah.
ooze that could gain life, and you're thinking about whether you want to do that or not. It looks like the card is less valuable than a life gain here.
I would have chosen the card, but I'm a control player and I just want to draw a couple more cards. I can never resist the call.
Yeah, and it looks like part of this equation may have actually been making this scavenging ooze a 3/3 to block the Asamaru to trade off, which unfortunately is going to end poorly given the contents of the Asamaru Heart of Cure and Full House hand. But uh, maybe you could have predicted that based on what would be stuck in hand. Maybe you couldn't have. We haven't seen the game from the start to know exactly how everything played out, but something to think about there.
Absolutely. You see with the draw here is a Dauntless Bodyguard.
That's an interesting draw.
Mm-hmm.
I think with that bodyguard draw, you want to. So you're putting a counter on something. So the counter can go on the Marshal and make it win this combat regardless. Yeah, it looks like this is the bait, the Samaru. Interesting. I'm not sure. I don't know what the right order of operations was here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you go but Dauntless secondary here.
Yeah, I think that if you lead on the Dauntless, you can force action on your opponent's side as opposed to them sitting here and making the scavenging ooze block choice. So
yeah,
if you play the Dauntless first, your opponent has to respond if they drew a removal spell. And if they kill the Marshal, then you can load up the Isamaru and actually attack with a 3/3.
Yeah. I like that line, but we'll see what happens.
I wonder if at that point, our opponent going to 6, if they have to block, because they go back up to 9 due to the Harvester. So maybe they could have just taken that hit and had the ooze as a potentially even bigger ground blocker.
Yeah, I kind of like taking the hit and just. I mean, that ooze is going to be good. It's going to have lots of food by the time this dust settles, but it only had 2 more targets in the yard. So maybe they're like, well, I just want to take this trade now. And then I have a spell, and then I've almost cleared the whole board and I'm looking a lot better.
Yeah. Or maybe also the other thing to consider is that the ooze is choking green mana with the bestiary in play. So maybe you just assume that you don't want to be green mana locked for the rest of the game.
Very relevant. Yeah, couple options there to think about for sure. And I guess we're just going to see one card. It's pretty much off the top of the deck here, but not totally with the free scry and the bestiary.
I wonder if Marshal was the best target for the dismember as opposed to pushing your Heart of Kirin at the Ajani and making sure that dies, and you would get Heart of Kirin and Ajani instead of just the Marshal, because the Heart's a 5/5 and still dies to dismember here.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. Wait, this is an upkeep harvester?
Yeah, maybe thinking there's some ballista ping on upkeep line that you really want to take as opposed to main phase. What is this inducing here? Because this implies to me that Electric Sweater is interested in getting the Heart Fruit, you're doing this upkeep.
I guess see
you could
now.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you could respond to any creature and make this play later.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a reason to upkeep it, but
I kind of see why they did it,
though. Yeah, just something to get that Heart of Kieran less likely to crew this turn. Or
But
maybe,
it's still going to crew.
yeah. And crew with a Hex Parasite, which notably takes a little bit of the sting out of some future draws on the snake side.
Yeah, and now we have a 5/5 flying vigilance.
Yep.
It doesn't match up so well to that 3/5.
Yeah, and also the Ajani with this extra turn has ticked out of that 3 range where the Harvester could kill it. Like that was the 1 turn window last turn.
Very important. That's a very good thing to note. This game it was looking dicey, but it looks like it turned around.
Yeah, I think there was about a turn of maneuvering and draws where it could have flipped in favor of the Golgari player. And just the way all the answers and everything lined up, keeping that Ajani around and having that extra heart just changed everything.
Yeah, so when we came in, excuse me, when we came into the match, it looked a little dicey with 3 Isamaros and 2 hearts in play, but trades were made and it ended up those cards got replayed again exactly and kind of
Yeah.
didn't really make a lot of progress.
Yeah, I think the key was that the snake player needed to have an actual snake and a Rishkar or something that bricked all future copies of Isamaru in a way that also bricked a Johnny, like actually providing pressure on the battlefield, as opposed to just kind of ooze and bestiary there.
Yeah, it looks like they did choose to pay the green as well.
Looks like this is a clear of a Johnny, probably just using the because the Heart of Huron. Oh, the Heart of Huron can crew off a Johnny. Oh, this is not going to work in the slightest.
Yeah, you can take that last little bit. That's so. What's the way out here? I mean, you get lifelink, of course,
Uh,
but you just throw away your Ajani, right, and crew heart.
you can just crew the heart to block, right? Oh, it looks like the decision's being made to not care about this, and if our opponent wants to throw away the ballista, we'll just win the game with other cards.
Yeah.
That's potentially reasonable.
Are you
The
playing
ballista,
around anything by not hearting it? Because say you crew the heart and you only take 1 loyalty counter off, aren't you saving part of the Ajani?
unless you want to force a specific interaction window on this Heart of Kieran, I think that there's a chance both players miss the Planeswalker part of Heart of Kieran, but I'm trying to figure out what like the last turn of not paying the mana on. I think that this might be Electric Sweater representing a. They might be representing a naturalize, and Jamie's trying to figure out what the best way to beat a naturalize is, because they also didn't pay a mana to draw a card off of the bestiary trigger on that walking ballista here. So this is kind of an interesting maneuver, and we'll see what happens in combat because this is lethal. Something has to happen.
Yeah, something.
Yep. So yep, Jamie looks like Doomblade. Okay,
All right,
correctly read
perfect.
for something. So yep, choosing not to block means that, or if you don't use the Ajani counter, you end up in this exact spot where the walking ballista would either have to kill the Hex Parasite or kill the Ajani last turn. It looks like the choice was Hex Parasite over Ajani under the assumption that maybe you can kill all creatures. I don't know if that's a good assumption or not, but we will see what happens. Approaching Memorial to Folly range here. It looks like at least a Winding Constrictor. It's going to be a 3/3 Rishkar to crew the Harvester potentially and also draw a card finally off of this bestiary, cashing back in that 1 card. So we've got about a preordain of value off of this bestiary and only growing from here.
Yeah, and now the game kind of swung back the other way here. And like you said earlier, that bestiary, it's kind of starting to, get some advantage going, and now it's an issue.
Yeah, the notable quantity here. So this is going to kill a Johnny. I think that this might have been riskier than waiting a turn on that,
Mhm.
because the 4/4 Samaru was just held off already, and now another Johnny is lethal, and your opponent's been sitting on a card, and that could easily
Yeah,
be any legend, including a Johnny, and there's no more energy in the tank for this harvester. So the question, I think, is whether in this immediate future, um, is whether this harvester gets another energy via like a siphoner or something.
hmm yeah. Oops. Exactly. It could be a bit of a. There's kind of a risk there because you could die to, like you said, multiple cards. Because
Yeah.
they have three. I believe they have three Johnny in this deck and four Banalish. So there was still six potential
Yeah.
cards that could kill you off the top.
Yeah, just a little bit of risk there. Though I think if it was a Banalish, I think you'd also be in a terrible spot because the Isamaru would hit a 5/5, you'd lose the Harvester, and everything would fall apart.
Yeah.
And it looks like, yep, there's that second Harvester for the lifelink. And this should be a pretty clean recovery. Not only can you crew the other Harvester on the way back, you're not even in lethal range. So this 3/5 Harvester blocking this 3/3 Asamaru matters because the Aganjo Castle makes the Rishkar block bad by making this Asamaru that's attacking virtually also a 3/5. And the Rishkar being able to crew this Harvester is going to hold that off, hold the Dream off. The fact that there's 2 energy floating from the Constrictor ability means that a 6 life swing is coming next turn, lethal in 2. I think that things are pretty over for the white side, and we'll be seeing another game out of this.
We're definitely going.
Assuming this isn't.
I smell a game 3 cooking.
Yeah. Assuming we didn't miss a super fast previous game before the one that we're looking at right here.
Yeah, it feels like some of these aggro matchups are really going kind of long.
Yeah, the sideboards tend to bog down, even if Jamie's side doesn't have a lot of interaction. The Snake deck, one of the things it does really well because it has access to black cards, is load up on removal and load up on cards that draw in more cards to play this kind of grindy sideboard game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's playing it pretty well.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if the Karn Sign of Urza remained in the deck after sideboarding, or if that got upgraded to a bestiary that can't die in combat or something like that. Ooh, we've assembled the combo.
Yeah.
That's
not a lot of green to pay, though, unfortunately, but it's good enough to concede.
Oh, that looks like it was the match. So we were looking at game 2's results. So I was saying previous.
Okay,
So
well, we did miss a super fast game 1, actually.
Green-black Snake can produce some of those, where the white aggro deck just gets a Snake and a Ballista, and that kind of wraps it up. So Stuart Fleischer wins to go to 5-2. 51% opponent match win percentage, and really, again, just sweating out this 8th to 13th place, and it's anyone's tiebreaker battle. It really is.
It really is a sweat. We've all been there before.
Yeah, let's peep in on some other match results. We're in round 7 right now. Looks like outstanding matches. We have Fabian Thiel battling against Jack Kiefer in the 2 to 3 seed, and we're going to hop over to that real fast if we can. There we go.
All right.
And this is the blue-white Teferi control deck, the Urza's Ruinous Blast deck, against green-black Constrictor. Looks like this game involved a Bitter Blossom at some point, and now we're seeing if recovery for 2 Planeswalkers is possible. This Eldest Reborn is looking like it might do it.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Normally, history tells you it's hard to recover from 2 Planeswalkers that have ticked up for multiple turns, but, Eldest does the job.
So this Teferi ticking down is threatening that Eldest Reborn, so Fabian might need to take that Teferi down 1 more counter this turn. It looks like Fabian is out of cards to do anything else besides this as well. Looks like Fabian might be forcing Jack to make that decision on his own about what to do with the Teferi and the Eldest Reborn. But look at all these other Teferis.
I mean, you've got You got two more. You can just throw one under the bus and tuck this Eldest Reborn.
Yeah. I wonder how many of these Teferis were previously revealed to Karn. Ooh,
Hmm.
that is interesting.
Now,
So
if you
that
do this, you're you're basically giving them a guaranteed Teferi, your opponent, right?
I think you are forcing. Uh, I think you're now forced to play another Teferi and minus it on the Eldest Reborn, unless there's something in the Karn stack that we don't quite know about right now that answers the Eldest Reborn's
Yeah,
ultimate.
you have. I think you have to. You can't give the green black player a Teferi.
Oh, disallow. That would do it.
Oh, okay. So there was something in the current stack we didn't know.
And that lets Jack go to Fairy. With 6 mana, you can Teferi plus it and then get the disallow late or
Ooh.
disallow trigger. And that's exactly all of your mana after the Teferi.
Don't want to call it a blowout, but this was an amazing turn for Jack.
Yeah, yeah. The rarely seen hidden modes of disallow hitting things that I guess disallowing Planeswalker ultimates was pretty common when that was in standard, but disallowing a Saga third stage or a third chapter is about as good.
Yeah, I mean you're basically countering a Planeswalker at this point.
Yeah, countering Teferi.
Oh, and land off the top means they get to actually play another spell, right? And then tap 2, so
Yeah, there's a small amount of risk by playing this Baral. So, to talk it through, if Fabian sets a draw step trigger and draws a removal spell, Fabian can kill the Baral in their own draw step before the Eldest Reborn would trigger, and that would remove the ability to cast Disallow for 2 mana.
Tight interaction, but very easily could happen here.
Yeah. So I guess we'll see what happens here. I think this might have been a little more risk than I would have wanted to take on, even how many cards Jack is up. But it's also possibly reasonable to assume that Fabian doesn't have like Fatal Push in their deck after sideboarding. And I don't know if this is game 2 or game 3, but if you didn't see Lyra yet, maybe you just don't even want to have Dismember. Sad day for Baral. Disallow does not counter a spell here, so it doesn't get a loot.
Double checking the card.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think you're fine then tapping with this Teferi, playing a Lyra, having a Karn, and calling it a day.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. Even if our opponent gets an extra energy off of this Siphoner, it's probably not enough.
Yeah, this is looking real good for Jack.
Yep. Karn up. It looked like the Karn zone was empty prior to this, so it looks like an Essence Scatter or a Dismember were the cards revealed potentially.
I think so.
Which both are pretty great in this spot. It's like giving a Dismember is tough. I mean,
and a V-Click.
This is unwinding real fast. Notably, this Dismember is literally free because of the Baral reducing the cost by 1. So it looks like
yeah, that's a good. It's actual factual free.
Yep.
Oh, they floated the mana, but they're gonna play Lyra, then hold up maybe instep V-Click.
Yeah, the draw step V-Click here probably just take away the odds of your opponent drawing like a Ballista or something dangerous. And Lyra holds off the pair over there pretty well. Let's see. So, just proceeding past the draw step there. Interesting. I guess a Ballista is only for 4, so Lyra is not under any real pressure.
Maybe they want to V-Click themselves end of turn to get rid of the other legendary land.
Yeah.
I mean, I that's the only thing I could think of to not do a draw step.
Yeah, I kind of agree there. Let's see. Quick's probably just getting cast to be cast. Look at no cards, choose nothing, and just start taking this game away. Oh,
Right.
well, that does it. That's
I don't know what you got back from that.
I believe we heard Philippe talking about the unfortunate side of this minor interaction here of Urza's Ruinous Blast killing Seal away, but I think that that Jack will live with his opponent ending up with a 3/4 Greenbelt Rampager as opposed to anything else.
I think it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, I think okay.
Yeah.
And that looks like it's
It's
match
over.
for Jack. Jack locking up that top 8.
Easy
Things still
top
look okay for Fabian Thiel, though. Yeah, and it looks like, let me see here. Do we have any other rounds? Looks like we have one. That might be that was the last outstanding match going on. So we're going to be seeing what the top 8 looks like.
We'll see who makes top 8. Very excited. A lot of people squeaking in, sweating it out, and I want to see who got in on breakers here.
Yeah.
And let's see what is it?
Ooh. Okay, so do you want to read these off 1st through 8th real fast and discuss say the archetypes, then we can get into some discussion there?
Yeah, go ahead. You can.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So in first place, Alec Levy, who had led the field at 6-0, lost their last round, but was still first seed with Green Black Snakes at 6-1. Jack Kiefer in second after that win with Blue White, the Urza's Ruinous Blast. Two identical lists back to back in the 6-1s here. Jacob Nagro and Ty Thompson with Mono Green, and that's the top half of the bracket. And Simon Nielsen, just barely in 5th seed, bottom half of the bracket, going to be on the draw in top 8, but playing the creature heavy mono black deck. So Simon versus Ty, so that's mono green versus mono black, what matchup. And then we get into the 5-2s. So Michael Smith, who we watched win, is also going to be playing against the mono green deck. So we have two identical matches basically. So creature mono green aggro on the play against creatures black. 7th place, Fabian Thiel, despite losing that match, has ended up making top 8 and will be getting an immediate rematch against Jack Kiefer, playing that Blue-White Legends deck. And then sneaking into 8th place with a 55% breaker, pretty clean, another 4% over the 9th place finisher, is Dominic Harvey, winning that tiebreaker scrum with Blue-White Legends facing off against Green-Black Snakes. So the top 8 is two paired matchup. We got 2 snakes versus blue whites and 2 greens versus mono blacks. Pretty interesting spread for this week.
Yeah.
Stuart Fleischer, who we watched win, barely ending up in 9th place. Rough breaks there. And I think the other thing that we have to do before top 8 is there are some monthly deck awards that go out to the best choice, the sweetest brew, and the most powerful deck that isn't the best choice. So I guess I've decided those this month.
Yeah, you picked it, so go ahead and let us know.
Yeah. So I think the best choice this month, pretty clearly just watching a lot of the games, I've been very impressed with the Azorius Legends deck that it looks like Jack Kiefer and Dom Harvey have showed up with. I'm going to have to give the breaker here, though, to Dom Harvey, just out of respect for good mana. I think this 27 lands and playing Mutavaults thing is just good, solid deck building. That's just how you should be building your decks in Magic, Getting to play spell lands in a format when you can is it's such a luxury. And I really appreciate that Dom stuck with that and, classic blue-white playing Mutavault. And honestly, one of the best things about Mutavault out of a control deck is it's a great answer to opposing Mutavaults.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see it. And I like the Blade Splicers in the sideboard as well. We did see that steal a game and have the first strike interaction come up as well.
There's another one, another hidden interaction.
Mutavault. Mutavault? Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Spicy. Good catch. Yeah, that's because it's an 8. Univault does it all.
Univault really doing a lot of work, alongside, in this format, another changeling was a notable Treefolk Rogue, Chameleon Colossus. If anyone elected to put that in their deck with, I believe it was Murmuring Boss and Una's Blackguard, but, could cover both. So moving along, we have the Sweetest Brew. I really enjoyed looking at this Is It double combo Godo deck, where you have the main combo of Godo plus Helm of the Host to make infinite attacking Godos. But if that fails and you can't win with creatures, you have the Paradox Engine Power Stone Shard Batterskull loop. I just really enjoyed that. I'm gonna have to give this one out to a bunch of people played the same list, but Shea Straussman was the only one to not win a match. So I think that you get a little bit of a sympathy tiebreaker there. And
hey, folks, people can hear me now, or at least I think so. Which one was that? I just want to put it on camera. The deck list, the Godo deck list.
Shea Straussman, the PGA World Waker Godo. If you take a look at it, with such hits as Trading Post, Mycosynth Wellspring, Whip Flare making an appearance. One of the better sweepers in a pretty sweeper-light format. And then some Release the Gremlin. It's just a great sideboard card that I don't think was quite what was needed for this week, but just, could have ended up being really powerful.
All right. And before I go, I just wanted to say, now that people can hear me, that this topic is stacked. It's like, this is like GP level stacked. Like Jack Kiefer, Jacob Negro, Ty Thomason, Simon Nielsen, Dom Harvey.
Yeah. It's actually stacked. It's so stacked.
All right. I go now.
Yeah. And then the most powerful deck that isn't the best choice, I think we have to say that was Black-Green Constrictor. The mono-green deck was the other deck in the running for this, but I think at the end of the day, the ability of the Constrictor deck to flexibly become the control deck against aggressive decks, like we saw in this last round, really just gives it this other level. And I think, again, my tiebreaker is going to have to go to the person who played the best mana. I'm just very partial to just good, nice mana.
We love a good mana.
Yeah, and I think, I was originally going to say, I just looked this up. It's Stuart Fleischer who played the most Murmuring Bosks, because I think the Murmuring Bosk Woodland Cemetery interaction for this deck to give it actual functional duels, that was it. So the 2 Murmuring Bosks in Stuart Fleischer's deck outpaced the 1 in Alec Levy's deck. So maybe that 9th stings a little bit less with the win in this category.
Possibly. Well, yeah, this is just overall a lot of good deck building. You love to see it,
Okay, yeah. I come back just to clarify. Okay, so it's Stuart won the award, right?
Yep, Stu won the award.
Okay.
Yep, and you were saying, I was seeing this in chat, that Fabian Thiel looks to be the originator of at least Alec Levy's list. And I would assume, I don't know if Stuart Fleischer came to a lot of the same numbers independently or not, but...
Yeah, they had a little team going. I don't know how many of them played the same list, but yeah, Fabian Thiel was like behind that, at least some of them.
Nice. Yeah. So, yeah, good week all around. Again, if you missed some of the other stuff buried, there was the Heritage Druid Glimpse of Nature deck that you can find a couple copies of. Some builds incorporating Paradox Engines, some incorporating M14 Garrick to just flip a bunch of creatures into hand. So yeah, that was a pretty cool deck that we unfortunately I don't think got to see while I was commentating. Did you get to see it on any of the other rounds?
I am not sure I got to see it either. Unfortunately, there's some cool decks we did not get to see on coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I can't always get everybody on coverage, but happy to see the ones we can.
Yeah. All in all, some good stuff. Traxos White Weenie, as we mentioned, another deck that's showing up in this top 16 here in the Breaker Scrum. Kind of going through the decks that missed on Breakers. Another Green Black Snake. Another Mono Black deck that's somewhere between the Big Karn deck and the like creature deck without actual Karn, but with like Skittering Surveyor. Let's see. a Traxos White Weenie deck, two Traxos White Weenie decks. It looks like one of them being full on Legends and the other being just White Weenie with Traxos. So the difference being like an Untai Dake, the Cloud Keeper, Mox Amber set up there, and then yeah.
Really wish we would have got to see. I didn't get to see it. Now, did you mention the Mono White Legends? Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, Robert Taylor.
I did not get to see that, unfortunately. I was just double checking the lists.
Yeah, I did not either, but a 12th place finish, some unfortunate breakers, but that deck looks pretty cool. Kind of breaking
Yeah, I would have loved to see it.
Yeah, breaking it down, we see the same Asamaru, Heart of Kieran stuff, Mox Amber, 8.5 Tails, just a personal favorite from back in the day. A Johnny and 4 mana Karn. Danitha Caption Paragon is just like a random legend that you can play. Lyra and Traxos Scourge of Krug, along with Urza's Ruinous Blast,
Yeah.
Blade Reforged. So just, cards that are legendary. If you have not played
just
with
throw
her,
it in there.
yeah, 8.5 Tails, if you have not played with or against it, is a white for a 2/2 legendary Fox Cleric. 1 in a white, target permanent you control gains protection from white until end of turn, and 1 to make a spell or permanent white till end of turn. So it's this kind of like acceptable early drop that, given enough mana in the late game, will take over and just give you a clean route to victory.
Yeah, I've played with it a little actually, and it can be kind of annoying, especially if you got the mana for it.
Yeah, I think there was a if you look at, I want to say when Mox Amber was released, people were trying out a lot of modern decks, and I think 8.5 Tails found its way back into the Mox Amber setup for a little bit there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can definitely see that. So you think we're going to take a quick break here before we cut the top 8? All right, confirmed that we are. So we'll see everybody in just a couple minutes.
Mythic Society.
Playset Moil promo. It's a real
And welcome back. We're about to start the top 8 here at the Mythic Society's monthly set roulette tournament. So this month we're down to a really, really strong top 8. Jack Kiefer, Jacob Nagro, Simon Nielsen, well-known GP grinders over the last couple years. Fabian Thiel, a player with a Pro Tour top 8 back in Nagoya 2011. Dominic Harvey, well-known broadcaster and content producer. And then rounding out, we've got Michael Smith and Alec Levy and Ty Thomason. I know Ty via some Americans, but maybe you know these other players through, Alec Levy, maybe through some other people. But again, these people are doing well in this very strong top 8 field. So I'm really sure they're strong players to match. So we're going to be seeing some pretty good matches, maybe barring some mismatch of protection from a color from a deck that's monocolor. But we might start off with that and see how it goes, right, Philippe?
Yeah, we're gonna start off in this mono green versus mono black matchup. In theory, the matchup is going to go a lot faster than when Teferi is in your deck. And if Chameleon Colossus is on one side and the other side doesn't have the proper answer, that game should be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, so Ty Thomason just playing a pretty, standard Elvish Mystic mono green aggro deck with 4 Chameleon Colossus, 4 Steel Leaf Champion, Colonian Tuskers, Dismembers, Heart of Kurans, along with those Llanowar Elves. On the other side, Simon Nielsen playing a creature-heavy mono black deck with some gifted Etherborns, Dread Shades, Glint Sleeve Siphoner, 4 Ethersphere Harvester, and 4 Lash Writhe, notably. No main deck ways to kill a resolved Chameleon Colossus except for the kind of Hail Mary play of make a big Walking Ballista, but that might not work out. Maybe you can race it with an Ethersphere Harvester or Gifted Etherborn with a Lash Writhe.
They also have the one of Eldest Reborn as a wannabe out.
Yes, if you kill literally everything else, then you have that. Sideboard might look a little better with some Lifebane zombies, but I guess we'll just have to see how people draw and how things line up. Distress also a potential answer. Again, go for it in the hand before it resolves.
Friction Ability out of the sideboard is really hard for the green deck to get through because they're going to be losing so many permanents if that card ever enters combat with one of their creatures, that slapping a Lash Right onto a Friction Ability just seems like certain death in the face of the mono green deck.
Yeah, but you have to get that through the classic Phyrexian Obliterator problem, which is your card dies to Dismember.
That is true, but so does every single other card in your deck. So I assume that Dismember is going to be doing a lot of overkill, if you will.
Yeah. And the match looks to be starting right now. It looks like we're going to be on Ty's side, taking a look at the mono green hands and seeing how they play out. I believe Ty was the 4th seed, so Ty should be on the play here. I think Ty's hands, what Ty's looking for should be pretty straightforward. It's just kind of like the same, my hand produces a creature and attacks kind of hands that, Ty wants against every single deck on the play. It'll be interesting to see what Simon's hands on the draw shape up like, because something like a Dread Shade is going to just be a little bit too slow, too late. Yep. Clean keep from Ty here. Just turn 2, Steel Leaf Champion, got a Heart of Kirin. Little light on spells, but, that's what the draw step's for.
Shout out to old school bordered lands and Llanowar Elves. This set roulette always throws you back to these old sets, and even though Llanowar Elves comes from Dominaria, there's nothing against the rules that lets you play the original version.
Yeah, this is the original alpha art on both of these, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Some good classics. Not my choice, but I can't disrespect anyone who chooses those.
We do have the opening Fatal Push for the opening Llanowar Elves, so the Heart of Kirin is going to be the next up, and we're going to crew that with the Steel Leaf Champion if it stays in hand, barring a distress from the opponent.
Yeah, no game 1 distress, I think. So that's
I believe there were 2.
2? Let's take a look at this.
Maybe I was looking at the wrong list.
Yeah, there are 2 mono black decks, so it's easy to swap all that stuff.
No, it is. There's a duress in the main, not a distress.
Gotcha.
The 2 distress are in the sideboard. It was the bigger mono black deck that was playing main deck distress.
I want to say that Wizards has distinctly avoided putting those 2 cards in the same format for this exact reason. And it's very convenient for the mono green deck that the hand curved out in such a way that this Fatal Push on Llanowar Elves was really just a non-issue. There's a lot of mono green hands where that could have been a huge problem.
Yeah.
So really, that is one of the better things that Ty could have had in terms of curve outs.
Heart of Kieran has a very good way in this mono green deck of filling the void of interaction of like either turn 1 shock or gut shot or Fatal Push on the Llanowar Elves, since it was such a critical pillar to the format.
Yeah, it actually looks like M14 was also a really big help there with Colonian Tusker and Scavenging Ooze.
Yep, Mutavault was the third card that you could have added to that set to this mono green deck that always helps the beatdowns.
Yeah, so it gifted Etherborn and then the expected champion into attack with Heart Play.
One of the advantages the Stillleaf champion has here is it can't actually be blocked by the gifted Etherborn due to his wannabe trample text.
Yeah. At least until a Lash Ride gets involved, but I think a Lash Ride Etherborn is going to attack. Duress actually finding a target, which is very lucky.
Especially the fact that the heart was already in play made it slightly of a not as a problem as it could have been if this Duress had been fired off on turn 1 and there was no backup heart.
Yep. Dismember taking care of the Steel Leaf, but no land for Simon here. It looks like the Ooze. There's some debate about whether to grow the Ooze here or not.
Well, you have to grow the Ooze to be able to crew the heart to be able to attack.
Yeah, but you want to save this Llanowar Elfin Graveyard for a little bit, right? And force your opponent to make some decisions. Maybe give you the ability to draw. I guess if this Ooze dies, then nothing is going on there. But in theory,
you're not forced to activate it twice, but you're obligated or activate it at least once to get the heart online.
Yeah, so this is that point. So like if you drew another Ooze here, you would be in a position to have made your new Ooze crew the heart, and then I guess you wouldn't want to attack the old Ooze into that Etherborn anyway. So this is all fine.
No.
This Dismember cleaning out this Etherborn means that, especially without the lands, Simon is under a real pressure to close this game out. I don't really know if the math is like possible to work out here.
If he does not have a 1-man removal spell in Fatal Push, for the Heart of Kieran, the Bitter Blossom will deal lethal because of the Dismember that's currently in hand for the mono green deck.
Yeah, I think the question for Simon is whether the Etherborn attacks here. Because if that does, I think you just have to dismember the Etherborn and ride out the rest of the damage as opposed to risking it. Though I guess Simon has used 2 removal spells, so maybe you could risk another, and the Etherborn is going to gain back 2 life this turn and 2 life next turn, so that's just the 4 that the heart would have dealt anyway. So yeah, you just have to kill the Etherborn, and that does come with the bonus of making your Ooze 1 bigger.
Having the Ooze become 1 bigger is kind of irrelevant in the face of Bitter Blossom on chump block duty.
Yeah, that's fair.
But if you do get to grow the Ooze out to a 6/6, it does fade Dismember.
Yes, that's very true. And I think this might be the Ooze attacking as opposed to the heart.
There's no difference, to be honest, except you're just having an additional creature.
Well, it's a question of whether the Siphoner... This is just allowing your opponent to block with the Siphoner, which is probably good for you because it's a faster clock than a 1/1 flying token.
But your opponent still gets the option to block with Flower if they want to.
Yeah, you're just denying them the option versus giving them the option, which I think really because like if they had a push or a not a Dismember. Dismember's not going to do anything. But if they had a push, they would have aimed it at the Ooze potentially already. So This is probably one of those situations where it doesn't matter a ton. It's just giving your opponent a chance to mess up.
Yeah.
And I guess Michael's. I guess we're debating which one to block with, or whether to block with face and move to the next game is the other option.
Yeah. To be fair, it did happen in one of our earlier rounds where there was a misclick and the face was chosen as the option.
It is a legal play. And this mono black deck does not, I believe, have a way to clear its own Bitter Blossom. No Ratchet Bomb, no...
No, but this Aethersphere Harvester is going to do a very good job of gaining back the life that the Bitter Blossom has been losing. And the fact that you're producing more 1/1s also lets you double block with a Harvester and a Bitter Blossom token on the Heart of Kirin at some point.
Yeah. The Scavenging is already being at a 5/5. I guess that was the other consideration with the Siphoner, was you don't want a creature in graveyard to give life and a counter there. Oh. Well,
the top decked Chameleon Colossus is going to come into play this game and make a lot of the draws from Simon Nielsen very irrelevant very quickly.
Yeah. Who's going to come in and just eat a thing? Oh, we're crewing. Is that because the Ooze could get double blocked? Yeah, that makes sense. Ooze could be double blocked by Siphoner plus Harvester and trade off for Harvester. Though I think that's profitable for you. This Colossus is probably just the death knell of this game anyways, though, so it's fine. If you trade off the Harvester, you just can't block the Colossus next turn, so...
Nope. Yeah. And the only out being the lone Eldest Reborn is kept in check by the Llanowar Elf in play.
Yeah, yeah. And the fact that Simon just hasn't had lands the entire game.
That is another factor.
Yep.
Maybe he actually has the card in hand and just can't cast it.
Yes, that would be a tough scenario.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, this is what we saw this in chat earlier. It was thinking about which bad play to make was what was typed into the Moto chat, and I think that that's a great decision to describe this as, just kind of thinking about which of these bad options to select. Yep. And I think Harvester, block the heart, gain the life, and chump the Ooze is probably the best course of action, and that looks like what's happening.
Yep.
And yeah, I wonder if attacking with the heart and letting Simon use an energy going aggro, on this turn, that wasn't required. You didn't have to let Simon use an energy to gain life this turn. But again, Colossus probably kind of wraps this all up. We're not at the double activate point, but it shouldn't really matter. You don't need to make a 16. The 8 should be sufficient to trample over a Harvester.
It does not actually have trample.
Yes,
it only has protection for black.
Incorrect choice of words there.
Really?
Yes. I think once the Harvester is cleared, so Lash Ride would make a 7. It's still not enough to. So if you Lash Ride the Harvester, we go 6 to. Lash Riding the Harvester is exactly enough to not survive because it costs Phyrexian mana to move the Lash Ride.
Yes.
Yep. And the Bitter Blossom on next upkeep would be the kill.
Yes.
Yep. Simon may be debating whether to draw a card off the Siphoner and whether that gets him anywhere out of this, or whether to just tank the energy and see if Harvester can somehow come up with enough life gain to win the game.
If there was more lands on the mono black side of the field, there would be a lot more of these scenarios that would be plausible.
Okay. I'm trying to think what other lines could be taken to kind of turn this game around at all. So the big plays, Lash Ride, not going to cut it. Obliterator, would Land Obliterator chump with the Harvester for a turn. Still doesn't put you into range to survive another hit. So I think you need like Obliterator, another Harvester, maybe another Harvester.
Well, we do have the Lashwraith play, so that's why we were in the tank so long.
Mm-hmm.
And we had the 4th land to actually get it into play.
Yeah.
So
And I
now,
think that's
even though
what
we're
the Cypher
forced to
debate was.
block
Yeah.
the Colossus with the Harvester, we need to find a way to kill the opponent, probably with the Lashwraith, moving around to either the Siphoner, seeing as how it's probably going to be the only other creature in play post-combat, since the Fairy has to chump block the Heart, and the Harvester has to get in front of the Colossus.
The Germ token could just battle. But part of the problem is that
that's probably just going to get chumped by the Llanowar Elf.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, you're going to take 0 over taking 4 in that scenario.
Yeah. Taking more than 4/6 right off of the Siphoner.
Oh yeah, because the Siphoner is also not being blocked.
Debating whether this Fairy token is more important on a later turn for something, maybe another Harvester crew. Maybe blocking a Heart of Huron now that the Harvester is gone. But Heart of Huron's less damage than an Ooze, so I don't think that maths out very well. And fortunate for Simon, I guess, that this Harvester isn't a creature once it goes to the graveyard, so there's no chip shot with the Ooze. But that's just like kind of a whole issue of this situation, is that this Ooze is just going to represent a little bit of life each time. Just a little bit harder to kill him. And I don't think that math is not looking promising.
Nope.
No. Kind of funny historical note. So Lashwraith, we mentioned that Fabian Thiel had top-aided a Pro Tour. He top-aided, I believe, the Pro Tour that Lashwraith also top-aided, which was Pro Tour Nagoya 2011. But that was in the context of, I believe, a mono black infect deck. New Phyrexia chosen for this set roulette. Doesn't have, I don't think it has black infect creatures. I think it
has one.
One.
The one is the Spectre, the 1/1 flying infect creature for a colorless and double black that says when you deal damage to your opponent, you can sacrifice it to have them discard cards equal to the number of poison counters that they have.
Gotcha. So yeah, the Lashwraith, pumping an infect creature is obviously basically doubling up, but that can't happen in this format, which is kind of funny considering that's what it was originally used for the most part. That was a good
only infect creatures that were legal in this format were 3 different colors.
Yeah, it was the Razor Boar, the Leonin, the 1 white 2/1 infect. Fabian Thiel notably top-aiding that event with mono red mid-range. So a little bit of trivia there for you. And yep, Whispering Spectre did top-8 that Pro Tour in the Lashwraith deck.
I believe the other infect creatures that were legal for this format were the Glint, the one mana one, the Glistener Elf,
yes.
and the unblockable one, the Infiltrator.
I think there was also some weird red ones, like an Ogre.
Yes.
New Phyrexia got weird with it. And actually, I'm going to fact check myself. Godemis notably deviated and played Piston Sledge over Lashwraith in that deck. So maybe not, Lashwraith was historically with that, but just not happening today. So let's get back to this game in progress. A couple blockers, not really a great way through. And yep, Simon electing to take the concede route in the face of a lethal Chameleon Colossus Pump. Moving to the sideboard for Ty, what do you think is going to happen here? We've got
we see the Lifecrafter's Best Years coming in, a couple wear and tears maybe to deal with the Harvesters, the Lashwraiths, and the Bitter Blossoms themselves. The mutagenic growths don't seem to be super impactful against opposing dismembers, seeing as how the mid-range deck has a bunch of blockers as opposed to only having dismembers as ways of killing creatures. You may want to shave me a harvester. Seeing as how your opponent's just killing everything that you have, drawing multiples doesn't seem like the best option because you're crewing the first one.
That does make sense to shave on legendary.
The fact that your opponent has obliterators in their list probably forces you to play Dismember.
I think you also want to dismember Dreadshade if you ever get the chance, or even Etherborn. There's just a lot of good targets.
Yeah.
Wear Away being considered for those 8 equipment, the Last Rise and the Harvester and Bitter Blossom. Just a lot of Wear Away targets.
Yep. One of the reasons why Wear Away got the nod over Naturalize in this sideboard is you can actually, if you have 6 mana, you can just splice into Arcane one into the other and just get the full blowout.
Yeah, and that is something that could matter in this matchup. So yeah, it looks like Heart of Kiran's are getting trimmed along with Colonian Tusker, just a 3/3 that's likely to get outclassed by one of the random creatures that is showing up in that mono black deck.
Rishkar also hit the bench, maybe trying to like trim away on legendaries so that if you draw multiples that it's not an issue because you want the top of your deck to be live as much as possible in the face of so much removal.
Yeah, and trimming the Tuskers also makes Rishkar just way worse, just having less things to Rishkar. Though we do see that coming up here.
It's a pretty good opener for the green deck. Unfortunately, we did not have a 1-drop, but then I just spoke too soon, and then you just top decked one, right?
Hey, cycling Greenbelt Rampager for an energy is a perfectly fine 1-drop. Though it looks like this implies that Simon doesn't have a removal spell that costs 1. I guess maybe doesn't want to spend a Fatal Push on the elf. Anyways, Ty electing to deploy the Greenbelt Rampager energy plus Mystic there as opposed to 3/3. Just the risk of missing your land and not being able to cast your 5/4 is a big deal here. Siphoner coming down. Ty kind of with a couple options, just the biggest one. Makes sense. The lack of 1 mana removal on that elf into a tempo positive play does make sense that you would, play the thing that's best if your opponent doesn't have a kill spell, but Doomblade firing right off on that.
Hopefully we can draw a 4th land for this Chameleon Colossus to become a thing at a point in this game, even if the Llanowar Elf has to remain in play for that to become a thing.
Yep. Electing to Rampager plus Tusker to maximize Rishkar in the future, as opposed to just running it out and hoping you get to 4 mana as fast as possible. Ethersphere Harvester on Simon's side, but Wear Away ready to answer that if needed. But
we found our 4th mana source from the green side, but we're lacking it from the black side.
Yes, that is true. Just some real mana struggles from Simon's side.
I'm pretty sure if he hits his 4th land, either this turn or next turn, the Last Wraith plus Ethersphere Harvester plan will be in full effect against the Chameleon Colossus, only to crumble to the Wear Away that is in hand for mono green.
Yeah. It might be Last Wraith plus let's see, Duress needed, and I doubt that Duress is hanging out. Maybe a Distress. That might be what's called for.
I don't know if you'd actually want discard against the green deck, seeing as how they're probably going to be in top deck mode past turn 5. And the only things that you're trying to hit are card advantage engines in the form of Lifecrafter's Bestiary or maybe Karn.
Yeah, Duress sure not. Distress may just be a required way to handle a Chameleon Colossus.
Seeing as how it hits creatures compared to Duress, you may be correct.
Yeah, Glint Sleeve Siphoners here picking up some cards, trying to help Simon dig out of this, but the lack of lands just both games has been real tough. and that's just kind of unfortunate. I believe Simon is playing 25 lands. Yeah, just
Playing 25
right
swamps.
yeah, on the right side of it all with siphoners and mana and just kind of the wrong draws and the heaps that you kind of say, yeah, this should be fine, and then maybe it isn't.
One of the things I'd like to note in the way that Simon built his deck is Aethersphere Harvesters and Glintleaf Siphoners go really well together in the energy package, one giving the other access to multiple lifelink effects, or the Aethersphere Harvester turning its energy and unneeded lifelink into cards off the Siphoner.
Yeah, you kind of get your choice of the best of both worlds. And it looks like the race plan is in full effect, just trying to battle through. And I think Ty's question is how to leave up the right quantity and quality of blockers for these menace
I feel
creatures.
like Rishkar here pumping not only the Chameleon Colossus, but also the Chameleon Tusker gives you access to a lot of mana in form of the plus counters that Rishkar is producing, so that you can actually either play multiple cards in future turns, pump Chameleon Colossus for almost lethal next turn if you hit more land drops, or you can just start tapping your guys to draw more cards off the Life Crafter's Bestiary.
Yeah, I think that Ty wants to, in this spot, leave up a wear away, and I think he's just trying to figure out the best way to do that. Whether that is like, do you Rishkar, like how do you tap your Elvish Mystic to do that? Like what sources do you want to leave up? Just that whole little puzzle to solve. Because let's see, pump 5, 15. It's not going to be lethal on 2 with the Colossus anyways. So I think that, yeah, it looks like Ty's just taking the very conservative line of just, oh, maybe a little aggro, just letting the Harvester swing in for one turn. I'm going to trust
really
him.
Want to telegraph these disenchant either by leaving creatures back that you're putting counters on with Rishkar.
Yeah. Let's see, so this is 10. So 10 life forces an attack or block with the Harvester, right? Because that 10 life is 5 doubled.
Yes.
So.
And it also kind of forces him not to be able to activate multiple Glintleaf Siphoners to stay alive.
It's true. So this attack with the Siphoner is bad, right? Because we're running into a 3/4 and a 3/3 here. If we use a removal spell, that's kind of dicey. I guess you have to kill one of these creatures anyways with a removal spell. If you have like a Doomblade, you have to, like, one of these 3/3s has to die. So maybe you go after the Rishkar. But again, we're still in this spot where our deck is mono black. Our opponent has a Chameleon Colossus on the battlefield, and we're just like, can we tread enough water to kill our opponent through it when we're down on life? Yeah, these, just any kind of Chameleon Colossus from a position where the mono green deck is at parity or ahead is just so tough to overcome.
And that's what I felt that the green decks would have to look like to do well in this format in the face of the removal suite that Black had access to. Main deck Chameleon Colossus, it was clearly one of the greatest ways to build this green deck. And as much as the Druid combo deck could have been a thing, and we didn't get to see multiples of them, seeing as how either Black kept it out of the format, or that having Chameleon Colossus in your deck was just better in attacking with Steel Leaf Champions as well, was the correct line.
Yeah. I don't know enough about the Glimpse of Nature decks to say, but I would also maybe guess that they weren't quite up to snuff for the power level format. It looks like Simon took a defensive play, planning on blocking it with the Harvester, and like we predicted a while ago, Wear Away comes down and the dream is dead. Looks like we're going to see a Ty advance 2-0 here to the semifinals, where he will be taking on the winner of, let me pull up the standings. It looks like Alec Levy and Dominic Harvey. So that's green,
Blue
black,
White versus Snakes.
Yep. I think Ty is rooting for Harvey there just because the green deck being on the draw, Alec Levy being first seed with Snakes, being on the draw in the green creature matchups is never fun. Rounding up some other results, I think there's only one to report that Jack Kiefer with Blue White Legends has defeated Fabian Thiel's Green Black Snakes deck. So Jack,
which may be the same outcome that comes from Dominic Harvey and Alec.
Yeah. Jack going to be taking on the winner of the other mono green versus mono black match. Michael Smith's mono black deck, little bit bigger. This is the multiple Karns list that we saw win a mono black mirror to make top 8. So that one is still ongoing.
List of the mono black variant that is much better equipped to deal with Chameleon Colossus than the version that we saw here.
Yep.
In terms of removal.
Yep.
I'm sure Simon had a plan against it and knew that the card existed and chose to try to beat it with Lash Wraith and Aethersphere Harvester opposed to trying to vanquish it via whether it be Karn Liberated or sacrifice effects like the Eldest Reborn.
Yeah, but having a direct way. Yep. And we're going to jump right into that other mono black, mono green match. Jacob Nagru at 1 life, facing down 25 life from the mono black side. And it looks like Lifecrafter's Bestiary might be taking things back. I popped into the stream and just watched a Karn die to a Heart of Kiran. So that always a good sign for the mono green deck when you are ahead on cards in hand and battlefield presence, and it's just a matter of whether your card advantage engine can beat a pristine talisman.
It's a pristine talisman and a Batter Skull in this card.
Yes, the Batter Skull did just resolve, so this is kind of an interesting combat step potentially shaping up. I don't think that, if I can read these counts right. With no floating mana, I don't think that this Batter Skull can re-equip to threaten an attack with a 5/5 germ. But that Ooze die does remove the easiest way for Jacob to get out of this, which is just make a 6/6 and then the Batter Skull can't attack. But Jacob did find the fast way to draw a bunch of cards, but I don't think he's short on cards. I think he's short on
life points.
Block of potential 5/5 germ token.
Here you get the free attack with the Green Belt Rampager crew come back to hand interaction.
Yeah, so here Jacob doesn't have a direct way to spend energy, so he's limited in the number of Bestiary Green Belt Rampager loops that he can execute. But he does get to draw a card kind of each time, so that could get somewhere.
Building your own Harmonize seems perfectly reasonable.
Yep. Heart of Kiran chipping away for 4 damage here. Probably going to get reversed real fast with Batter Skull, but let's see. Yep, another Rampager loop. And I'm guessing he's going to have to, so he's at 2 life. He's going to have to block a Batter Skull next turn.
Yes.
Probably, like I said, a 5/5 that's getting a germ token equipped. Oh, not a 5/5. Interesting.
I mean, is there a big difference between a 4/4 and a 5/5?
There is, because I think Jacob wanted to block with this Heart of Kiran anyways, right? Because maybe that's not true. Maybe he wanted to block with the Rich card. But I think that blocking right now with this Heart of Kiran is great because it lets him deploy the other Heart of Kiran from hand. If you take a turn off, it's fine. And I think that the 5/5 germ token is more likely to actually kill the 5/4 Steel Leaf Champion, though I guess it's at the point where Michael just has so much mana that looping this Batter Skull is just like a free roll every turn.
Yeah. It may not have been relevant this round, but I'm sure that Pristine Talisman has been padding his life total very well in combination with Batterskull against these aggressive decks, just to be able to have more draw steps to find removal to stabilize the board.
This mono green deck is probably the one where it matters the least, just because damage is dealt in so big chunks. Okay,
especially with this Chameleon Colossus that we just ripped off the top.
Yeah, the 1 life a turn is less than doubling. Just like if you want to learn some math lessons, whenever you start multiplying things by 2, powers of 2, yeah, that's when things.
It's better than addition.
Yeah.
Also, we've drawn a way to be able to interact with this Batterskull when it's probably going to come back to hand and return for blocking one of these creatures.
I wonder if it's better to save, so like just ignore the Batterskull, because the Germ Token can't go anywhere, right? The Germ Token can't go through this Chameleon Colossus. So if you save the Wear Tear, you might be able to deal with an Eldest Reborn that could threaten an ultimate. I think the real question on Jacob's side is whether you just get Life's Finale'd and whether you have any way to play around that.
Life's Finale would be good, but it's still not beating the Bestiary plus Heart of Kieran. Seeing as how you probably have to tap low for it, and the Wearer would just hit the Batterskull at that point.
That's I don't know how low, because that Cabal Stronghold plus all your swamps is just so much mana. Unfortunately, Legend is not a type that Chameleon Colossus has, so you cannot.
No. It used to be. Nowadays, it is not.
Yes, I don't. Yes,
Legends used to be a creature type.
Yes, back in the day. So it looks like
Colossus, back in like 2000.
Yep. I think the question on Jacob's side here is how the Colossus, how this mana is just going to shape up. And I think that Jacob is really looking to, I think he's probably going to try to double pump this Colossus this turn. So let's just count this through. So double pump is
he's access to 8 mana, plus 2 from the creatures, so that's 10. So he can double pump and have access to Wear Away if need be.
I think the actual answer.
Yeah,
I think the actual answer is that Jacob may not want to move in this turn because triple pump next turn is just lethal. Like that's just enough, right?
That's 32. Yeah.
So I wonder. I guess maybe he just wants to like throw some more stuff out and see how it goes. I guess he can Wear Away the Batterskull. Okay, Heart's getting dismembered here, so Wear Away on this Batterskull is going to be required to deal lethal. Yeah, so the issue is going, I guess it isn't required because the Batterskull,
because the Batterskull puts you up to 16, the 2-person talismans to 18, and since you can Wear Away on this Batterskull, they don't gain the 4. Therefore, they're too short from recovering from the Chameleon Colossus on the swingback.
Right. They were always in triple pump range, but they could get Henny's expertise out of that triple pump range easily. So it really just comes down to what this last card that Michael drew this turn was, and whether it's okay. That looks like a game 3 is coming up because Wear Away was in the deck, so that had to have been a game 2.
Yes.
So, let's see. Looking through sideboards, I don't know if Jacob's going to change a ton here. His opponent's just not going to have creature, right? Like there's a Belzenlock. We went over this, and that's not going to do anything. There's some Bitter Blossoms, but yeah. So it's really just a matter of doing the thing.
I guess the turn 1 land roll, turn 2 Heart of Kieran with some 3/3s is good enough. 2 lands is plenty to cast everything we have in hand, and Wear Away's the ace in the hole for the Batterskull if there's one.
Yeah, it's hard to complain about this hand aside from like the only thing you could ask for more was a Chameleon Colossus.
That is true. Well, you're not even at the point of casting it, but
Yeah. So
there could have been a Still Leaf champion.
yes. So the question here is, yep, just the hearts coming down, which I think
Next turn, you get to actually play two Colonian Hunters into the Heart of Kieran, and you get actually to get to play around Yehane's expertise since you're on the play by playing Rishkard and putting tokens on each of them on turn 4 if you're looking to do that.
I think other way around. He's on the draw, so he can't. So the question is whether you. I think you
Oh,
kind of want to
my
wear
bad.
away this talisman and play a Tusker. That's just like a really clean play this turn. And you can even do it in such a way that if you beat a dismember, because you can wear away in main phase and then crew in beginning of combat, get in
Yes.
that heart battle. And I think specifically killing this talisman, the thing you're trying to handle with that is a bit of the life chips, because your hand actually has to go the hard way to lethal. But really, it's making sure that your opponent doesn't get to a fast batter skull. Like that's the 5 that's going to be threatening here.
Yes.
Or the Eldritch Reborn's not a huge deal.
No,
It's
because you're just losing the Elvish Mystic, and there's
Mm.
nothing to bring back that's great at the moment or threatening. But
yeah,
being able to like 2-spell on this turn by making your opponent be slower and you continuing to apply pressure is exactly where you want to be.
yeah. Also, the 1-turn buffer on Life's Finale is really nice too.
There was a Yehane's expertise hanging out, so the fact that our follow-ups are Colonial Tusker and Rishkar. Oh, no, never mind. Maybe we're going to take a turn off for Lifecrafter's Bestiary.
I think the question is how long Jacob thinks this game is going to go. And I think the answer is he's expecting it to just take a little bit longer than he would like.
Because now the black deck is up to Life's Finale mana if need be, and even has the Cabal Stronghold to generate a bunch more.
So that does imply that there's no Karn liberated in hand, because that would have been 7 mana, Karn, kill Heart of Kieran, good luck, have fun.
Well, it's not something he could have done this turn, but it's something he can do next turn.
No, right. Cabal. Oh no, you're right. Cabal Stronghold.
Because he only has access to 6 mana this
Yes.
turn.
Yep. I'm Cabal Stronghold. Cabal Coffers mathing. You know.
Yeah.
Costs net 4 to use Stronghold, so you only net an extra mana on the 5th swamp.
Yes.
Yep. So now we're in the awkward spot of Karn being able to kill our only threat, which would be really, really bad. And I don't know if Bestiary can outpace Karn.
Karn is eating the cards you're going to have in your hand anyway, and you have to be hitting Karn for it to get out of hand. But here we see the Eldritch Reborn taking out the Colonian Tusker first, and maybe we'll see Karn next turn down tick on the Lifecrafter's Bestiary.
Yeah, the problem with that is that Jacob's just going to deploy a million threats. Let's see. So 6 mana. Jacob can do some stuff, but it's not like. I don't think this Mutavault's great because it's just. I mean, it is a threat, but it's not like he's just going to draw a million cards this turn. He's going to have another land to play. I think he can do better given this green spell Rampager. But I don't know. He's sweating it. I think the issue that maybe the other issue is that it's not a green mana for continuing to loop a bunch of power.
Sure, but having it in play lets you maybe keep Karn in check if your opponent goes Karn down tick, since you had this Rishkar in hand. Sure, it doesn't take it out fully, but barring a Yehane's expertise, there's always going to be an elf lying around to maybe double up with that Mutavault.
That's true. And it also notably is something that survives Life's Finale, so that you can have... Actually, you know what? The thing that I just realized, it's a creature that survives Life's Finale that you will have on the battlefield to protect a Chameleon Colossus from Eldritch Reborn at basically all times, and that's really huge.
From the sacrifice effect of the Eldest Reborn.
Yeah, so if your opponent fires a Life's Finale on a board that isn't Chameleon Colossus, and you follow up with Colossus, and they have an Eldest Reborn, the Mutavault will just eat that.
Yes.
This is interesting. So one of these Eldest Reborns is going to get like a Tusker or something. And then the question is, yep, it looks like Jacob's just going for it. And might be, let's see if he goes for more. Whether he goes for Rampager's firing away, and the Rishkar is choosing to make mana for a card as opposed to producing a body.
Your opponent being at 20 feels like that's a much better use of your mana than just trying to get in for 3.
Yeah. Especially with Chameleon Colossus, when we've continued to talk about Chameleon Colossus just being super lethal.
It has death touch players when your opponent controls swamps.
Looks like this land might be relegated to the Eldest Reborn's discard trigger.
I think that is what it should do.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he has the second Bestiary in hand really means that he can go off, if you will, with the Rampager, but the two energy that he's already created off it, unfortunately, he'll have to spend to keep it in play. Hopefully, he can draw a second one off of it.
Yeah, and I think that I'm just trying to think through, like, is that mana relevant for like a Mutavault or something? And there's no way it is unless our opponent has a perfect 3 cards. They could go, or no, it's a 4th card because they need a land. Never mind. No way that maths out. It's most likely that our opponent's hand has access to a Karn, is my guess.
Another thing that Scavengers protects you from is the Eldest Reborn's ultimate. Since the targets, your opponent is required to target the permanent that they're going to be bringing back, and you actually get to scavenge and use it from the grave.
Looks like that other Lifecrafter's Bestiary was deemed not relevant. There's that land, and now will we see a Karn?
Karn would be the best answer that we have to this Chameleon Colossus. And a bunch of mana is being tapped.
This might be a Ballista, which also kills the Colossus, I believe. 8, yep.
Ballista is correct.
And that has to take out this Colossus. There's no other use for it.
No.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's one of the reasons that it made his deck beyond being a mana sink for Cabal Stronghold.
Yep, and playing a Karn here would actually result in a kind of similar outcome where the Karn just dies, because the Okina could pump the Rishkar to a 4/4, so there'd be 2 things attacking the Karn that would both kill it and kill the 3/3 if it blocked. Bestiary almost surely shipping that. Wear away on the Pristine Talisman, not really accomplishing a lot. I think the play is just kind of fire.
But do you believe that removing the Eldest Reborn... Oh, no. I was going to say, do you think removing the Eldest Reborn is relevant? But then again, he has a Scavenging Ooze in hand to do exactly what I said last turn, is eat the target.
Exactly. So this attack with these 2 creatures, I think maybe you should have led on the... that's not true. Maybe you wanted to use the mana on something. I was debating if you wanted to lead on the attack so that your opponent had less info about whether your mana would be constrained for Okina, or whether, like, if your opponent chumps with a 3/3, you could predict an incoming something.
The Rishkar being pumped by Okina here makes it unblockable from the Colonial Tusker, unless the opponent's just looking to hinder the mana.
I think the other question here is whether attacking with this Rishkar and opening it up to
Yahanni's expertise?
Yeah.
I mean, the Scavenging Ooze lives and the Rampager lives, so
that's fair.
It doesn't seem like that's the best Yahanni's expertise you're casting.
And there isn't even a creature or a planeswalker in graveyard for the Eldest Reborn to target.
No.
To prevent a counter on the ooze. So this ooze is going.
That's one of the great things about the Elder Reborn in this version is if you're going to play a card just to remove a permanent, your opponent has to kill it. The Elder Reborn gets to actually buy it back later on.
Yeah. Notably, not seeing an extra counter on that creature return with Elder Reborn kind of threw me for a loop because I'm just so used to Elspeth Conquer's Death over the last year. So there's a Karn and a Hellbent opponent. Lifecrafter's Bestiary are really just getting out of hand. And I think... Okay, so the ooze is going to go... I honestly think that Jacob might... It's debatable whether he wants to exile or not, because not exiling means that future oozes are even better. I don't think the life matters. So the question is, like, what do you exile now to hedge against a future Eldest Reborn?
If there was a Chameleon Colossus in the graveyard, I'd probably do it. But like, since the biggest threat is currently a Colonian Tusker, I think you just let it go.
Yeah. So this card, so game 3 on the line here. Jacob just filtering away, pulling ahead of the mono black deck on the basis of a single sideboard card. And I think that he is probably just in go mode, just deal as much damage as possible and try to close this out before anything really bad happens.
Well, we're definitely killing this card.
Absolutely. Mutavault's going to fire up as opposed to like leaving up Wear Away for some hedging. Yep, something is going at the card, and that's all he cares about. Opponent going down to 14, virtual 15, so we have lethal in 2, potentially. Let me just do this math. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, lethal in 2.
And the second Cabal Stronghold was taken off the top, so nothing relevant from the black side. And I don't think that there are cards or sequence of cards that he can actually draw to get out of this. Life's Finale would do something to help, but with the Heart of Kyrian being able to fire up and constantly do 4 damage plus an additional 2 next to the Mutavault still puts the clock at very, very high.
Also, the fact that the Mutavault surviving means that you need to draw any creature with power and toughness to cruise the Heart of Kyrian. Like any Llanowar elf cruise the Heart of Kyrian. Yeah, 2, 4.
And so now he can just top deck Life's Finale and Mutavault's still lethal.
And that's it. Lifecrafter's Bestiary takes the match. Jacob Nagra wins 2-1 and advances to the semifinals. Also in the semifinals, Dominic Harvey breaking the 8v1 seed disparity against Alex Levy on Green Black Snakes. So it actually looks like the top 4 is 2 mono greens versus 2 blue whites.
And we saw both mono greens take out both mono black decks thanks to Chameleon Colossus. In this game, it was a bit less due to that, but Lifecrafter's Bestiary did a lot of heavy lifting in the card advantage department.
Absolutely. Looks like we're going to go to break with the end of this and then transfer over to the semifinals where I will be replaced by Sidetrack. And I'll be interested to see what happens there. Because, again, it is Jacob playing against Jack Kiefer and Ty playing against Dom Harvey.
So we're going
to play draws. You know, one of the Jacob on the draw, Dom on the draw in that other match. And we'll see who ends up winning.
And depending who wins, we either have a mirror in the finals or we have the same matchup playing out again.
Yeah.
Mythic Society.
Playset Moil promo. It's a real.
All right, welcome back everybody to the Mythic Society set roulette. $1,500 in prizes. We are in the top 4. Are you excited for this?
Hell yeah.
All right, we had a real long one last round. Pretty exciting game though. See mono green beat mono removal, and we're
Lifecrafters
gonna go
bestiary
ahead.
did all the lifting.
Yeah, and we're actually up next. We're gonna have Jack Keeper versus Jacob Nagaro, and it's gonna be blue white versus a green stompy deck. So we'll try to
Yep.
get that for you as soon as we can.
The type of removal is going to be more of on the mass scale in form of Urza's Runus Blast trying to take out a whole bunch of stuff. But the fact that a card like Heart of Kirin is legendary doesn't get hit by it. And there aren't very many removal spells you can play in the blue-white deck that actually deal with Heart of Kirin. And like Vendilion Killing only has 3 power. Baral doesn't fly. Seal Away doesn't get Heart of Kirin because it just never taps and stays Vigilance. So besides Teferi, there's not a lot of you can do against an opposing Heart of Kirin besides countering it. And you're gonna have to deal with a 2-mana Syncopate or Negate somewhere. And if you're on the play on the draw, it makes a big difference if that heart gets through or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack has a little bit of a weakness to that. He does have 3 Dismember at his disposal. If I'm reading the deck list correctly. But again, it is one of those 2 mana, comes down very quick, get under counter magic, and then force you to have one of those way less answers than you have for everything else for it.
And Dismember, like, it deals 4 to you because you're playing the blue-white deck, so it's like hard of hearing it hits you at least. And the fact that the green deck is playing a full set of them, you're probably going to have one in the back pocket just to slam back down.
Yep. So it's very minimal, and you're going to take 4, like you said. And it looks like Jacob's deck is also running. Everybody's running Dismember because, why not?
It's
a good card.
colorless.
It's colorless, good card.
Yeah.
And at least there's going to be a couple targets in Jack's deck for Jacob's Dismembers. Unfortunately, it's only going to be Burrell and Vendilion Click, but it could be enough to help push through a little bit of damage if they're just trying to protect a walker. So it won't be a 100% dead card, but it's obviously not great game 1.
Would you keep him post board because you have to kill Lyras?
That's a good question. I was about to ask the same exact question. And I think
I thought you would, so I prefer to put you on the spot instead of having to deal with that.
I would be inclined to maybe cut 1, but I don't know if I'd want to keep all of them in for Lyra. But if I hard lose to Lyra, then I would be kind of inclined. It feels bad though, for sure. Like it's not a good. It doesn't feel good because you don't slam that card on 5 most of the time. But we're ready and going to bring the match to you now. So Jack's got a opt and an island.
One of the things I'd like to note between the Dominic Harvey list and the Jack Kiefer list is the fact that Jack has a lot less lands than the Dom means that he didn't add Mutavault to his mana base, and I really like the interaction between Lyra and Mutavault.
Yeah,
and wish that was a thing.
Yeah, Ari and I were talking about that earlier with the Blade Splicer Mutavault thing as well.
Here we have the turn 2 Heart of Kirin, and then we have the Seal Away in hand for Jack that just looks miserable.
Yep, and Syncopate coming in when Heart's already down is pretty rough.
You can always syncopate the threat that they're trying to drop to hit you with it. But if you really wanted a card that beat the Heart of Kirin out of the white deck, you could have played Gideon's Reproach. That actually does 4 damage to an attacker and would have been able to take out the Heart of Kirin.
Absolutely. There's some beautiful sequencing there as well. Playing the Dismember first, and we saw that he actually did get a little bit of value out of it in the end. And then playing the Elf to prevent any syncopate shenanigans going on.
Yep. Here we see Jack go through 3 ops just to try to hit his land drops. If those had just
Yeah,
been
the opt for a
Mutavault,
land
we just
drop.
get lands.
To be fair, he did keep a 1-lander.
Yeah, but you kind of do that when you have multiple ops in hand. And
Yeah, I don't disagree with that keep. It's a little risky, but I'd probably keep it all day. What else are you doing?
here, Karn ticks up to 6, but if there's a creature on the other side that's there to crew the heart, the whole team can come in to just bash Karn down.
Yep.
And then we don't have a legendary permanent to cast the Urza's Ruinous Blast, but that's still not hitting the heart like I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, this heart is going to be kind of a pain. That 2 blasts and a seal away, you're looking at 3 cards in your hand that don't do anything against your opponent's like very good threat right now.
And I feel it's been back-to-back matches where there's been like one key card in the green deck that's just been like heavy lifting a lot of the matchup. Here it's going to be Harder Kieran. Last time it was Chameleon Colossus. And I think it's one of the reasons why we see the green deck doing so well is it has these very, very powerful individual threats that are really good in the format against the specific cards that people have brought to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just kind of this game of I just keep using my walkers and they keep dying and I'm trying to get advantage, but I'm not really getting there. And I'm getting beat down by the same stuff. And it's not too good of a look.
No, here the Sealway is probably going to get to hit the Cavalier in return. No, we just decided to keep it up. I don't see why you would let your opponent untap when you know they're going to hit you with the Still Leaf Cavalier. Maybe you want to keep it for the Colossus, but
this is a beating.
Is everything going into Teferi? You going face? This is going into Teferi. That's going into Teferi.
That's got to go face. I mean, you're very worried. You're still kind of worried about Ruinous Blast. You're committing to the board. So I feel like you are very
everything going into Teferi.
You have to kill the Teferi because if you're all in on this.
And then we have another seal away off the top just for the rub-ins. Hardakir and keep coming in. Urza's Ruinous Blast still offline. And
not great. Now, do you think
the Green Army has almost lethaled from 20-0?
Are you inclined there to seal away main phase, or do you want them to untap with those to activate heart, or do you want to force the issue and make them have another creature, which they probably do?
Well, in theory, I would have played seal away on the Steel Leaf Champion on the end of turn trigger from the Teferi, but that just didn't happen. And now we just either continually taking damage from the Steel Leaf Champion, or we're just never casting these seal aways, because if we do, and then we actually get the Ruinous Blast off, which is the only way we're winning, then they actually just get their Steel Leaf Cavalier back.
Yep, man, that is correct.
But this is just, I guess, decisions biting you in game scenarios during an event. Like if we just replace those seal aways with Gideon's Reproach, we don't have this problem. But I'm pretty sure that Jack seal awayed maybe a Friction Obliterator during the event and was very happy with his choice, where Gideon's Reproach would have done nothing except make him lose 4 permanents.
Exactly. And I completely agree with that. It's just one of those things where the matchup just doesn't line up and you have 4 cards in your hand and they don't do anything.
Hey, another card you can't cast because you just die.
And
well, we're bringing another Karn, maybe some Lyras. Some invokes to deal with the hearts.
yeah, I think one of the other issues is you still want like your seal aways and stuff. It's just bad against heart, but like you need, if you don't die to heart and you take out the things to deal with the other creatures, then you're dying to those creatures instead. So
Yeah.
you really got to mix up your removal.
I also feel that like you should just be playing all the Lyras that you have in your sideboard in this matchup, because like if you're not doing that, then why are you playing so many?
If this isn't the matchup, what is it?
Like, are you just trying to like not die to the red decks? I mean, I understand
Valid,
that
but
I understand Ruinous Blast is there to like try to mop things up, but like Lyra is also a legendary creature that lets you cast that Ruinous Blast.
yeah, it sticks around.
Exactly. And lifelinks your way out of it. The fact that it has first strike is very big against Steel Leaf
Huge.
Champion.
Yeah, it's huge.
And if your opponent just doesn't have the Dismember or just chose to board them out, your Lyra is just going to town on them, and it's a giant moat that they can't get through.
Yeah, and one of the things we're seeing is that Jack thought about cutting a Karn, and then you're putting down one less way to activate your Ruinous Blast. And as we saw, he had 2 of them stuck in hand and no way to stick a Walker plus cast it.
Yeah.
So a little bit risky, but bringing in 2 Lyra does even that out, and technically makes it 1 more than
Once again, we
pre-board.
have a lowland hand with the island coming to play tapped, so you can't even play the opt on turn 1 since it's the Memorial to Genius.
Yeah, that's the one of, I believe, in the deck. And
Stings.
was one of lands. You seem to always have them in your opener.
Yeah, that's why the
Close to
Gandra
it.
Castle's right next to it.
Yep. Yeah, that's how I don't know how that works, but it feels like it happens all the time. And this could potentially mess up the curve, but I believe on the play, it's okay. On the draw, I don't know about this hand.
Would you tap out for Baral on turn 2, or would you be inclined to keep Syncopate up?
Oh, I'm scared of Heart. I wouldn't. I don't have an answer. I would hold up Syncopate 100%, and if they don't do anything I like,
you get to opt end a turn for the third land, and then you get to play the Baral and
and that's
keep the
because I know
Syncopate up.
Heart's going to give me problems.
But Heart's there, and it's stuck. So
that's a problem.
Yep.
Maybe the plan is counter everything that is relevant, and then
like syncopating this.
Yeah, it's like syncopate that. Go, maybe try to find a land on your turn. If you do, play the land. If you don't, like maybe try to draw one naturally for Karn, then curve into Teferi. Kind of. I mean, you're basically saying I'm going to try to deal with everything so the Heart doesn't do anything.
I guess that's the backup plan.
Well, it has to be. You tapped out for Baral. Wait, was that syncopate for 1?
No, it was syncopate for 2 because the chief of compliance lets you go down 1.
Totally, the Moto interface threw me out. It was totally forgot about that. But wow, into
boom, and then missed on misstep off the loot from the.
Okay.
The thing gets the chief gets you another loot.
I see you. That's pretty cute.
I mean, we're looking for blue mana, so.
I think ditching the opt here is okay because you're slamming that Karn and you know it.
Yep.
And invoke the divine off the top. This might be a turnaround real quick.
Double loots from the chief of compliance, getting us on track to what our deck should be doing.
Yes, I guess Jack knew best, and that was the play to tap out on 2.
Now your old friend Karn is going to give you a land, like you always say.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed.
not only that, but the mono green deck has also missed their 3rd land drop.
Yep.
So they're really syncopate prone because.
Oh yeah, your syncopates are all value.
Are you going fast or going Karn?
Oh, plus we've got Island off of the Karn, so we're going to be able to go Teferi, untap, invoke, or syncopate. Oh, this is actually
the nuts.
So it is the stone colds.
So we have Teferi, uptick Karn. We have access to Syncopate and Invoke. We let them crew the heart. They attack us. We invoke them, and then we have Syncopate up for whatever else.
Yeah, this is a very, very good hand. Oh, this is a nice play too with the seal away, choosing to have quite a bit of option select.
So instead of playing the Teferi, we're going to opt to seal away the current threat, and then we're going to try to syncopate the creature that it's going to come down to crew the Heart of Kirin. Well, that's not one of them, unless they're planning to activate Mutavault and then tap the Llanowar Elf just to get the heart in there, which is apparently what's going to happen. And then we get to invoke it, gain 4, and have an unpeated Teferi on next turn.
Well, the way Jack played this was beautiful.
It panned out great for him.
Like a book. I mean, that is honestly impressive. Like the line that he took with the seal away. Because a lot of people, I know I would have taken that Teferi and slammed it and held up seal away plus syncopate. Or no, he actually used the card. Yeah. Great. Amazing line.
The Lyra off the top is basically a game ender.
Yeah, this is
not that Karn and Teferi are best buds and that normally close out games, especially ones where your opponents are missing land drops. Well, backup heart was hanging out, but this can still be syncopated. Oh, no, it can't because the Llanowar Elf is up.
Yeah, the elf. Yeah, you might not care about that when you have a Lyra and you want to hold up. You want to be able to counter a potential dismember. It's what you've been saving it for. Unless, I mean, you feel like they would have dismembered earlier, to be fair, if they had it, but maybe they're sandbagging the other one.
Oh, the other card that was shown off the Karn last turn was a disallow. So the hard 2-mana counter spell because of the Chief of Compliance lets you drop your Lyra, be scared of absolutely nothing, have 4 mana up, and have answers to literally everything.
This is, oh man, this is great. This is the premium control hand, fast finisher, walkers, removal, counter spells, filtering. What else do you want?
It's what control players dream about.
It is. What else could you want here? Beautiful. And that bonus loot. Notably, Jacob's still missing a land drop.
At this point, I think it's too little, too late.
Yeah, I don't think Green can't come back from the. Oh, they did have. Oh, wow!
Playing around the counter magic.
That was smooth though. They did have that sandbag dismember. They could have drawn it for turn, but wow, that was very clean instep. Okay.
But we always had one on the top of our deck, so it doesn't matter.
Always another one.
Yep. We didn't side in 3. We only sided in 2. We have to draw them all.
I wonder if Lyra wins this game if Jack is inclined to bring in the third.
Depends.
It's kind of a wall.
It is, and I was thinking that he should have done that in this game, but
you never know.
We'll see.
Yeah, this is just counter your thing, kill your thing, attack.
Counter magia.
Oh.
Oh, now we can kill all your things.
Yeah, and you can have whatever's under that seal away back is then we'll dismember
it. Was a Colonian Tusker.
Ah, it was Colonian. Yeah, all right.
Actually, what you probably do is you down tick Teferi to put the seal away on the third top card from your deck, and then it gives it back to him. Then you get to just wipe it all.
But that Teferi alt is just so tasty. You can't resist every blue-white player in their mother when they see that eight loyalty hit, they're like, I gotta do it.
Yep. And I don't know very many players that have won matches under Teferi Ultimate.
I did it one time and lost the other 90.
But it's the win that you remember, right?
Yeah, because there was an emblem.
How much do you feel? How good do you feel about Syncopate on the draw?
I am not the biggest fan of Syncopate on not all four. I think you need to have more. I mean, Lyra, you consider a proactive card, right? And Syncopate would be a reactive.
No,
and
still choosing not to play all three of them.
I think you go all three Lyra, cut at least a Syncopate, to be honest.
I feel that Karn would be too much of being on the back foot, even though that you need a legendary creature to Ruinous Blast. He has not gone off. He has not had a Ruinous Blast go off in either of the games, and one of them would have been much more relevant to the other. To be fair, but
so keeping Syncopate on the draw and the two Lyra,
and we're gonna see. Are we gonna see another Heart of Kirin on 2 this game?
We hope not, but
remember that Memorial Genius we're talking about that he always draws?
Yeah, there they are, back to back dubs. Why is where am I?
We also have the 3 white mana cancel hand.
Yeah, we're waiting for the Shuffler Truthers to rise up.
Yep. Where are those Illuminatis?
I mean, I guess this is solid. You're 1 blue away. You have a Lyra. You have a Seal away.
You have the good old Seal away against the Heart.
Yeah, but the thing is, I guess if you just what do you? I mean, you don't have. Okay, there's the blue.
Okay, we got the blue. We got there.
Punished by only 5 tap lands in the deck, right? And this is one of them.
Ooh,
that was 2 out of 5. And you really want to play. I know you want to play Seal away, but I mean, I think you're just safer to dismember here. Play that tap land.
Interesting. What's the upside to waiting on your opponent's untap step to dismember?
I think there is none, right?
I don't think there is. Like, your opponent's going to attack before they do anything anyway.
Yeah, always. No one's going to play. Not if you're in the finals of this, you're not playing stuff on your first main.
doesn't like this green deck have mutagenic growth in it?
It does as well. Has 2 mutagenic growth, so you potentially open yourself up to a blowout.
I mean, mutagenic growth is a friction mana spell, so that doesn't actually matter. Right. But I hope a whole bunch of other ones do. So
exactly, it's something to think about. But that is true. It is a Phyrexian mana spell. You get pretty easy loot here. Yeah, put that on. Oh, it chose not to loot and keep the guaranteed land.
It's not loot. He cast opt.
Oh,
so it's scrying.
Sorry,
because you need to counter a spell with Baral to loot. Oh, here we have the Urza's Ruinous Blast off the top for the Teferi, and we have the Sealway up to protect our Teferi from this Chameleon Colossus. I think our past few draw steps have developed in a way that are very favorable to how I want to play. And here I get bit by the whole Gideon's Reproach versus Seal away dilemma, because Gideon's Reproach wouldn't kill this Chameleon Colossus, but this Seal away does. So Jack gets the good end of it.
Well, it's about to be a real good end of it, of probably the game, if this goes the way we think. And what's the reason to trade there?
Oh, because he's trying to cast the Urza's Ruinous Blast and doesn't want to put the Chameleon Colossus under the Seal away.
Yes,
that's why.
I have keep forgetting about like playing Seal away plus Blast, but I think because you have to curb the early aggression that you need Seal Away. And it's a little bit of a downside, but like if you're 5 for 1ing your opponent, they can have 1 measly creature back.
Yeah.
All right, why not another? So this is looking like a Slam Lyra situation. Unless the
Mono
last
green
card,
once again missing the land drops.
unless the last card's Dismember, and even if it is, you have
Syncopate's
Syncopate.
there.
Well,
No, Syncopate doesn't get you there.
nope, because you can't because of the Phyrexian mana. Man, you know what? I just keep forgetting how broken Phyrexian mana is.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the game. Maybe that's why they don't make it anymore.
That's probably a good thing, to be honest. I think Dismember being in literally everyone's deck
Yep.
is a good reason to the testament of Phyrexian mana.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here not playing with Phyrexian mana in how many years, and I'm like, well, you can Syncopate. Oh, nope. You could just free.
Yep.
Oh, good. All right. We're going to have Ty versus Jack Kiefer right
In a
after this.
rematch of Mono Green versus Blue White.
The classic. And we'll bring that to you in just a minute.
The classic beatdown.
Mythic Society.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Society Set Roulette. We are in the finals, $1,500 in prizes on the line, and we've got two, I would say, classic matchup of Control versus Stompy. And Ari, which one are you rooting for?
You know, I really don't want Teferi to win this, but I think that if you have to choose a side, like you can't argue against. You know, we said this earlier. It's the best individual card in this set roulette. Jack Kiefer is currently going to be playing for his second set roulette win from
Yes.
the eight, I believe, of these that have been run, which is
Yeah.
pretty impressive. And he also has another top 8. So, like, you know, Ty has had some good finishes. He has a 10th place before this. He's only played 3 of them, and you know, this is a top 8 and a 10th in that sample size is pretty great.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, four, but still, a top 8 in a sample size, that's just good. But like, Jack is really
Going for the 2-time.
Yeah, so I think that if you had to choose a side of like who's the most likely to win, I think it's Jack. But you know, we saw game 1 of that last match. Kind of, it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, and if you guys are enjoying Set Roulette, December Set Roulette is actually the reveal is on the 12th, and the tournament is on the 20th. So you should definitely subscribe to the Mythic Society to get in on these. And one of the cool things about it is that depending on your sub level is actually the multiplier for your prize. So if you're feeling confident in your deck and your choice, subscribe at tier 2. And also you can upgrade your Twitch sub at any time. So if you're a tier 1 sub and you say I'm feeling lucky this time, make it a tier 3. Quadruple, triple. I don't take my word on that one. I don't know the actual multiplier, but it is a lot on the multiplier. So if you're feeling lucky, it is X3. It's exactly X3 at a tier 3. It's 3 times the prize. So you can try to just go infinite, and you can't beat free money.
Yeah, and just make sure you have that done before the event kicks off, and that's when they cut that off. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to go to the match here in just a minute. Ari, did you expect Blue-White to get this far just based off of Teferi being in a deck?
I think after we watched it play a couple times, I think the answer has to be yes. There's just a lot of really good stuff going on in this blue-white deck. I think Baral has really overperformed time and time again for this deck.
Absolutely. Very impressed. I was taking a little break from Magic when Baral came out, but I can see it's done very well.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting because I think this is the first time I've seen it really used as a control mana rock almost, and that's just mostly because this is a format that forces you to play Urza's Ruinous Blast as the sweeper as opposed to something that would mop up your Baral. But it's really impressive.
Absolutely. And we're just going to see this classic game here, and try to bring that to you in just a minute. And the difference between we have Captain Beefheart as the deck name by Ty Thomason. Was that developed with another team? Was there a team saying we should just make mono green? Do you know? Because we've seen some very similar mono green deck lists, or is it one of those things where
I believe that Ty Thompson, Jacob Nagro, and Colin Roundtree, I believe those 3 work together. And you can look and see them. Colin with a 3-3 finish, but Jacob and Ty both making the top 4. I believe they all played very similar deck lists and worked together for this.
Yeah, very solid.
Together for events before. So Jack on the play here. This looks like a reasonable hand. I don't think you can justify shipping this back currently, but it could easily go wrong. If the lands don't show up, it's not going to go great.
Yep, absolutely. We got that castle and the memorial in the hand again. If you saw the last game, but yeah this is the third game in a row where that memorial's in hand.
Yeah, looks like a mulligan there, just on the risk of not hitting. This has to be a keep.
This is a keep.
I think the top is probably the worst card. It's just like gonna clog up your mana, be like a not great cantrip. There's not a lot of shuffle effects in this deck. The main purpose of the top honestly seems to be to like accelerate it to Fairy Emblem.
All right, double dismember. Now, is there a reason you 100% dismember this elf, right?
I don't think so. I think you might want to, with your structure, like the way your hand is structured, you have a bunch of ways. You have four-ish ways effectively to clear out a threat. So your actual line may want to be to use like this turn to dismember whatever tie casts. So yeah, this lineup is way better. And then you can Vendilion click next turn, take out a threat, and potentially try and put the mono green deck in a state where it doesn't actually have threats that matter and is just left with like lands and dorks. So here's this Heart of Kieran. So the Vendilion click on draw step with double disallow, it doesn't make a ton of sense. You don't. You just want to force your opponent to spend mana, and then also like click plus dismember use mana later. Jack thinking on this Heart of Kieran because in theory he could answer all the creatures, but the problem is that he just doesn't have the raw quantity of like ways to kill it because Seal Away doesn't line up with Heart of Kieran. Urza's Ruinous Blast doesn't line up with Heart of Kieran.
And let's see. Wonder if they're going to dump any mana to that Skoos or.
So, Ooze notably can only get to a 3/3 right here. Rishkar is potentially the fourth. So that really, I think that what Jack was trying to line up was eating that Ooze in combat with the Vendilion click, but that's not going to pan out. So I think Ty is probably just going to take the 3 damage this way. Interesting. I think I would have taken it with the Llanowar elf damage, but it's kind of a margin call either way. Again, this is do you want to leave your creatures in the graveyard for the Ooze? So no 5th land for Teferi and just a pass. Sitting on Dismember for the Ooze, Vendilion click and draw step for a potential future threat. And since this is Jack's, there's not a counterspell he's leaving out mana for, so we may as well try to hit a hand that's threat light and see if it works out. So Dismember clears the click as a blocker. Looks like a Rishkar and another Dismember.
Well, it's an easy Rishkar there.
Yep.
No real need to take the Dismember. You don't have that many creatures pre-board.
Yep. And Jack looking at a Dismember on the Ooze, going down to a dicey 9 life, facing down 4 power.
So here you're hoping to what? Draw a land, play Teferi, tick it up, hope it survives, and get a blast?
Yeah, that's the plan, is just kind of draw the land for the Teferi and just hope to tick it up. But not that one. That's
only 5 tap lands in the deck, if I remember right.
And 6. There's 2 memorials and 4 rivers, but
this list has, my bad, has 2 memorials in the river.
Yeah, 4 or 6 is tough there. And going down to 4, the Teferi now has to draw a Seal Away, and I think this Rampager might actually seal the deal here. I don't think there's anything that recovers, because you can't cast Urza's Ruinous Blast without a creature or a Planeswalker. There's no way to handle 2 threats, and that's just a wrap.
That was a real quick and clean game.
Yep. I don't think the games that the blue-white deck is going to lose are going to be anything other than clean. I think Jack might be playing the Teferi and tucking one of the creatures in the hopes that Ty messes up. Oh, no, just plussing. Yeah. Yeah, see what happens. Okay, and now we move to the Lyra games.
Now, are you on the full 3 Lyra plan here? Do you think that... Are you on the full, you bring in 3 in this matchup regardless, even though they have Dismember? Also, do you think they should be leaving in all 4 Dismember for the Lyra plan, or do you think that's overkill?
I would bring in all the Lyras. It's just so good. And I think the green deck just wants all the Dismembers anyways because of the brawls and clearing those out being pretty convenient. So I think that's how I would play it out. But I think that I don't like Vendilion clicking these style of matchups historically. The only time I've
No.
ever liked Vendilion Click against these large green decks is spots where my deck is actually like a Bitter Blossom deck that's capable of racing, and I just want like a 3-power thing to attack my opponent while I'm Cryptic Commanding. Whereas
Absolutely.
here, Vendilion Click's not going to trade for a card. Like your opponent still gets a card back when you tuck away a threat with it. So you're not netting a lot. You're spending a card on a 3/1 and getting like a fractional card out of the trigger. So not the greatest.
Jack choosing only 2 Lyra instead of the 3, and actually leaving in 3 Click as well.
I guess maybe the thing I forgot about here is that you need the clicks to support Runus Blast. So maybe that's just where you're stuck, and you just have to leave in a card that's not great outside of being a way to cast Blast.
True, but I mean, if you're also bringing in a Lyra, you're upping that count again, so you can afford a swap a little bit.
Yeah, but the click into a Blast is more of a clean rectifying play.
Oh,
whereas
absolutely.
Lyra could get, we're talking about this Dismember line. It could just easily get subverted. This is a pretty great hand here on Jack's side, with the only real threat being, again, just not hitting lands.
I mean, yeah, this is if there was a Teferi in the next 2 draws, this is a dream hand.
Yeah, Teferi and lands from here on out.
Or infinite removal, whatever floats your boat.
The true free Dismember with the Brawl reduction.
So good.
Heart of Kieran probably dying pretty quickly, but
I mean, it's got to feel good. I mean, it doesn't feel good to rip not like a non-land, but I mean, you've got answers for a while, so
yeah, you definitely have everything sewn up for a little bit. So the interesting part is I kind of wanted to take that opportunity. So let's just talk this through. You can take that opportunity to seal away the Rampager, but I guess the problem with that is that Runus Blast then clears away the seal away. So you might just be wanting to line up this Runus Blast there.
Yep.
So no land, but the Syncopate offers a loot.
Syncopate for 1 here would be nice, but do you want to hold? Do you want to seal away and Syncopate for 1, or do you want to hold up? How you play this?
I think that if you didn't take the Rampager with the seal away last turn, your goal is to just go for the Runus Blast here. And here we see the really nice Brawl reduction on Syncopate actually coming up, making it the full 3 to actually counter this Dismember and actually get the loot, which I think actually you might loot away.
What do you think the loot is?
I think it might be the seal away, because none of what you're trying to do this game is going to line up with that seal away. Like, you don't really want to spew It might also be Dismember because your life total is too pressured. It's kind of tough.
True.
It's one of the removal spells.
I was about to say, I think it has to be seal away because Heart of Kieran, you need the Dismember for the heart.
Yeah.
Kind of are hard locked into that.
I wonder if just based on life totals, Jack is obligated to, if he draws an untapped land here, which he does not, that is tough. I think if he did, he might have been obligated to blast literally just the Rampager and then use the Dismember on the Heart of Kieran and just like try to get out of the hole that way.
I mean, he's in a bit of a hole, but a land runner land would really do some miracle work here.
Yeah. I think the reason I was thinking that is that 13 life minus 4 from that Dismember is a dicey quantity. So
absolutely.
Rishkar, yet another thing that doesn't die to Runus Blast. So this is just all going sideways. Jack might be out of this real fast.
It was, that hand was amazing. That opener, that 6 was almost perfect, really. Just no runner, just like not even runner. I mean, we're talking lands in the first 4 turns.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like the exact risk, and you just hope that that's not what happens. And it looks like it's all happening. Yep,
and that's it.
That mutagenic growth was tough.
That mutagenic growth was
a rough match to watch. Whew.
That was
and
tough.
We do have a winner. That is Ty Thompson preventing the win the double win by Jack Kiefer. Jack Kiefer will just have to settle for having 3 top 8s.
Just
And
3 top
Ty
8s.
Thompson, yeah, Ty Thompson will take down this set roulette, this November set roulette with, let me look up the formal name of his deck because I think that's the power. See,
The power is
Jacob
in
just
the deck
named his,
name. I've got it pulled up. I'm gonna
yeah,
let you look it up again because I know you love it. It's
yeah. So Colin Roundtree, one of the people playing this, just went it with deck list. That's clearly a no-go. You cannot do that. That's why Colin went 3-3. Jacob went with Smush, which is nice, but not good
okay.
enough for a win. Captain Beefheart, that's a trophy name.
The captain, it's the captain of the winning team right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that, yeah, that key mutagenic growth versus dismember Heart of Kieran lineup coming up big.
Yeah, that 2 of mutagenic growth. Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, that pretty much concludes this set roulette. Where can we find you, Ari? If your social media.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter at ARMLX. Basically, best place to find me. Honestly, you could probably, just Google up that name, and
Oh yeah,
that you would find me basically everywhere. Yeah, and I am gonna probably be figuring out what I'm gonna be doing for next set roulette. Whether I'm playing, commentating, because it's always a blast to watch these, always a blast to play. Things haven't lined up the last few times for me since I played one a while back in Hour of Devastation being included, but I really like the diversity. This was Jack's previous win was when Flash plus World Spine Worm was legal, which is a little bit different quality of format than this.
That was a great format, though. You love to see. We love it. Just we love a no ban, one-time deal. We know the cards are busted. We just want one more time, one more round.
Yeah, and this time we had new Phyrexia, and it ended up being pretty fair. But who knows what could happen in the future?
Hey,
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys, we can hear me now. I just want to say thanks. This is one of the few times I get to talk, so I want to say thanks to everyone who watched, and also because we're gonna raid someone. We're gonna raid Sky Bills, who was part of the last Arena Community Cup, and I want to say thanks to Sidetrack, Ari, and Phil, who were amazing today. And I gotta say, I wanted to see Jack win, just so we have a first ever double champ, but still great to see Ty win. Unless there's a different Ty, he's a GP grinder, and I've done my fair share of GP grinding, so it's great to see him win. So congrats to him, and I'll let you guys close that.
All right, yeah, it's great. And if anybody's looking for me, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Sidetrack is Bad. And I want to thank everybody for joining us and Pascal for having us.
Absolutely.
Have a good day.